hope I learned something. I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny days. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny
Learning Care of Everyone by my second favorite brother-in-law. It's not that he's not a great guy, it's just I don't know him as well as the husband of my sister-in-law. So he's my second favorite brother-in-law. As far as talent goes, he's definitely my favorite brother-in-law goes. So that is the title track off of his, I believe, second album. I can't remember the order, but definitely worthwhile checking out. The link to his website is, of course, in the description. By the way, a last-minute addition. I barely remembered to put it in the title more than, 20 minutes ago. Oh, yes, Laura, thank you. Things are going nicely. In fact, I'm going to get to that in just a second. I'm glad you brought that up. But yesterday we were discussing the Ghost Army that was put together to keep the Germans guessing as to whether or not the Allies were going to invade in Normandy or Pont de Calais, or even in the Balkans, or through Greece. They kept the Germans guessing all the way up to the moment where it was too late for the Germans to do anything about the Normandy invasion. I found a great article about Patton's First Army, and I'll be reading that. It's not very long, but I'll be reading that at the end of today, and I think you'll enjoy it greatly if you have any kind of itch to scratch when it comes to history, especially military history. It's quite something. I won't give away any more than that. Another bit of bookkeeping. I did some back of the napkin math a little earlier. Yesterday, chapter 8, we finished in 5 hours and 15 minutes. Add 10 minutes for me prattling on at the end of the stream, and it was basically a 5-hour stream. That was 38 pages. Today, chapter 9 is 37 pages. Chapter 10, which we will start next year, January 2nd, is 39 pages. Do you sense a theme here? Here's the kicker. Chapter 11 is 65 pages. There is no way we can read all of chapter 11 in one day. The good news is, by splitting it up, first of all, we have a shorter day for the first part, and the second day, for part 2 of chapter 11, I can also finish chapter 12 and the appendices. So we can finish the entire thing, including the second half of chapter 11 in one shot. So it's going to work out okay. So, Laura mentioned in the chat just now, and again very kindly, that she hoped I was continuing to heal. I am. In fact, you may notice today that I am actually closely shorn, as opposed to a mere clipper cut at the hair salon. I took a chance and stood up long enough to shave myself, and it worked out pretty well. Hey JF, hey David, welcome guys, welcome. David, maybe at the end of today I'll give you my little trick for remembering prone versus supine. Maybe I'll feel a little spicy at the end of the day, and I'll give you that. Anyway, the thing is though, it was a little too long. My back's a tiny bit sore, so I took some ibuprofen. Don't tell my surgeon; he doesn't want me taking any of that. But they feel it delays healing. But so does pain, so I'm going to take care of myself. In fact, I brought along the rest of the bottle just in case. Well, thank you, Laura, for putting that in there. I appreciate it. So that's pretty much the bookkeeping right there. If anyone has any questions, of course, put it in the chat. Oh, I do have one more thing. Yesterday's attendance was actually quite good. Much better for a Saturday than I actually had expected. So what I would like to know, and please put these in the comments at the end of the video, so I can get an easier tally than trying to pick it up off the chat. I would appreciate that greatly. That really helped the last time we did that. Would you guys like to see more weekend streams? Saturday and Sunday, just Saturday, just Sunday, or the combination of the two, as I just said. I'd really like your opinion on that because, again, we had a great attendance yesterday, and I really didn't expect it. And I'd love to be able to help you guys see these videos better and be able to be here for them if at all possible. I do enjoy the live stream with everybody. And so give me your thoughts. Give me your thoughts, again, in the comments section after the video posts. Lizard Bites, good day, sir. Good day. I believe it is good morning or good afternoon for you. Thank you again for last night. Unlike some people, I really enjoyed that movie. I'm a huge Bakshi fan, and I had not seen that before, and it really tickled a spot in my psyche that hadn't been excited in quite some time. So I'm really glad you picked it. The only problem I had, and I told this to David last night, is the ending, that non sequitur ending. I couldn't place what had happened there. So I don't know. It really left me wondering. Yeah, it can be offensive, but to be honest, you have to be able to see. I think you said this last night. You have to be able to see things in their context of the time that they were done. I think you put it beautifully. You can't erase history and expect to create a new utopian society. It just doesn't work that way. If you don't have a history to ground yourself in, you are loose. You are a loose soul. And I fully, I mean, ask Laura. She has a history longer than any of us who are not of the Jewish faith. Good Lord, they go back thousands and thousands of years, and can trace that back. I can't do that. My family came here from Belgium in the 1850s, so and they didn't fight in the Civil War, so I have nothing. They brought horses. Yeah, so I do remember that very well, lizard bites, and it was enjoyable. It was a great point. I really came away with something from that. And thanks to you, I bought a copy of both the Tangerine Team soundtrack and the movie itself of Sorcerer. So thank you for jogging that piece of my life as well. Really glad I did it. Okay, enough comedy jokes. Again, I'm happy you did it. So thank you for that. Let's get on with it. Chapter 9. Department Attorney Bruce Orr's activities during the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Remember, whenever they say a department, it's shorthand for Department of Justice. Excuse me. In this chapter, we describe Department Attorney. Oh, turn up my gain here so my monitor so I can hear myself. There we go. If I play it at this level when I'm playing Learning Curve, it pretty much trashes my ears. So I have to go back and forth. Okay, continuing. In this chapter, we describe Department Attorney Bruce Orr's activities during the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, primarily relating to his interactions with Christopher Steele. Orr was an associate deputy attorney general, or ADAG, in the Office of the Deputy Attorney General, or ODAG, and the director of the Organized Crime and Drug Enforcement Task Force, or OCD-ETF, at the time of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, and was personally acquainted with Steele and Fusion GPS co-founder Glenn Simpson. In addition, Orr's wife Nellie Orr was employed as an independent contractor by Fusion GPS. During 2016 and 2017, Orr received information from Steele and Simpson describing alleged links between the Russian government and the Donald J. Trump campaign, and suggesting that the Russian government had leverage over Trump. Orr provided the information he received from Steele and Simpson to the FBI, which had already received much, but not all, of the same information through its direct contact with Steele. Orr did not advise any of his superiors in ODAG about his contact with Steele and Simpson, about his wife's work for Fusion GPS, or about his acting as a conduit of this information to the FBI until ODAG leadership confronted Orr about his activities in late 2017. We also describe in this chapter Orr's and several other department attorneys' activities before and after the November 2016 elections, relating to the department's then ongoing criminal money laundering investigation of Paul Manafort. I'm going to try and do these sections right this time. I've been kind of slacking off. So, Roman numeral 1. Bruce Orr's background. A. Department positions and responsibilities. Bruce Orr joined the department on January 31, 1991, as an assistant U.S. attorney, or AUSA, in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, or SDNY, or remained with SDNY until 1999, when he transferred to the department's Criminal Division, or CRM, in Washington, D.C., as Chief of the Organized Crime and Racketeering Section, or OCRS. Orr told the OIG that as Chief of OCRS, he tried to develop the department's capacity for fighting transnational organized crime, and that this was when he began tracking Russian organized crime. In 2011, Orr became counsel for transnational organized crime and international affairs to the Assistant Attorney General in CRM, and worked primarily for CRM Deputy Assistant Attorney General Bruce Schwartz. According to Orr, in that position, he focused on policy issues relating to transnational organized crime and had no prosecutorial responsibilities. He stated that he was often the department's quote-unquote public face at conferences and was sometimes approached by individuals who provided information about transnational organized crime. In November 2014, Orr became an ADAG in ODAG and the director of OCD ETF, a senior executive level or SES position. I'm pretty sure that is the highest, or one of the highest civil service, positions within the DOJ. So that's one of the reasons that Orr was not immediately ripped to shreds and fired, because as a civil servant, you've got some serious protections going for you. Hey JF, hey SRS 4859, hey Hollywood. There's some housekeeping, guys, that I'll repeat at the end of the stream, just so we're all up to date. But I'm glad you're here. Glad you're here. And if you can't stay to the end, then use the DVR feature to rewind to my beginning, and go ahead and give it a brief listen, and then catch back up with us, because we haven't done anything right now in the reading that you don't already know. Continuing. Or reported to the Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General, or PADAG, and the Deputy Attorney General, or DAG, in both of these positions. Or stated that as OCD ETF Director, he oversaw OCD ETF in its, quote, mission to coordinate organized crime and primarily drug investigations across the different parts of the U.S. government, close quote. He said OCD ETF is responsible for aspects of the national drug and organized crime policies and provides funding for agents and prosecutors working on drug and organized crime cases. OCD ETF is not an operational entity and does not direct prosecutorial actions in any cases. Orr told us that when he became the OCD ETF director, then DAG Jim Cole expressed his desire for Orr to expand OCD ETF's mission to include transnational organized crime matters. He said that, as a result, he continued working on transnational organized crime policy and, in order to maintain awareness, tracked Russian organized crime issues. I think everyone will agree that right now this is going about 500% more smoothly than yesterday morning did. So I appreciate everyone giving me that extra hour to prepare and wake up. It's really helping. And everyone who stayed through all that yesterday, you're a better man than I, Gunga Dan. Continuing. As an ADAG, Orr also served as director of the Attorney General's Organized Crime Council, as the department's liaison to the Office of National Drug Control Policy, and as a member of the Attorney General's Capital Case Committee. He also assisted with implementing portions of the 2017 Executive Order on Transnational Organized Crime and developing a Transnational Organized Crime Initiative. Busy guy. Throughout his tenure in the department, Orr has been a career employee and not a political appointee. B. Orr's relationship with Steele and Glenn Simpson, Arabic numeral 1. Orr's relationship with Steele from 2007 to March 2016. Orr stated that he met Christopher Steele in late 2007 during meetings with an allied country's government officials. Footnote 406. Steele told us he recalled meeting Orr in 2008 while he was visiting a U.S. government agency, and his contact at that agency arranged for him to meet Orr. Continuing. He said that after the meetings, he met Steele for lunch and spoke about the threat of Russian organized crime. Orr stated that after Steele left government service, Steele set up a private investigations firm and remained in contact with Orr. Orr told us that he and Steele spoke, quote, probably less than once a year, close quote, and that he would see Steele for social visits, such as breakfast or lunch, if Steele visited Washington, D.C. He described his relationship with Steele as being, quote-unquote, primarily professional, but also friendly, because they shared with each other information about their families. Steele likewise told us that he and Orr, hello Harley, were personal friends and that he would see Orr whenever he was in Washington, D.C., which was about once or twice a year. Orr stated that Steele provided him with reports that Steele prepared for his clients, which Steele thought the U.S. government might find interesting, and as we know, Steele also took information he gleaned from the U.S. government and funneled it to his clients. Once a spy, always a spy. Cut it out, Harley. Continuing. He told us that he initially did nothing with the information he received from Steele because it was general and not directly useful for an investigation. Orr said he introduced Steele to Handling Agent 1 so that Steele could provide information directly to the FBI in approximately spring 2010, footnote 407. Orr stated that he met Handling Agent 1 when he was with SDNY and remained in contact with him through 2017. As described in Chapter 4, Steele stated he recalled meeting Handling Agent 1 when he was with Orr at a European seminar on Russian-related issues in June 2009. And that was footnote 407. Continuing, he, meaning Orr, told us that he, quote-unquote, pushed to make Steele an FBI confidential human source, or CHS, because Steele's information was valuable. I thought you said it was general and not directly useful for an investigation. Interesting. Continuing, Orr said that it was, quote, not efficient, close quote, for him to pass Steele's information to the FBI, and he preferred having Steele work directly with an FBI agent. According to Steele, Orr and Handling Agent 1 coordinated over a period of time with Steele to set up his relationship with the FBI. Orr's contact with Steele did not end after Steele formalized his relationship with Handling Agent 1 and the FBI, footnote 408. Orr stated that he talked to other individuals he met through his job duties over the years and discussed Russian organized crime whenever the opportunity arose. He told us that he spoke with Steele more often than other individuals because Steele contacted him more frequently. Orr stated that Steele was the only contact that he introduced to the FBI. Footnote 408, continuing. Orr met or talked with Steele multiple times from 2014 through fall 2016, and on occasion those in-person meetings or video calls included Handling Agent 1. Orr told us that he viewed meeting with Steele as part of his job because he needed to maintain awareness of Russian organized crime activities, and Steele knew Russian organized crime trends better than anyone else. He said he knew Steele was also speaking to Handling Agent 1 at this time because Steele would say he provided the same information to Handling Agent 1. Excuse me. Handling Agent 1 told us that he knew Steele and Orr were in contact and talked about issues, quote, at a higher policy level, close quote, but stated that he did not know anything further regarding their interactions. Orr and Steele also communicated frequently over the years regarding Russian Oligarch 1, including in 2016 during the time period before and after Steele was closed as an FBI CHS, footnote 409. The United States imposed sanctions on Russian Oligarch 1 and his business interests, including his Russian company, for his links to senior Russian government officials, suspected criminal activities, and ties to Russian organized crime. He's an oligarch. How else could he do it? Continuing. Steele, sorry. As always, folks, don't worry. Once I warm up, this will all go away. Continuing. Steele told us his communication with Orr concerning Russian Oligarch 1 were the result of an outreach effort started in 2014 with Orr and Handling Agent 1 to approach oligarchs about cooperating with the U.S. government. Orr confirmed that he and Handling Agent 1 asked Steele to contact Russian oligarchs for this purpose. The effort resulted in Orr meeting with Russian Oligarch 1 and an FBI agent in September 2015. Arabic numeral 2. or his relationship with Simpson. Orr told the OIG that he could not recall how he first met Fusion GPS co-founder Glenn Simpson, footnote 410. As noted in Chapter 1, Simpson declined our request for an interview because Simpson is a sleaze and he knows he is going to get hung out to dry with this thing. He's trying to cover his ass. Sorry, kids, language. Continuing. Orr estimated that he saw Simpson less than 10 times over several years. According to Orr, Simpson usually reached out to him to provide information about Russian organized crime figures. Orr stated that most of Simpson's past information was not actionable, so he did not do anything with it and did not try to introduce Simpson to the FBI. Go figure. Continuing. Because remember, Simpson was the one who created those proto-dossiers in spring of 2016. And then it's pretty obvious that Steele just basically blew them up with his own imagination. And I believe Steele helped out too. But it's pretty obvious that Steele is the one who wrote them all out. Because again, if you go over my video from the other day, where I read the Steele dossier, and you can follow it along on the screen, there are incredible number of misspellings over and over again. Certain words are misspelled multiple times. So, including the word to, T-O. So, I think Steele is the one who wrote all of this up in order to give it a constant hand, if you will, a constant voice, as it was presented to the FBI. That's my theory. Continuing. However, as described below, Orr told us that when Simpson provided names in 2016 of possible intermediaries between Russia and the Trump campaign, he wanted to introduce Simpson to the FBI, but thought Simpson seemed reluctant and did not do so. Of course, Simpson seemed reluctant. The FBI might actually check him out. And that would have been a disaster. Subsection C, Nellie Orr's relationship with Steele and work for Fusion GPS. Nellie Orr, Bruce Orr's wife, told the OIG that she met Steele in 2009 through her husband and that she recalled meeting him 2 more times, sometime after 2014, and then at the July 30, 2016 breakfast meeting discussed later in this chapter. She stated that she knew of Steele's interest in Russian oligarchs and understood him to be a Russia analyst. She described his relationship with her husband as a quote-unquote professional associate and considered them to be friendly, but not friends. Nellie Orr, who has a doctorate in Russian history and is fluent in Russian, told us that she contacted Simpson in October 2015 to ask for a job with Fusion GPS. She stated that she was familiar with Simpson from reading published newspaper articles he wrote relating to Russian criminal activity. She said that she was hired by Fusion GPS as an independent contractor shortly thereafter. According to Nellie Orr, she worked remotely from her home for Fusion GPS, conducting online open source research. Bruce Orr told us that he did not play any role in Nellie Orr's hiring by Fusion GPS. Iffy. Continuing. Nellie Orr stated that while working for Fusion GPS, she initially conducted online open source research about a Russian company suspected of human trafficking. She told us that, after her first project, Fusion GPS tasked her to research then-candidate Trump and his Russian business associates, which involved searching Russian and other foreign language websites and databases and providing periodic reports detailing her findings. Nellie Orr stated that she was not told who was funding this project and did not know that Steele was also working for Fusion GPS until July 2016. She said that she stopped working for Fusion GPS on September 24, 2016, when she began a full-time job elsewhere. Roman numeral 2. Orr's communications with Steele, Simpson, and the FBI in 2016 and 2017. This section details Orr's communications in 2016 and 2017 with Steele and Simpson regarding alleged Russian connections with Trump or persons associated with the Trump campaign, or his meetings with FBI personnel concerning the information he received from Steele and Simpson and the FBI's internal communications regarding Orr. Just check the chat here. Good. You guys don't need me. Okay, continuing. Subsection A. Orr's 2016 contact with Steele and Simpson regarding Russian issues. Arabic numeral 1. Orr's July 30, 2016 meeting with Steele. On Saturday, July 30, 2016, at Steele's invitation, Orr and Nellie Orr had breakfast with Steele and an associate in Washington, D.C. Nellie Orr told us she initially thought it was going to be a social brunch, but came to understand that Steele wanted to share his current Russia reporting with Orr. According to Steele, he intended the gathering to be a social brunch, but Orr asked him what he was working on. Steele told us that he told Orr about his work related to Russian interference with the election. Orr told us that, among other things, Steele discussed Carter Page's travel to Russia and interactions with Russian officials. As we all know, Page did travel to Russia in July of 2016, but he did not see the people, proven at least not to seen one of them, that Steele said he did. Of course, that was not even Steele's reporting, it was subsource number 1's reporting. Continuing. He also said, and we're talking about Orr here, that Steele told Orr that Russian oligarch 1's attorney was gathering evidence that Paul Manafort stole money from Russian oligarch 1. Orr also stated that Steele told him, is that lamp going out? Excuse me just a minute, I'm going to fiddle with the switch on that lamp. It was really flaky earlier today. If that thing goes out, this is going to turn into a Lon Chaney movie. Oh boy, not good. Let me start this sentence over again. He also said, and again this is Orr, that Steele told Orr that Russian oligarch 1's attorney was gathering evidence that Paul Manafort stole money from Russian oligarch 1. Orr also stated that Steele told him that Russian officials were claiming to have Trump, quote, unquote, over a barrel. According to Orr, Steele mentioned that he provided 2 reports concerning these topics to Handling Agent 1, and that Simpson, who owned Fusion GPS, had all of Steele's reports relating to the election. Then why didn't you give all of them to the FBI? Because you were shopping them around to 5 or 6 news outlets around Washington and New York, and you wanted to keep them to yourself for a while. How convenient. Continuing. Steele did not provide Orr with copies of any of these reports at this time. Later that evening, Steele wrote to Orr asking to, quote, keep in touch on these substantive issues, close quote, and advised Orr that Simpson was available to speak with him. Footnote 411, Orr memorialized each of his meetings with Steele and Simpson with detailed notes about what they told him. Well, good for you, Bruce. Continuing. Orr told the OIG that he did not know before the breakfast that Steele was working with Nellie Orr's then employer, Fusion GPS, and did not know whether Steele was aware of Nellie Orr's employment with Fusion GPS. However, Nellie Orr told us that Steele made a comment during the breakfast indicating to her that he knew about her connection to Fusion GPS and that Simpson was quote-unquote okay with Steele talking to her and Orr. Steele told us he knew Nellie Orr was working for Fusion GPS, but he did not know she was doing work related to his project, Russian interference with the 2016 U.S. elections. Orr stated that because Nellie Orr was unaware of Steele's information and had never been involved in similar situations, he became uncomfortable during the breakfast and spoke to Steele privately. Orr said that he did not discuss, quote, the details of the cases that he was working on, close quote, with Nellie Orr. He said he explained to Steele that he did not want Nellie Orr involved and that he made sure that she was not present for any future conversations he had with Steele. Steele told us that Orr advised him not to discuss his reporting in front of Nellie Orr. Orr said that he knew the information Steele provided to him was opposition research, but did not know who was paying for it. He told us that it was quote-unquote clear to him, due to the nature of the research, that Steele and Simpson were hired by a private party, quote, somehow related to the Clinton campaign, close quote. He said he also surmised that Steele thought that by giving the information to Orr, the U.S. government would, quote, would do, quote, something, unquote. Nellie Orr similarly stated that she understood from the meeting that Steele hoped Orr would speak with the FBI regarding the information concerning then-candidate Trump. Okay, dude, you are a confidential human source with the FBI. Did they give you any grief, any pushback at all on the first two reports you gave to them? The first two memos, if you will. At all? No. And this is in, what was this date again? This was in July, right? July 30, yeah. So it hadn't even been, it'd been 2.5 weeks since James Comey gave Hillary a clean bill of health after describing 7 felonies she'd committed. Still can't figure that out. And well before the reopening of mid-year exam in late October of that year, when Steele really lost it and went to Mother Jones. But why would he not think that his direct connection with the FBI, was less effective than going through Bruce Orr, who had no connection to the FBI? He was a policy guy. I don't get it. I just don't get it. There's so many inconsistencies with the people talking about this, and this is right out of Orr's testimony, Bruce Orr's testimony. We read that, and none of this is different from what he said in the testimony, but it just doesn't fit. It is very, very disconcerting how Steele is saying what he's saying. Continuing, Steele later told the FBI that prior to the 2016 elections, he provided information to Orr and was, quote, pushing Orr to do something about the election reports, close quote. See my previous statement. Continuing, following the July 30 breakfast, Orr reached out to officials in the FBI and the department about the information Steele had provided, but did not discuss this information with the DAG or anyone in ODAG. On August 3, 2016, Orr emailed Handling Agent 1 asking to speak to him. Handling Agent 1 told us he talked with Orr, who asked him if he had seen Steele's election reports and whether the FBI was doing anything with them. Handling Agent 1 stated that he told Orr that an executive assistant director at FBI headquarters and executive management in the New York field office, or NYFO, knew about Steele's reporting and were addressing it. Footnote 412. Chapter 4 details Handling Agent 1's actions once he received the election reports from Steele, including how the reports made their way to FBI headquarters and eventually to the Crossfire Hurricane team. Handling Agent 1 also told us that, in October 2016, he advised the members of the Crossfire Hurricane team, who came to Europe to interview Steele about his August 2016 conversation with Orr. Handling Agent 1 stated that they did not appear to be surprised by the information, so he assumed the team knew about Orr's involvement with Steele. However, when we interviewed the Crossfire Hurricane team members, none of them recalled Handling Agent 1 telling them about Orr. Again, go figure. That was footnote 412. Continuing, Orr told us that because the information provided by Steele on July 30 was quote-unquote scary, and he was unsure what to do with it, he also reached out to CRM Deputy Assistant Attorney General Bruce Schwartz. According to Orr's calendar, he met with Schwartz on August 4, and both Orr and Schwartz told us that Orr provided Schwartz with specific details of what Steele had told Orr on July 30. Schwartz told us that he did not tell his immediate supervisor, CRM Assistant Attorney General Leslie Caldwell, who was a political appointee, or any other senior department political appointees, that Orr was meeting with Steele or the FBI because he did not want to politicize Steele's information by providing it to political appointees. Dude, do you know what the FBI is? Seriously? Continuing. We asked Orr whether he contemporaneously sought any ethics guidance regarding any of the events connected with Steele, Simpson, and Nellie Orr. Orr stated that he did not recall considering at the time whether the connections between Nellie Orr's employment and his receipt of information from Steele and Simpson presented any ethics issues, nor did he recall contacting an ethics official for advice. Excuse me. John Hartman. Oh, hey, John. Welcome. I missed you sneaking in. I have been really concentrating on the text, so I'm sure it's not surprising. Aren't the Orrs connected to Stephen Colbert? That's a new one for me. I had never heard that before. Interesting. A minor connection, I'm sure. I'm guessing. I'm sorry, I'm not sure. I'm just guessing. And probably not important to the grand scheme of things. Again, I'm guessing. But that is something, again, I had not heard. Very interesting. Hollywood Colbert. That is the Mark Levin pronunciation, if I am not mistaken. Very good, Hollywood. Oh, God, you guys crack me up. You do crack me up. By the way, let Beaker know. I don't know if he was here or not at the time, but if Beaker shows up and I don't notice it, do let him know that we used Peckerhead yesterday. There was a Rosenstein reference, and just let him know if he wasn't here. I'd appreciate that. Continuing. We asked Orr whether he contemporaneously sought any ethics guidance regarding any of the events connected with Steele, Simpson, and Nellie Orr. Orr stated that he did not recall considering at the time whether the connections between Nellie Orr's employment and his receipt of information from Steele and Simpson presented any ethics issues, nor did he recall contacting an ethics official for advice. Orr stated it was possible he did not seek ethics advice excuse me, because he did not want to, quote-unquote, spread the information around the department before it was evaluated. Footnote 413. Orr told us that although he did not seek any ethics advice concerning his wife's presence at the July 30, 2016 breakfast, he ensured that Nellie Orr was not present for any future conversations with Steele. Arabic numeral 2. Orr's August 22, 2016 meeting with Simpson. On August 22, 2016, Simpson emailed Orr requesting that Orr call him. Later that same day, at Simpson's request, Orr met with Simpson, and Simpson provided Orr with the names of 3 individuals who Simpson thought Simpson thought were potential intermediaries between Russia and the Trump campaign. Footnote 414. On November 14, 2017, Simpson testified before the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence and lied his ass off. Continuing. During his testimony, Simpson told the committee that he did not meet with Orr prior to the November 2016 presidential election. He stated further that he met with Orr one time after Thanksgiving 2016. And Chico figured that he was not arrested and in a pre-dawn raid, hauled off to jail, and then convicted of lying to Congress and sent to jail. Go figure. That was footnote 414. Continuing. The three names, are included in notes that Orr told us he wrote on the same day as his meeting with Simpson. According to these notes, one of the three names provided by Simpson was one of the subsources in Steele's election reports, who we reference as Person 1 in previous chapters. Funny, Steele never gave the FBI any of his sources' names, yet Simpson is handing three of those names to Bruce Orr. Again, this circular feeding the FBI, unless it was specifically to use that as circular support for the Steele dossier being used in the first FISA, all the FISA warrants for against Carter Page, like the Mother Jones and actually, I don't think they used the Mother Jones article in the application because they knew it came from Steele, but they did obviously use the Isikoff article in Yahoo News. One of you guys will know that better than I do. Continuing. Another of the names was Carter Page's, quote, business partner, unquote, who was an, quote, alleged, unquote, Russian intelligence officer and the, quote, unquote, brains behind Carter Page's company, Global Energy Capital. Actually, that was, quote, all that was in quotes. Excuse me. Orr stated that he was uncomfortable receiving this information from Simpson and did not recall Simpson asking him to do anything with it. Orr told the OIG that he was troubled by Simpson's information. He stated that he could not remember when or how he provided Simpson's information to the FBI, but would have likely contacted Handling Agent 1 or the FBI's Transnational Organized Crime East, or TOC East, Section Chief. Emails indicate that Orr and Handling Agent 1 spoke on August 24, 2016, but neither of them could recall what they discussed. I'm sorry, Senator, I do not recall. Footnote 415, department emails indicate that Orr first spoke with the TOC East Section Chief regarding Steele and Simpson's information in October 2016, which we discussed below. And again, that was footnote 415. Continuing, on September 12, 2016, Orr and Handling Agent 1 exchanged emails referencing Steele. In one email, Handling Agent 1 informed Orr that an FBI team was looking into Steele's information. In response, Orr asked Handling Agent 1 to let him know whom to contact with additional information. Handling Agent 1 told us that he did not reply to Orr's question, and we did not find a response. Arabic numeral 3, Orr's September 23 meeting, 2016, with Steele. Screwed that up a little bit. Continuing, on September 23, 2016, at Steele's request, Steele met with Orr in Washington, D.C. Orr told us they spoke about various topics related to Russia, including information regarding Russian oligarchs one's willingness to talk with the U.S. government about Manafort. Orr said that Steele identified the person who was funding Fusion GPS's opposition research. However, according to Orr, he did not recognize the name and could not remember it long enough to write it down after the meeting. Orr also said that he and Steele also discussed allegations that an Alpha Bank server in the United States was a link between Russia and the Trump campaign. Oh, God, I hate that one. That is so blatantly stupid. Continuing. Campaign that Person One's Russian American organization in the United States had used the Alpha Bank server earlier in September, and that an individual working with Carter Page was a Russian intelligence officer. According to Steele, he and Orr also discussed Steele's concerns that if Trump won the election, Steele's source network may be in jeopardy. How do you figure? Continuing. Steele said that a new FBI director and new agency heads appointed by Trump would have a higher degree of loyalty to the new president and could decide to take action against Steele and his source network. Dude, paranoid much? Continuing. Steele told us that Orr explained that the FBI director had a 10-year term and could not be removed from the position by the president. Oh, Bruce, you little country mouse. Continuing. So information about Steele's source network should be protected. Footnote 416. Oh, God, that's laughable. This statement concerning the FBI director's term is incorrect. The president has the authority to remove the FBI director prior to the expiration of the 10-year term. And there's a footnote, or excuse me, a reference to a statute that we don't need to read. Let's see, that was footnote, what was that, 416? Yeah, 416. Right up here. Continuing. According to Steele, he also asked Orr about why it appeared from the news that the U.S. government was not addressing his election reporting. Steele said that Orr told him that the Hatch Act made it a criminal offense for a federal official to make a public statement to the detriment or benefit of a candidate within 90 days of an election. Footnote 417. The Hatch Act does not address this issue. Rather, among other things, it prohibits federal employees from participating in certain political activities on and off duty. Section 7323A1 provides that, quote, an employee may not use his official authority or influence for the purpose of interfering with or affecting the results of an election, close quote. And again, there's a reference to a statute that we don't need to bother with. That was footnote 417. Continuing. When we asked Orr about this, he told us he did not recall talking to Steele about either of these concerns. Orr did not recall whether he provided anyone with the information he received from Steele at this meeting, but stated that he might have spoken to Schwartz and Handling Agent 1 about it. Schwartz told us that Orr provided him with specific information at the time regarding Steele's reporting, but he could not recall the specific information when interviewed by the OIG. Handling Agent 1 told us he did not recall discussing these topics with Orr. Arabic numeral 4. Orr's early October 2016 activities regarding Steele's information. Sometime prior to October 13, 2016, Orr talked to the FBI's TOC East Section Chief about Steele's information, but Orr could not recall what he told him. The TOC East Section Chief recalled Orr mentioning Steele to him starting in mid-2016, but stated that he could not specifically recall the information or related concerning Steele's election reporting. Footnote 418. The TOC East Section Chief noted that while it was odd to have a high-level department official in contact with Russian oligarchs, it did not surprise him that Orr would be approached by individuals such as Steele who wanted to talk to the U.S. government. The TOC East Section Chief said that it would be, quote, outside of Orr's lane, close quote, to continue the relationship with these potential sources after their introduction to the FBI. A statement obvious on its face. That was footnote 418, continuing. In an October 13, 2016 email, the TOC East Section Chief told Orr that counterintelligence agents had traveled to a European city and spoken with Handling Agent 1, or responded that he had additional information to share, specifically the names of possible intermediaries, and asked if the counterintelligence agents had an interest in receiving this information. We did not find a response to Orr's email, and the TOC East Section Chief did not recall providing a name to Orr, but the TOC East Section Chief said he likely passed the email to a relevant point of contact who could follow up with Orr. Arabic numeral 5. Orr's October 18, 2016 communications with Steele and meeting with McCabe and Lisa Page. Early in the morning of October 18, 2016, Steele emailed Orr stating, quote, "I have something quite urgent I would like to discuss with you, preferably by video call, even before work if you can," close quote. Records reflect that Steele and Orr spoke around 7 a.m. Later that morning, Steele wrote Orr an email referring to U.S. sanctions on the Russian company controlled by Russian oligarch 1. In the email, Steele referenced their earlier video call and stated that Russian oligarch 1's attorney wanted Orr to receive the information. Orr told us he could not recall what he talked with Steele about that morning or what the urgent issue was, but based on this email, he said he believed they likely discussed Russian oligarch 1. Likewise, Steele said he could not recall the topic of the call, but after reviewing the follow-up email, he said he assumed that the conversation included information about Russian oligarch 1. Records reflect that shortly after the video call between Orr and Steele, Orr called then-Deputy Director Andrew McCabe and made a calendar entry indicating a meeting with McCabe for later that day. Orr told us he set up the meeting to share Steele's and Simpson's information with McCabe. He told us that he contacted McCabe because Orr had previously worked with McCabe on issues associated with Russian oligarch 1 and Russian organized crime. Orr explained that when Orr was an AUSA in the SDNY, McCabe was leading the Russian organized crime squad at the NYFO. Orr also stated that he wanted to ensure McCabe knew about Steele's information and assumed McCabe would provide the information to the right people in the FBI. We asked Orr if Steele had asked Orr to meet with the FBI in order to provide the information that Steele had shared with Orr. I'm not going to read that sentence again. Continuing, Orr said that he did not think so. We asked Orr what prompted him to seek a meeting at that time with McCabe if it was not at Steele's request. He responded that he recalled being concerned sometime between his August conversations with Handling Agent 1 and his later conversation with the TOC East Section Chief that NYFO was not talking to FBI headquarters about Steele's reports. Excuse me. Orr stated that he wanted to meet with McCabe to ensure that McCabe knew about Steele's information and then McCabe could direct it to the right place within the FBI. We asked Orr why the TOC East Section Chief's October 13 email advising Orr that counterintelligence agents were examining Steele's allegations did not alleviate his concern. He responded altogether now that he could not recall. Continuing. Orr met with McCabe during the afternoon of October 18, 2016, footnote 419. Orr testified on August 28, 2018, before the House committees on the Judiciary and on Government Reform and Oversight. He told the committee members that he met with McCabe shortly after his July 30, 2016 meeting with Steele. Based on the documentary evidence, including Orr's calendar entry and Lisa Page's handwritten notes, along with Orr's testimony that he met with McCabe a single time, we believe that Orr met with McCabe on October 18, 2016. We asked Orr about the date of his meeting with McCabe in light of the documentary evidence. He told us that he did not recall exactly when he contacted McCabe. That was footnote 419. Continuing. Orr told us that he, bit too big of a drink there. Okay. Continuing. Orr told us that he recalled only meeting with McCabe once concerning Steele's information. McCabe's special counsel Lisa Page was also present. Orr told us that he informed McCabe and Lisa Page about his background with Steele and the reporting Steele provided to him. He stated that he told them that Steele and Simpson were hired by a private party to provide opposition research, but said he could not recall whether he specifically mentioned the Clinton campaign. Orr thought he also shared with them that Steele and Simpson were communicating with others and that their information was generated for a political client and not for the U.S. government. Although Orr told us that he believed Steele and Simpson were communicating with the media, he said he could not recall whether he specifically mentioned that to McCabe and Lisa Page. Well, if you hadn't mentioned those two things, the Clinton campaign and the media contacts, then dude, you suck. You don't think they would have wanted to know that? Continuing. Orr said that he also told McCabe and Lisa Page that Nellie Orr had worked for Fusion GPS. By the date of this meeting, Nellie Orr was no longer working for Fusion GPS. He said he did so because the information he was providing to McCabe and Lisa Page came from Fusion GPS and Steele, and that they needed to consider any possible bias. That's an interesting. I may be making more out of this than I should, but this quote right here, Orr was providing to McCabe and Lisa Page. I'm sorry, the information that Orr was providing to McCabe and Lisa Page came from Fusion GPS and Steele. So again, showing that Glenn Simpson's hands were dirty well before Thanksgiving of that year. Continuing that sentence. Excuse me. Okay, that was twice. Again, sorry about that. Okay, continuing again in the middle of the sentence. From Fusion GPS and Steele, and that they needed to consider any possible bias. Again, the they referring to McCabe and Lisa Page. Continuing. Orr told us that this was, quote, another reason for the FBI to be cautious, unquote, when assessing the information's credibility. According to Orr, he understood from his meeting with McCabe and Lisa Page that he should contact the FBI if Steele contacted him again. Orr stated that neither McCabe nor Lisa Page discussed the Crossfire Hurricane investigation with him during the meeting. Well, nor should they have. Continuing. McCabe told us that he recalled meeting with Orr in fall 2016. He did not remember Orr calling him to set up the meeting or how it came to be scheduled, footnote 420. McCabe said that he and Orr first met in 2003 when McCabe was assigned to NYFO's Eurasian Organized Crime Task Force and Orr was chief of OCRS. According to McCabe, the two spoke periodically between 2003 and 2016 regarding Russian Oligarch 1. And that was footnote 420, which I lost. There's 419. Oh, brother, come on, hat. There we go. Right here. He, meaning McCabe, said that the Crossfire Hurricane team previously told him that Orr knew Steele and that it was not until the meeting that he better understood Orr's connection to Steele. McCabe stated that he could not recall specific details from the meeting with Orr, but believed that the October 18, 2016 notes by Lisa Page and DAD Peter Strzok, as described below, accurately captured the meeting's details. Lisa Page told us she attended the meeting, but altogether now did not recall or conveying much substantive information. She stated that in general, Orr told McCabe that Steele had information he wanted to provide to the FBI. Lisa Page's notes from the meeting show that Orr discussed Steele, provided Steele's previous employment background, talked about issues concerning Russian Oligarch 1, and indicated that Simpson provided Orr with names of intermediaries between the Kremlin and the Trump campaign. Lisa Page also wrote that Orr met with Russian Oligarch 1 the previous year and, quote-unquote, need report? Excuse me. Starting to slouch a little bit. That's bad. Beg your pardon. Continuing. We also reviewed Strzok's notes dated October 18 that detail information concerning Orr. Strzok told us he believed either Lisa Page or McCabe provided the information to him. In addition to the information contained in Lisa Page's notes, Strzok's notes also stated, quote, Bruce's wife, fluent Russian speaker, close quote. Simpson hired Orr's, these are all quotes. Let me start over again. Bruce's wife, fluent Russian speaker. Simpson hired Orr's wife to find connections, and she saw no connections at first. Again, those were all quotes. Continuing. Additionally, we reviewed Assistant Director Bill Priestap's notes, which reflect an entry dated October 19 that states, quote, DOJ Bruce Orr, Steele is providing reporting to a variety of people, close quote. Priestap told us that he did not recall who told him or how he learned this information. Steele and Orr spoke on October 19 at Orr's request. Orr and Steele both told us that they could not recall what they spoke about, but Orr claimed that he did not advise Steele or Simpson that he met with McCabe and Lisa Page. Excuse me. Arabic numeral 6. Orr's November 2016 communications with the FBI and State Department regarding Steele. As described in Chapter 6, Handling Agent 1 determined that Steele should be closed as a CHS on November 1, 2016, following the October 31 publication of the Mother Jones article. Oh, that's right. Wait a minute. Shoot. Okay, so the Mother Jones article actually came out after the original FISA warrant application on Carter Page. Sorry, I got that mixed up. I thought it had happened earlier, and they waited a little while before closing Steele, which was silly because we've already gone over this in previous readings. I should have remembered that. So, my bad, guys. I know you back me up, but still, I do apologize for getting that wrong. That was footnote 421. Handling agent told us that he informed Steele on November 1, 2016, that it was unlikely the FBI would continue a relationship with him and that Steele must cease collecting information for the FBI. Handling Agent 1 completed a source closing communication document on November 17, 2016, stating that Steele had been closed for cause on November 1, 2016. Of course, in the subsequent FISA renewal application, Steele was described as being suspended. An interesting choice of words. Continuing. That was footnote 421. Handling Agent 1 told us that he spoke with Orr that same day and recommended to Orr that he read the article. According to Handling Agent 1, as a courtesy, he told Orr that he was not engaging with Steele anymore, warned Orr to be careful when dealing with Steele, and said that Steele could not be trusted. Orr said that he did not recall whether Handling Agent 1 informed him that Steele was closed as a CHS during the November 1 telephone call, but remembered Handling Agent 1 telling him that he would no longer be working with Steele because Steele spoke to the press. Orr told the OIG that he was not surprised that Steele talked to the press because he knew that Steele and Simpson were collecting the information for political purposes and that they had previously talked to others about it. According to Orr, his understanding was that Steele was not collecting the information for the U.S. government, so he was not functioning as an FBI source. And that's exactly how Steele saw it as well. He never considered himself a CHS. He considered himself a corporate client. Even though all the monies that the FBI paid him over the years, the checks were made out to him and not Orbis. Somehow, Steele never thought to question that. Great spy. Continuing. Handling Agent 1 met with Orr a week later in Washington, D.C. According to Handling Agent 1, Orr apologized for introducing him to Steele and said that he had not realized the impact of the Mother Jones article. Footnote 422. Handling Agent 1 told us that Orr also commented to him at this meeting that Nellie Orr worked at Fusion GPS. Handling Agent 1 stated he never met Nellie Orr and did not learn her name until the media publicized the Orr's involvement. That was footnote 422 at the bottom of the page. Continuing, Orr told us that he recalled meeting Handling Agent 1 and discussing the FBI's closure of Steele as a CHS. He also said that Handling Agent 1 told him that the FBI wanted to interview Orr about his contacts with Steele. Footnote 423. Orr is mentioned in Strzok's notes in connection with a November 9, 2016 Crossfire Hurricane team meeting, but Strzok could not tell us what his handwritten notes said, nor could he recall the conversation. So are you saying that Strzok couldn't read his own notes? Y'all look at this here and tell me what you think. I'll read it again. Strzok could not tell us what his handwritten notes said. I can't read it any other way than Strzok is saying he can't read his own handwriting. In that, those particular notes. Interesting. And of course, nor could he recall the conversation. I'm sorry, Senator, I do not recall. Okay, that was footnote 423. Continuing, top of the page here. On the morning of yeah, SRS 4859. Yeah, it's I think you got it right. Hollywood, you too. Hollywood, I think you nailed it. I'll start over here. On the morning of November 1, 2016, at the State Department's request, Orr met with Deputy Assistant Secretary Kathleen Kavalek and several other senior State Department officials regarding State Department efforts to investigate Russian influence in foreign elections and how the Department of Justice might assist those efforts. During a break in the meeting, Orr and Kavalek discussed together Kavalek's interactions with Steele. Orr told us that he could not recall how he discovered that Kavalek knew Steele or how he and Kavalek began discussing Steele. Orr also stated that he recalled meeting with Kavalek on more than one occasion because Orr was interested in obtaining relevant information about Steele from Kavalek so that he could share it with the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane team. Interesting. So Orr is assuming that Kavalek never told Steele about her. I'm sorry, that Kavalek never told the FBI about her interactions with Steele. I wonder what gave him that impression. Footnote 424. Orr stated that obtaining information from Kavalek was not part of his department responsibilities, and even though he had previously provided her name to individuals who were part of the Crossfire Hurricane team, he actively sought information from her because he thought it could be important to whatever investigation the FBI was conducting about Russian interference in the 2016 U.S. elections. Okay, so instead of saying to Kavalek, are you communicating with the FBI about Steele and what you know or what he's told you, which is the same thing, obviously, he just decides to pump her for information so then he can go to the FBI and tell them what she said. So now we're playing a game of telephone with a rather senior Department of State official. Wow. That was footnote 424. Continuing. We asked Orr if he provided Kavalek with any of the information Steele or Simpson shared with him during these conversations. Altogether now, he said that he could not recall. Continuing. Kavalek told us that she could not recall the specifics of her conversations with Orr regarding Steele. And I don't remember in Orr's testimony, and I'm not saying I remember it perfectly, but I just don't remember in the reading that we did about Orr talking with Kavalek. I just don't remember that coming up. Old Yeller's best Christmas movie ever made, David. Best Christmas movie ever. Deborah. Deborah Ellis. Hello. Welcome. Welcome. Nice to see you. Well, nice to see you. John, did I see you sneak in? John Hartman? I don't remember, actually. Um, I'll be darned. The brain is going, folks. You're watching me decline in real time. Watch out for the psychotic break. Although it will be very entertaining, I'm sure. Okay, continuing. Kavalek told us that she could not recall the specifics of her conversations with Orr regarding Steele. She stated that just before or after the November 21, 2016 meeting, she asked Orr if he knew Steele. Kavalek said that she generally shared with Orr the information that Steele had provided, and she said Orr appeared to be aware of it already. She told us that Orr responded that Steele's information was, quote, kind of crazy, kind of wild, quite a tale, close quote. Kind of young, kind of now, Charlie. There goes the psychotic break. Right on cue. Continuing. She told us that she provided this information to Orr, believing that he would pass it along to whoever needed it. Kavalek said that she did not specifically ask Orr to do anything with the information and did not expect to receive any feedback from Orr. Later, on November 21, 2016, in a meeting previously arranged by Lisa Page at Strzok's request, Orr met with Lisa Page, Strzok, Joe Pieka, Strzok's hatchet man, the Office of the General Counsel, OGC, Unit Chief, and the Chief of Counterintelligence Divisions, or CD, Counterintelligence Analysis, Section 1, or Intel Section Chief. Strzok, the OGC Unit Chief, Joe Pieka, and the Intel Section Chief told us the purpose of the meeting was to better understand Steele's background and reliability as a source and to identify his source network. Notes taken by meeting participants indicate that Orr shared the following information. Got some bullet points here. First one, Orr thought Steele had quote-unquote great expertise concerning Russia. Steele wrote well-sourced reports using a variety of subsources that he wrote for other purposes and shared with the FBI. Dude, you said earlier that they were general information and that you did not use them because they weren't actionable. Are you referring specifically now to the memos he's writing that comprise the dossier, the ones that you've seen? Because there were no variety of subsources. There was subsource 1, and that was it. Subsource 1 had subsources, subsources, but I'd be interested if that's what Orr is referring to, because it's a bit of a stretch. Next one. Steele had participated in past efforts to connect Orr to Russian oligarchs through intermediaries. Next. Simpson hired Steele to research Trump and hired Nellie Orr to perform open source, I want to say open heart, open source research on Trump. Next. Orr met with Simpson in August 2016, and Simpson provided Orr with the names of 3 quote-unquote potential conduits of information between Russia and the Trump campaign, footnote 425. See Section 2A2 of this chapter regarding the individuals mentioned by Simpson. At the November 21 meeting, Orr provided Joe Pieka with a copy of his notes containing these 3 names and a short summary of their alleged roles. That was footnote 425. Continuing. Steele's reporting was shared by Simpson with, quote, a lot of people, unquote, including the Clinton campaign and the Department of State, footnote 426. Strzok and Joe Pieka's notes specifically mentioned then State Department Assistant Secretary Victoria Nuland. Where did that name come from? I wonder. And then Special Assistant to the Special Envoy to Libya, Jonathan Weiner. Libya. That's the posting I want. A completely failed state, thanks to us. Thanks to Hillary. Okay, next one. Steele was quote-unquote desperate that Trump not be elected, but was providing reports for ideological reasons, specifically that, quote, Russia was bad, close quote. Footnote 427. When we interviewed Steele, he told us that he did not state that he was desperate that Trump not be elected, so you're calling Orr a liar, and thought Orr might have been paraphrasing his sentiments. Steele told us that based on what he learned during his research, he was concerned that Trump was a national security risk, and he had no particular animus against Trump otherwise. Dude, how much more animus do you need than thinking that a presidential candidate was a severe national security risk? I mean, if he's hooked up with the Russians, what else could you be but desperate that he not be elected? Seriously. Well, what's the paraphrase here? That you were concerned that let's see what another euphemism here. What can I come up with? That you were slightly rattled. One more. Let's see. Chad, help me out here. One more. A euphemism for desperate. Let's see. Damn it. One more. I already did concerned. So screw it. I'll let you guys come up with one. Needful. Needful's nice. Not quite exactly what I was looking for, Hollywood, but that's a good one. But again, I'll stop. You guys can keep it up. You don't need me to babble and pause and just lose my mind while you're patiently waiting. Ooh, desiring. Oh, there you go. Frantic's too high on the list on the spectrum there, David. A good word, but I think Hollywood nailed it. Desiring, definitely the better word. 500 $500 to Hollywood. That was, let's see, that was footnote 427. Okay, last bullet point in this string. Reporting of Kremlin activities, quote, may be exaggerated or conspiracy theory talk, close quote, so Steele cannot know whether all the reporting is true. According to Orr, he asked the FBI personnel whether there was a prosecutor assigned to their investigation and was told no. He also said that no one at the meeting told him about the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, again, nor should they have, but that he was advised that the FBI was quote-unquote pushing ahead on a Manafort case. Joe Piecka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, memorialized the meeting with Orr in a 302, which largely mirrored the attendees' notes, but also provided additional details, footnote 428. Joe Piecka told us that the 302 documenting the meeting with Orr was incorrectly dated as having occurred on November 22, 2016, instead of November 21, 2016. If that was the only mistake you ever made on a 302, Piecka, your life would be complete. Continuing. Joe Piecka documented in the 302 that Orr told the FBI that, and we've got some bullet points here. First, Steele was, quote, desperate that Donald Trump not get elected and was passionate about him not being the U.S. president. So there's your word frantic, David. That would have fit perfectly in there. Continuing, next one. Quote, Orr never believed Steele was making up information or shading it, close quote. Next, Simpson and Steele could have met with Yahoo or Yahoo News, and this is a quote, jointly, but Orr did not know if they did, close quote, and, last one, Orr, quote-unquote, knew that Simpson was, quote, hired by a lawyer who does opposition research, and that Steele's reporting was being distributed to, quote, the Clinton campaign, John Weiner at the U.S. State Department, and the FBI. Weiner. I remember hearing that one before. Interesting. That brings us to footnote 429. The 302 also stated that Orr knew, quote, Simpson and others, unquote, were talking to Victoria Nuland at the State Department, but did not provide any details. Man, it's funny how these people keep popping up in different places. It's whack-a-mole. It's absolutely whack-a-mole. Continuing. The 302 also documented that Orr provided the FBI with copies of the notes he took about the meetings with Steele on July 30, 2016, and in late September 2016. The FBI did not insert this 302 into Steele's closed CHS file. Why the hell not? Footnote 430. The FBI drafted a total of 13 302s documenting its meetings with Orr. None of the 302s were added to Steele's closed CHS file. Holy shit. Language, kids. Sorry. That's... man. He's closed, and they're still protecting their source. I would say in complete violation of FBI rules, if not norms, from what we've seen. I don't know the manual. I can't state that definitively, but how else would you describe it? Just they forgot? Where did they go? Did they open a file on Orr? Did they just shove them into a file cabinet under miscellaneous? Where the hell else would they have gone? Well, obviously they would have gone into the Crossfire Hurricane system somewhere in there. They would have had a file for that, I'm sure, if they used it. That's very good, SRS 4859. Very good. I don't break your arm patting yourself on the back. I know you're kidding. I had to say that just to throw that in there. You're a great guy. No worries here. Let's see. Did we read footnote 430? Yeah, we did. Okay. Continuing. Joe Piecka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man, told us that no one in the meeting directed Orr to contact Steele or take any action on behalf of the FBI, but added that Orr likely left the meeting with the impression that he should contact the FBI if Steele contacted him. When asked if the FBI provided him any guidance on what to do if Steele contacted him, Orr stated that, quote, the general instruction was to let them know when I got information from Steele, close quote, though he could not recall who told him this or whether he was told this at the October 18 or November 21 meeting. Orr told us that Joe Piecka became his initial FBI point of contact when Orr sought to provide more of Steele's information to the FBI. Why not handling Agent 1? Because maybe the FBI didn't want him to know that they were still communicating with Steele and that he would raise a stink about how it was breaking protocol. Again, if not the rules themselves. In fact, it is against the rules. Remember, we read that previously, that if you have a closed source and they approach you again with information, you have to open that source again in order to receive that information, but you're only allowed to do it once. And the FBI, in this instance, never reopened Steele. They took information from him 13 times through Bruce Orr, and obviously kept the people who would have known better out of the loop. Oh, okay. All right, SRS explains himself. I did mean it as a did you mean you did mean it? Okay, I got it. You did mean it as a compliment. You can't type fast, so I come in last, but I can rhyme. By the way, I think a lot of you guys use voice to text for putting in your chat as opposed to typing. I know Laura does it. I guess some of you other guys do as well. I had never considered that. The typing that I was doing in the chat last night at Lizard Bites Drive-In, in the beginning, before I went into lurking mode, I was just tipping away at the keyboard on my iPad because we were also listening to the Dan Bongino um, Nunez interview at that time, and I couldn't be speaking into the iPad and talking over Nunez and Bongino. That would have been sacrilege, and I would not have done that, especially since Picasso Knows was listening as well, and that would have really, bothered her. It would have bothered me anyway. So, oh, you do type. I'm sorry, Laura. I see. The reason I said that is I remember your using a detrimental um, term towards Siri on one or two occasions, and I thought that meant you were using her to get your text into the chat. My mistake. My mistake. Thank you for correcting me. David, in fact, real quick, I know I'm babbling. Picasso Knows is going to yell, moving right along any second now. I had to watch the Bongino Nunez video 3 times because the first time I was chatting with you guys and I couldn't pay attention to it, which is why I went into lurking mode during the movie. Because if I chat during a stream, I can't hear what's going on. I can't multitask like that. You guys are great at it, but I can't do it. And then, so the second time was when I'd gone to bed and I was watching it while I was relaxing and I fell asleep. Not Dan's fault, not Devin's fault. I just fell asleep. So this morning I woke up really early, like 5, or actually 3 o'clock, and I fell asleep till 4:30, and I was up since then. So I watched it at like 5:30 while I was sitting there wide awake, and I finally finished it. But good old spell check. Yep, me too, JF. Me too. Yeah. Anyone in the chat who has not, first of all, you have got to subscribe to Dan Bongino's channel on YouTube. The video comes out after his podcast audio streams, but I listen to it on Podbean when I have to, which I think is one of the great podcast sites. Podbean is really awesome, but the video is incredible because you get all of Dan's emoting, and he really knows how to get passionate in front of the screen, and you also get to see the graphics of the different cuts they take out of articles. And I always find it much easier to read those pieces than to just listen to them. I really process information better when I read it. So it really helps a lot. And if you weren't watching this week, you wouldn't have known that Dan had a black eye from the other day doing his grappling class. You would have heard it, but you wouldn't have seen it. And David, as I like to say, I can write 70 words a minute if you include the backspace key. Let's see. Where were we? Okay, so Arabic numeral 7. Orr's December 2016 meetings with the FBI and Simpson. On December 5, 2016, Orr had a follow-up interview with Joe Piekka, Peter Strzok's Hatchet Man, concerning his contacts with Steele and Simpson. During the interview, Orr told Piekka that Simpson directed Steele to speak to the press, which was part of what Simpson was paying Steele to do, but that Orr did not know whether speaking with Mother Jones was Simpson's idea or not. Additionally, according to the 302, Orr gave Piekka a document that Nellie Orr had created titled, quote-unquote, Manafort Chronology, and told Piekka that he would provide the FBI with additional research compiled by Nellie while working for Fusion GPS. Orr told us that he did not recall when or why Nellie provided him with the Manafort chronology, but pointed to the July 2016 breakfast with Steele as a possible reason she provided it to him. And again, there's a lot of false information flowing out of Ukraine about Manafort's dealings with Ukrainian oligarchs, and that was the result. The resulting document from that is known as the Black Ledger, which was full of lies about Manafort accepting tons of cash from the Ukrainians. And again, where would you put all of that cash without alerting the authorities? Remember, anything over $9,999 that you put into the bank is automatically reported to the feds. Automatically. And they will come, if it's more than that, they can come and interview you as to where you got all that cash and what the hell's going on. So, yeah. A complete and total fabrication. Continuing. Nellie Orr told us that she offered Bruce Orr her fusion GPS research at the end of September 2016, which included the Manafort chronology in an effort to supplement what she believed Orr would tell the FBI after the July 30 meeting with Steele. Footnote 431. As discussed above, Nellie Orr stopped working for Fusion GPS in September 2016. Continuing. On December 7, 2016, Orr convened an interagency meeting, including representatives from the FBI, regarding strategy in dealing with Russian Oligarch 1. One of Orr's junior department colleagues who attended the meeting told us that, after the meeting, she talked with Orr about why the U.S. government would support trying to work with Russian Oligarch 1. Orr's colleague said that Orr told her that Steele provided information that the Trump campaign had been corrupted by the Russians. The colleague told us that she asked Orr if the allegations went, quote, all the way to the president, unquote, and that Orr responded, yes. She told us that Orr said to her that this information was, quote, the basis for the Russian Oligarch 1 discussion, close quote. Orr told us he recalled telling his colleague generally about the information information he received from Steele, but said he could not recall when he told her or what prompted him to do so. According to Orr's telephone log, Orr called Simpson on December 8 and arranged a time to meet, but Orr told us he could not recall why he contacted Simpson. Orr said that he met with Simpson on December 10, 2016, and that Simpson gave him a thumb drive. Orr stated that Simpson did not tell him what was on the thumb drive, and that Orr did not ask him. Wow, this is a lawyer, folks. And what he's doing by not asking him is allowing himself plausible deniability. Defense attorneys do this all the time by not asking a lot initially of direct questions regarding your story, so that they can't say later well, I knew that he told me this, but I told the court something else, so I lied. If they don't know it, then they can't lie about it. I have experience with this. I'm not going to go into detail, but it does work that way on occasion. Maybe I had a shoddy lawyer. I don't know. By the way, the case was never adjudicated, completely free and clear. So don't think you can look me up in a criminal database and find me, because I'm not there. That's okay. Orr did not ask him, but that Orr believed it contained Steele's election reports. Footnote 432. As mentioned in Chapter 6, the thumb drive included 15 election reports and one additional document. The FBI had previously received 9 of the 15 election reports from Steele, and 4 additional election reports from the Mother Jones reporter through then FBI General Counsel James Baker. 2 election reports were new to the FBI, but the FBI also received those 2 reports at about the same time from then Senator McCain through then Director James Comey. The FBI only received 1 additional document from the thumb drive or provided to the FBI. That was footnote 432. 433 or 432, excuse me. Continuing. In testimony to the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, Simpson stated that Orr requested that he provide information regarding Steele's election reporting. Footnote 433, and that references Simpson's transcript of his interview with the HPSCI. Okay, continuing. Orr stated, and his contemporaneous notes reflect, that Simpson told him during the meeting that Trump's attorney, Michael Cohen, was an intermediary between the Russian government and the Trump campaign and had replaced Manafort and Carter Page as intermediaries. According to Orr's notes, during the meeting, Simpson referenced several other alleged links between the Trump campaign and the Russian government. Orr's notes show that Simpson told Orr that Simpson, quote, still thinks Person 1 is a key figure connecting Trump to Russia, close quote. Additionally, Orr's notes reflect that Simpson told Orr that it was Simpson who asked Steele to speak with the Mother Jones reporter as a, quote, Hail Mary attempt, unquote. Continuing. On December 11, 2016, Simpson forwarded an article to a personal email account shared by Orr and his wife, which Nellie Orr forwarded to Orr's department email account, about a Russian senator's possible support of Trump. The next day, December 12, Simpson wrote another email, this time requesting to speak with Orr on the telephone. According to Orr's telephone log, he spoke with Simpson that same day, but Orr could not recall what he and Simpson discussed. I'm sorry, Senator. I do not recall. I mean, it was, what, a year and a half, 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. So I should give Bruce the benefit of the doubt. It may not have been that incredibly important information. There may not have been incredibly important information in the phone call. Sorry, I tripped myself up there. But you just gotta wonder. All these do not recalls really, really add up. Okay, that was footnote 433. No, that wasn't a footnote. I just finished that paragraph, sorry. Continuing. On December 20, 2016, Orr provided Joe Pieka with another thumb drive, this one containing open source research that Nellie Orr had produced for a Fusion GPS. Nellie Orr stated that after the July 30, 2016 brunch, she understood that Orr was going to talk to the FBI, quote, on request of Steele, close quote, and so she provided her work product to her husband at the end of September 2016 as she finished working for a Fusion GPS. Orr told us he could not recall when Nellie provided him with her research. And remember, during the congressional hearing, Nellie was trying to, I shouldn't say trying, she was using her constitutional right to not testify against her husband during her testimony, specifically about when, I'm sorry, no, not that, confidentiality between spouses, spousal communications. That's what I meant. And she tried to use that, and I believe to good effect, to not tell the committee when she gave Orr that thumb drive, or was it that what she told him was on it? I believe actually it was the latter. It's hard for me to do all this in real time, and my brain is kind of filling in the blanks as we go along. One of the great lines of all time, Skullcram. Absolutely. Oh my God. Is that Ron White who said that? I believe so. What a talent. We saw him about 2 years ago at a theater not too far from us. It was a converted movie theater, and it's a jewel. It's an absolute jewel what they've done to it. The inside is as nice as it was probably when the theater was first created, if not nicer. And wow, was it good. Uncle Bobbity. Welcome, sir. Don't ask me why I said it that way. Don't ask because I have no freaking idea whatsoever. Okay, continuing. No, oh, I already read that part. Let's see. Okay, here we go. According to Nellie Orr, she removed the Fusion GPS headers from her research because she had not asked Simpson for permission to provide the reports to the FBI and wanted the reports to stand on their own merit. So you lied to the FBI about the origin of those reports. Nice going, Nellie. Nobody ever went to jail for lying to the FBI. Ever. Okay, B. Orr's continued contact with Steele and Simpson from January to November 2017. Tongue just got dry. In 2017, Orr's written communications with Steele transitioned from emails using Orr's department email account to communications using an encrypted electronic messaging forum. That's not suspicious at all. Orr provided the OIG with a transcript of his encrypted electronic communications with Steele dating from January 25 to November 27, 2017. Excuse me. And his notes from their conversations. These documents indicate that Orr and Steele communicated multiple times in 2017 and that Orr typically informed the FBI of those communications shortly thereafter. The FBI's interviews with Orr between January and mid-May 2017 were summarized in 9 302s, which we discussed below. Uncle Bobbity says ZeroHedge.com political files, FISA court. Oh, let's see. Okay, let's see if I can get this in here. All right, Control C, new tab, Control V, enter. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Oh my God. Oh, Technofog. He's one of Bongino's main sources. Him and 279, I think is the other guy. Hat tip to both. All right, let's read this real quickly, folks. This is important. This is by Tyler Durden. Today, not very long ago, submitted by anonymous attorney and journalist Technofog, emphasis ours. This week, presiding Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, or FISC, Judge Rosemary Collier, released 2 stern orders taking the FBI to task for its repeated failures, omissions, and misrepresentations in its application and subsequent renewals to surveil Carter Page. And while one FBI employee has received a criminal referral for doctoring evidence in the scheme to defraud the court, this is in bold, key players with oversight responsibilities under penalty of perjury have been given a pass. Judge Collier's December 17, 2019 order, written after the publication of Inspector General Michael Horowitz's long-awaited report on FISA abuse, emphasized the role the FBI plays when it makes its assessment on whether probable cause exists to a warrant. In particular, FISC requires the FBI agent swearing to the application fully and accurately provide, quote, information in its possession that is material to whether probable cause exists. She noted that the IG report revealed, quote, troubling instances in which FBI personnel provided information to NSD which was unsupported or contradicted by information in their possession. Judge Collier also expressed concerns about the FBI Office of General Counsel Attorney reported to have been Kevin Kleinsmith, who altered evidence to mislead about Carter Page acting as a source for the CIA. Okay, and here's the order, which we've already read. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so what? Oh, okay, there's a link to the order. This is the order we've already read. Okay, so it's just that one real sentence there that the court. Let me right here. No, that's the earlier one. Darn it. Where is it? Okay, here. Key players with oversight responsibilities under penalty of perjury have been given a pass. Okay. All right. Interesting. Interesting. Thank you, Uncle Bobby. We were all concerned about that. We had talked about it quite often, and Harley cut it out. No, I'm not going to pet you. You just make it worse. But it is unfortunate and not surprising because, as we said the other day, can anyone remember ever an FBI agent getting either called on the carpet and demoted for lying to the FISC, or being rung up on criminal charges for perpetrating a fraud upon the court? And I don't believe any of us came up with one. So yet again. I don't think FISC is. I think FISC comes up for budget renewal in March, and I don't think they're going to get it. I see you. Do you want to come up? No, you just want to be mean. Yep, Kitty. If I pet her, she won't hold still. She makes me move my arms all over the place to try to get to her, like she is right now. Yes, Kitty Cat, you're lucky. You're lucky I touched you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have pet you. And she just won't stop. Uncle Bobby with one of the best lines of the day. Harley is Cat Bongino. If she didn't already have a name, Uncle Bobby, I would do that. I would switch to that, but I love her name. Harley T. Quinn. The T stands for fearless. So I can't change her name, but that's damn good. Damn good. JF says most government positions have replacement on standby. Very good point. Very good point. Yes, John, Lucy is a good girl. All right, back to comedy jokes. Let's see. Encrypted. Okay, November, and notes or conversations. Continuing. These documents indicate that Orr and Steele communicated multiple times in 2017, and that Orr typically informed the FBI of those communications shortly thereafter. The FBI's interviews with Orr between January and mid-May 2017 were summarized in 9 302s, which we discuss below, footnote 434. In addition to the information summarized in this section, Orr also provided information to the FBI from Steele and other individuals on unrelated matters. There we go. Harley's up on the cat stand, right underneath the halogen light where there's a lot of... yep, Hollywood. T stands for fearless. Absolutely. I like to keep people on their toes, and it's things like that that make people think about what you're saying instead of just glossing over it. Let's see, what's the other one I use? People say nice to see you, and I'll say nice to be seen. I like to throw people off. I know you do, Uncle Bobbity. You're the master at it. I am your mere Padawan. Oh, actually, SRS, I did not come up with Harley. Picasso knows did, because Harley's purr is loud, and so it sounds like a Harley Davidson motorcycle with loud pipes. So that's how that came. And then I added the T Quinn onto that. And Picasso Knows was kind enough to let me. Good question, though. Good question. We had a cat, Veronica, who passed away a few years ago, who I named after the Elvis Costello song. Lucy, I don't remember how we came up with that name. I really don't. And then the other cat, Piper, they actually named her that at the shelter. And because she does not meow, she has more of a piping sound. We thought it perfect, and so we never changed it. Yeah, I've never heard her meow once. Okay, so that was footnote 434. Continuing. During this time frame, Orr's FBI point of contact changed. As described in Chapter 3, Joe Piecka rotated off the Crossfire Hurricane team in January 2017, and SSA 3 became Orr's FBI point of contact until April 2017. Again, handling agent number 1 out of the picture. Rachel meowed out. If they lied all the time, I might consider that, but they're all very truthful kitties. Continuing. From approximately May to June 2017, SSA 4 became Orr's third point of contact. An agent from the Special Counsel's Office became Orr's final point of contact through November 2017. Again, here's the Special Counsel, the Mueller team, completely flouting the rules of contact. Instead of dealing with Steele directly, they absolutely, um, they absolutely just keep going through Orr for no reason whatsoever. It's ridiculous. JF, you thought it was your cat? She does come across like, quite loudly. Her meow is louder than her purr, but her purr is really loud. You can hear it across the room if the conditions are right. It's wonderful. We love it. We absolutely love it. Let's see. We read that. Special Counsel's Office. Okay, continuing. In January 2017, Steele expressed concerns to Orr that the media would identify and therefore endanger his employee and the employee's subsources. Okay, so now you're worried about the media, which you've been talking with continuously. I'm sorry, that you've been talking with continuously. And before, you were worried about Trump ruining everything. Raise your hand if you think Steele's an idiot. Actually, SRS 4859, the um, Epoch Times, EPOCH. I'm sure you've seen their ads on YouTube. They have a website that I subscribe to. If you, at one point, if you had subscribed to their newspaper, they deliver a physical newspaper once a week. They had a complete Spygate. I don't remember what they called it. I think they called it Spygate, but a complete Spygate poster with everybody, with communication lines drawn all over the place. It was a beautiful thing. I wish I had pulled the trigger and gotten it because the initial subscription for I think, for 1 month, or was it the first week, is $1 on their YouTube specials. $1. Pretty worth it. They also have a Hong Kong edition. And if you've seen the ads, some Chinese communist agents, that obviously they couldn't have been anybody else, came in and set fire to one of their presses. One time. Threw a bunch of flammable liquid in front of it and lit it on fire. Hilariously, the guy who lit it was standing in the middle of all that fluid, or liquid, excuse me, and it torched him. He had hot feet as he was running out of it. It was pretty funny. Oh yeah, they're so they that's scary shit. I'm sorry, kids, language, but yeah, SRS 4059, that is scary stuff. But it is fascinating that they have a Hong Kong edition. I'd love to know what the business relationship with everybody is, how that came about. Was the Hong Kong edition first, and then they started publishing in the States? I think that may be the case, actually. But their website's pretty good. Okay, he endanger his employee and the employee's subsources. Continuing, Orr conveyed Steele's concerns to SSA-3 and SSA-4 several times in the early months of 2017. Footnote 435. Orr stated that by the end of January 2017, Steele knew that Orr was talking with the FBI because he informed Steele that the FBI could protect Steele's employee. Let's see, 435, there we are. Steele told us that it was clear to him that Orr was a conduit to the FBI. He said that Orr told him that he had talked to the FBI about his concern for his source's safety, and the FBI had offered to help. This just came to my mind, excuse me for this, but I'm sure all of you recall that the Horowitz report was actually pretty well ready to go late spring, around, I think, late May, early June of this year, and then Steele crawled out of his hole and went to Horowitz and started talking. And that changed everything, because now they had the Steele information to go by, and they had to go back and re-interview everybody using the Steele notes as reminders or checks against their testimony. So I'm pretty sure, and that cascaded, because other people are like, oh shit, sorry kids, language. I'm really sorry about the language today, people. I'm not paying attention to it. But Steele created a cascade of people wanting to come in and either retune their testimony or just come in as a new person and start talking, because they were worried that Steele had blown them out of the water and they needed to get their own narrative out there. I believe that's the exact reason that the report took as long as it did. Because you'll notice there are not a lot of redactions in this report. There are a few, but really, considering what this is all about, the redactions are fairly minimal, and some of them we can see right through, so they're not even important. But that's my take on it. That's kind of you, David. I don't like to throw it around if I can help it. I think if you can communicate your thoughts in this kind of in this kind of a setting, if you can communicate your thoughts without throwing around profanity, you're doing a better job than if you do. It's too easy to fall back on profanity to make a point, and it really dilutes your point, in my opinion. I mean, if I'm in the bar, and I'm with the guys, it's gonna fly like mad. But in this setting, I think I should try to maintain a professional line of communication. I mean, sure, we yuck it up, and you guys are great with that. I have my odd joke, but really, I think I should try to be as professional as possible. Yes, moderation, absolutely. I believe completely. Although there is one of my favorite quotes from science fiction. I think it was a Joseph A. Campbell character. I don't remember for certain though. It was decades ago when I read this. But the particular character had a phrase which is moderation is for monks. I believe in moderation, but that is hilarious. I've got to look that up sometime and see who it was, what character it was that said that, because he was a recurring character in his novels. Let's see, the F435. Let me just read this last sentence in the paragraph again, just to make sure. Steele told us that it was clear to him that Orr was a conduit to the FBI. He said that Orr told him that he had talked to the FBI about his concern for his source's safety, and the FBI offered to help. At the end of January 2017, and aware that President Trump had removed Acting Attorney General Sally Yates, Steele asked Orr for an FBI contact if Orr were to leave the department. Orr provided Steele's concerns to the FBI, and on February 6, 2017, SSA 3 and Case Agent 8 requested Orr to ask Steele if he would be willing to talk to the FBI again. Hey, Karen likes you. Do you like her? This is fourth grade stuff. I didn't even know Joseph Campbell had ever been on PBS. Huh. Thank you, Hollywood. I may have to look for that. Although you say droning, so it may not be as interesting as I thought it might be, or hoped it might be, excuse me. But again, I'll have to see if I can dig some of that up to get a feel for it. No, Joseph A. Campbell's one of the greats. He is one of the absolute gods in early science fiction. He really helped bring it out. Hero's Quest. Hero's Quest. Okay. Thank you, David. Good job. Good job. Wow, guys. Wow. Awesome chat as always. Best in the business. You guys really make this podcast or vlog or whatever the hell you want to call it. You really make it complete. You really do. Thank you. Continuing. Again, does Steele like the FBI? Because the FBI likes Steele. All right. On February 14, 2017, Orr shared with SSA 3 and Case Agent 8 information on topics Steele was working on for different clients, unrelated to Russia or Crossfire Hurricane. Footnote 436. Orr said that he understood Steele was quote-unquote angling for Orr to assist him with his client's issues. For example, Orr stated that Steele was hoping that Orr would intercede on his behalf with the department attorney handling a matter involving a European company. Orr denied providing any assistance to Steele in this regard, and we found no evidence that he did. The department attorney handling the matter involving the European company told us that Orr never spoke with her about the matter. Steele told us that he asked Orr about the department attorney involved in the case because he was considering contacting the attorney about an issue involving his client. Okay, that's footnote 436 up at the top here. Orr also informed the agents that he did not speak to Steele about re-engaging directly with the FBI. Orr told us the FBI's offers to talk with Steele in early 2017 were for the purpose of assisting with an emergency with Steele's subsources, but when the danger to the subsources passed, the need to re-engage disappeared. On May 8, 2017, Orr told SSA 4 and Case Agent 5, can't tell the players without a scorecard, folks, that Steele was willing to work with the FBI again. Orr said that Steele had independently raised with Orr the subject of re-engaging with the FBI. On May 12, 2017, SSA 4 requested that Orr ask Steele if he was willing to meet with FBI agents in Europe. According to Orr, he contacted Steele, who agreed to talk with the FBI agents on May 15, 2017. The meeting did not take place, and as discussed in Chapter 6, the FBI did not have contact with Steele until September 2017, when he was interviewed by agents assigned to the special counsel's office. Orr told us he continued to communicate with Steele through the end of November 2017 and provided the details of those communications to the FBI, which primarily focused on Steele's interest in being interviewed by the special counsel. However, the FBI did not memorialize any meetings its agents had with Orr after the Crossfire Hurricane investigation was transferred to the special counsel's office in May 2017. Orr told us that Steele stopped contacting him after Orr's name appeared in news articles at the end of 2017. Poor, I know I've used this phrase for someone else, but poor put upon Steele. Okay, C. Orr's lack of notification to ODAG, NSD, and others regarding his contacts with Steele, Simpson, and the FBI. Orr stated that it was both his quote-unquote duty as a citizen and a department employee to provide Steele's and Simpson's allegations concerning Russian connections to the Trump campaign to the FBI, or did not inform his supervisors or political leadership in ODAG that he was meeting with Steele, Simpson, or the FBI, and did not seek any ethics advice regarding these activities in light of his wife's employment with Fusion GPS from October 2015 to September 2016. Yeah, Hollywood. That's a good point. Working with the FBI versus work for the FBI. I think that depends on whether or not you're a CHS, because that was the whole thing with Steele. Steele thought he was working with the FBI, that his company was being engaged by the FBI for information, and the FBI considered Steele a CHS, and therefore he was working for them. That's where the whole hullabaloo came up with the, well, it never came up with the Yahoo article because they never asked him, the FBI never asked him. But after the Mother Jones article, when Steele said, by the way, I talked to Mother Jones, then Handling Agent 1 closed him. And again, there was that misunderstanding, maybe misunderstanding between the two. Or Steele was basically saying, yeah, I know they signed me up as a confidential human source, but screw them, screw you guys, I'll do what I want. I know that was a horrible Hartman, but yeah. Well, again, Skullcram, Steele saw it as remuneration for his company's work, and the FBI saw it as paying a source. So again, there's the with versus the for. But I think it's amazing that Handling Agent 1 he knew that there was this disconnect between what the FBI thought and what Steele thought, and he allowed it to continue under the surface without ever fully addressing it with Steele. You'll remember from earlier when we were reading, Handling Agent 1 said that he thought it was good enough that he brought Steele in for a CHS, basically review of their responsibilities for the FBI, what they were to do and what they weren't to do. And Steele would sign that, and Handling Agent 1 thought, well, that's enough. He knows, instead of having a come to Jesus meeting with him and really laying it out. I agree with you completely, Uncle Bobbity. I agree with you completely. Anyway, that's my take on it. You guys, of course, are welcome to disagree with me. Okay, continuing. Orr told us that while he had the opportunities to do so, he did not advise ODAG's political leadership of his interactions with Steele and Simpson, or of the information they provided, and that he shared with the FBI because he viewed the information as quote-unquote raw and unfinished, close quotes, Russian source information that the FBI needed to evaluate. Let me try again. Information as raw and unfinished, both in quotes, unfinished Russian source information that the FBI needed to evaluate. Kind of screwed up the meter there. Asked whether he considered informing a career employee within the ODAG of the information, Orr responded, quote, I think if I told another ODAG person, then they might have said, well, we've just got to tell the DAG, close quote. Asked whether a factor in his reluctance to tell then DAG Yates was because she may have told him to stop speaking with Steele, Orr responded, quote, it may have been, yeah, close quote. Boy, what a well-spoken guy. Oh, brother. Continuing, he further stated that he did not want to stop talking to Steele because he was alarmed by the information he was receiving and believed he needed to get it to the FBI. Again, why you, Bruce? Why you? He's helping the FBI break their rules. And he never thinks for a second that he's, doing something unethical. And again, as we went over before, there was no rule set in the department that precluded someone from doing what Bruce was doing. But I think we all agreed that how could you ever come up with that rule, because no one could imagine anyone ever doing that. As we all know, most laws are written in blood. And I'm sure now the department has a very strict set of standards as to who is allowed to tell the FBI what and how. But, yeah. Okay, continuing from this farce. Orr told Schwartz about his meetings with Steele and Simpson and the information they had provided. Orr told us that it was possible that he also told then counsel to the Criminal Division Assistant Attorney General Zanib Ahmad, footnote 437. Ahmad was an acting Deputy Assistant Attorney General in the Criminal Division from January to April 2017. Well, somebody didn't last very long. Wonder where he went. Okay, that was footnote 437. Zanid Ahmad and Chief of the Fraud Section, Andrew Weissman. Well, we know where Weissman went. Piece of shit. Okay, I caught myself that time. You guys know what I'm about to say. Weissman about his meetings with Steele, Simpson, and McCabe. When asked why he thought he may have told these department employees as opposed to individuals in ODAG, Orr stated he wanted to, quote, get the information to career people to evaluate it and figure out what to do, close quote. Wow, Weissman talked to them? Wow, this is interesting. Weissman told us that Orr told him, quote unquote, nothing about the allegations Orr received from Steele. Ahmad told us that Orr did not provide her with detailed information about what Orr was hearing from Steele, and that Orr only alluded to the fact that Steele had derogatory information about President-elect Trump. Former members of ODAG leadership told us they were unaware of Orr's communications with Steele, Simpson, and the FBI at the time those communications were occurring. Former DAG Yates told the OIG that she was stunned, quote unquote, to learn through media reports in late 2017 that Orr had engaged in these activities without telling her, and that she would have expected Orr to inform her about his communications with Steele because they were outside of his area of responsibility and involved the Russia investigation. Yates added that she, quote, would have hoped that Orr and the FBI would have both told me, unquote, of Orr's meetings with Steele and the FBI. She further stated that Orr's activities needed to be coordinated with the overall Crossfire Hurricane investigation, which included ensuring that the chain of command at both the department and FBI were jointly deciding what actions, if any, Orr might take relating to the Russian interference investigation. Yates told us that had she learned of Orr's activities as they were occurring, she would have ensured that all department and FBI personnel involved in the investigation were informed and consulted. They didn't care. Well, the department would have cared, but the FBI didn't give a damn. It'd be interesting to see what the department would have said. Specifically with respect to Orr's October 18, 2016 meeting with McCabe, Yates told us she expected Orr to inform her of any meeting with someone at McCabe's level, regardless of the subject matter, but especially about something, quote, outside of Orr's area, unquote, of responsibility. Then Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General Matthew Axelrod, I gave him a military rank, similarly told us that he would have expected to know about Orr's activities, communicating with Steele, and providing information to the FBI, because these were not responsibilities assigned to Orr, and his activities related to a quote-unquote sensitive matter. Axelrod said that start over there, reading ahead screwed me up. Axelrod said that if he had learned of Orr's activities as they were occurring, he would have asked questions and sought to determine whether the FBI could stop receiving Steele's information through Orr. Axelrod told us that he thought ODAG would have been uncomfortable with Orr continuing to provide Steele's information to the FBI. Then Associate Deputy Attorney General Scott Schools, who was the highest-ranking career official in the department and ODAG's ethics advisor, stated that the FBI had a responsibility to fully report Orr's involvement to the department's National Security Division, or NSD, and that Orr had a duty to report his involvement to ODAG managers. Dana Bente, who became acting DAG when Yates was removed from the position on January 30, 2017, told us that he was, quote-unquote, really surprised when he learned that Orr had multiple conversations with Steele, particularly because Orr had been a prosecutor and knew that an attorney should never talk to a potential witness without an agent being present. Bente stated that if he had learned about Orr's contacts with Steele while he was acting DAG, he may have allowed Orr to meet with Steele for the limited purpose of putting Steele in direct contact with an FBI agent. But then they would have had to have reopened Steele and explained it to the FISA court, if they would have bothered to tell the FISA court, which I think we all agree probably would not have. Continuing. Orr also told the OIG that he did not approach anyone in NSD because he talked to Schwartz, who once oversaw counterintelligence cases for the department, and thought Schwartz was in contact with NSD concerning, quote-unquote, Russian stuff. Again, the very well-spoken Bruce Orr. That's footnote 438. Schwartz's responsibility for overseeing counterintelligence cases for the department ended when NSD was created in 2006, but he continued to advise NSD's leadership on international matters. Man, we've got a great connection today. We haven't dropped one frame yet, not even a tenth of a frame. And we're getting, what's the throughput here? Oops, sorry, wrong. I just slid that over by mistake. Let's see here. Real quickly. Almost 7,000 kilobits per second. We just dropped down to 5,000. There's 8,000. Yep, good connection. Really good connection today. Hopefully YouTube won't take us off air like they have so many times this week. Let's just bring this down, give you guys some more room. There we go. Let's see, that was footnote 438, which is, oh, come on, where'd it go? There it is, Russia stuff. Continuing, Orr also said that he did not know whether Schwartz passed any of the information to NSD. Orr said that, in hindsight, he thought he should have told people in ODAG and NSD about his communications with Steele and Simpson so that they could deal with the issues presented, and so that Orr could have guidance about how to proceed when communicating with Steele or Simpson. Once again, The 2020 hindsight with these people is blinding in its obviousness. How many times have we looked at an interview with someone and they said, I'm paraphrasing here, basically, I could have done that differently. How many times? 30, 40? Over and over again, this refrain comes up. If this were a song, it'd be rap, in my opinion. Okay, continuing. Schwartz told us that he had no recollection of Orr asking him to do anything with Steele information. Schwartz further stated that he did not think he informed anyone in NSD about Steele's information. Roman numeral 3, the FBI's understanding of its relationship and communications with Orr. In this section, we describe the Crossfire Hurricane teams and FBI's leadership's knowledge and understanding of Orr's activities with Steele and the information Orr provided to the FBI. A. The Crossfire Hurricane team's understanding of Orr's activities related to the investigation. As described earlier in this chapter, Orr met with FBI agents 13 times between November 21, 2016 and May 15, 2017 to discuss his contacts with Steele and Simpson. At 2 of those meetings, in December 2016, after Nellie Orr had left Fusion GPS, Orr provided the FBI with open source research Nellie Orr compiled while employed by Fusion GPS. All 13 meetings between Orr and the FBI were memorialized in FBI 302s, and except for the first meeting, each meeting was held at Orr's request. Orr told us that, other than the FBI's request to inquire about Steele's interest in talking with the FBI again, Orr did not recall the FBI asking him to take any action regarding Steele or Simpson. However, Orr also stated that, quote, the general instruction was to let the FBI know when I got information from Steele, close quote. The FBI personnel we interviewed generally told us that Orr did not make any requests of the FBI, nor did he inquire about any ongoing cases or make any recommendations about potential investigative steps. Well, again, Orr is a policy guy. He does not run cases. Continuing. None of the FBI witnesses we interviewed recalled anyone tasking Orr to gather information from Steele or to act as an intermediary between the FBI and Steele. Did any of you tell him to stop? Did any of you tell him, you've got to clear this with your people at the department before you can keep doing this? Did any of you tell him, tell Steele he needs to start talking directly to us, and we'll figure it out? No. You allowed Orr to continue to be basically a unethical, at best, an unethical back channel for Steele through to the FBI, and you're basically using Orr the entire time. If Orr wasn't a civil servant in the department, he would have been let go. If he was a political appointee, Trump would have blasted him out the door and then gave him a derogatory nickname. But that didn't happen, did it? In fact, the FBI may have considered that as they let Orr continue being a conduit by thinking he's a civil servant. Even if he's caught, what can they do to him? Uncle Bobbity says, nope, retracted. I almost got it, Uncle Bobbity. I almost got it. I did see the very beginning and the very end. That was spicy. But, oh, here it is. It's back. It's back. Okay. If Durham and Barr can't make big moves against us, and again, this is Uncle Bobbity, and things remain mainly the same, I think the Virginia option is the only way of redress of grievances is achieved, and that is really gonna suck. Yeah. Look, let's just say I know people who have done thought experiments about what to do if the deep state is not swept away. And I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to, excuse me, I need to ask Picasso knows for some more tea. Excuse me. Poor Picasso knows she's exhausted. Didn't sleep very well last night. Poor kid. She's going to make me this. I asked her to grab me this one tea and then get some sleep. She needs to take a nap. She is not. I mean, she came into the room to grab one of the Yetis, and I looked at her and like, oh my God, you look really tired. And so we talked about that. That's why we were on clouds a little longer than you would have expected normally. I'm take another drink here. However, she's 3 years younger than I am, so she's a kid. Okay. That's very kind of you, Uncle Bobby. I'll tell her you said that. Continuing. However, Joe Piecka, the first FBI supervisory agent to meet with Orr in November 2016, told us that after their meetings, Orr likely knew that the FBI was seeking information regarding Russian interference in the 2016 elections and would subsequently inform Piecka about anything relevant he learned from Nellie Orr, Steele, Simpson, or elsewhere. Again, why are you relying on a Department of Justice guy who has nothing to do with any of this? I mean, real quickly, if Orr ran cases, knew the legal aspects of this kind of investigation, I could see them utilizing him. It would still be wrong, but it would at least make a little more sense. It's just, this is your FBI folks. This is your 99% who are upright, honest, and effective. Okay, continuing. Piecka stated that he was in quote unquote receive mode with respect to Orr's information and was trying to glean from it as much as he could about Steele's source network. So now you're using Orr to trip up Steele or to investigate Steele without bothering to go through Steele himself. Brilliant. Actually, I should say it is brilliant because Steele probably wouldn't want. Steele hadn't given them any of that information, so any back channel they could have used to pump Steele surreptitiously for information, I can see why they would do that. And now I think about it, it makes sense. It's wrong. It's like giving the president and General Flynn that security brief, or excuse me, that um, defensive briefing, and Pienka actually trying to glean information from Trump and General Flynn that they could use in Crossfire Hurricane. In fact, I read a little ahead here, and Christopher Wray addresses that particular thing specifically in his note in the appendix to Horowitz. Okay, excuse me, just a moment. Yeah, Skullcram, very well said. Obama weaponized many departments, gave them the evil powers. Yep, as Andrew Klavan has said many times, um, Obama is basically, to use the local parlance, a Chicago Pole. And Pole is, of course, short for politician. Um, he knows the Chicago way. No, not a reference to Sean Connery in The Untouchables, but he knows how to um, make departments arms of your personal policy, patronage, basically. Putting people in positions who owe you and will therefore do what you want them to do. That's the Chicago way, and Obama played that fiddle like an expert. It's a shame he got 2 terms because at least the damage could have been staunched, the bleeding could have been staunched after just 1 term because with the ACA, he really wouldn't have had a lot of time to weaponize the rest of the departments as much as he was able to do in the second term. He did okay the first term, but he really, really cranked it up to 11 in the second term, and that's what we're dealing with now, is all that shit. Crap. Excuse me. Pardon kids' language. Let's see. Okay. Right. Intermediary right here. However, Pieka told us the first FBI supervisory agent to meet with Orr. Oh, no. Receive mode. Okay. Here we are. Pienka also said that Orr was well versed in Russian organized crime, and that, in Pienka's view, Orr's motives for coming to the FBI were "quote unquote" pure. Case Agent 1, the lead agent on the Carter Page investigation, told us he recalled learning about Orr from Pienka likely before the first Carter Page FISA application was filed on October 21, 2016. Case Agent 1, the poor put upon Case Agent 1, recalled that contacting Orr was one of the many things on the Crossfire Hurricane team's "quote unquote" to-do list in fall 2016, but it was not as urgent as some of the others. He further stated that the team viewed Orr as another "quote unquote" stream of reporting with potentially new information on Steele's election reports. Case Agent 1 told us that ultimately he did not think that Orr's information presented anything new, and said it did not impact the FBI's work on the Carter Page investigation. Then why did you keep using him as a conduit to Steele? What was your reasoning there? Continuing. He also said that once Steele was closed as a CHS, poor put upon Case Agent 1 did not believe there were any issues with Orr being a "quote unquote" conduit to Steele, but the team never discussed specifically tasking Orr. That probably would have gotten Orr fired if he had done that, or at least demoted. Let's see. Continuing. Poor put upon Case Agent 1 told us that he thought it was "quote, a patriotic thing," unquote, for Orr to provide information to the FBI. Oh yeah, you guys are all patriots. Protecting the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. Except when you read that or recited that back to the to the agent who enrolled you all into the FBI, you forgot to look in the mirror, didn't you? Continuing. Case Agent 1 also stated that Nellie Orr's former employment with Fusion GPS did not cause him any concern in November and December 2016 because the team was still trying to understand Fusion GPS's role, and the team trusted that Orr was a professional career department official. That's the whole problem idiots. Case Agent 1 is a real piece of work. I want to see him rolled up into a ball and kicked down the street. Continuing, SSA 3, one of the supervisory agents who replaced Pienka, stated that in January 2017, Pienka briefed him on the case during their changeover and identified Orr only as a quote-unquote DOJ official and Nellie Orr as working for Fusion GPS. He recalled SSA 1, again Joe Pienka, informing him that Orr provided a version of Steele's election reports to the FBI. SSA 3 also told us that Orr forwarded other information to the team regarding Russian oligarchs and other issues unrelated to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. SSA 3 stated that he received the information but took no action and did not provide feedback to Orr because he did not want Orr to perceive anything as a tasking or discern the focus of the investigation. I guess, continuing, SSA 3 also stated that he did not task Orr because of the appearance of using Orr to obtain information from a closed source. The appearance. Dude, it's against the rules. Orr is at least breaking ethics at the DOJ. And you guys continually getting information from a closed source is against the rules for handling CHSs who have been closed. Uncle Bobbity, repetition equals truth. Well put. Well put. Skullcram, so much for keeping the public's trust. Nicely done. Skullcram again, I still believe so many are dirty alphabet agencies only use that against these bad actors. Only use that, against these bad actors. And Skullcram again, how many times have we heard you have to be a thief to catch a thief? Not true, but if they repeat it enough times, we will start to believe it. Yeah, I'm going to have to disagree with you there, Uncle Bobbity. Have I told you guys the pineapple story? I may have, but since Uncle Bobbity brought this up, I'm going to have to repeat it. There was our favorite pizza place in Dallas was actually in Las Colinas, I believe, or right next to it. It was a real New York Italian pizza place. They served real, honest to God, New York pizza. I mean, the kind that you had to fold and then hold up the end in order to eat because the crust was not crispy. And it had grease all over it. It just dripped onto the plate. It was delicious. And the guy who ran it, I honestly think his name was Tony. Picasso knows would remember, but I'm pretty sure his name was Tony. Direct Brooklyn, born and raised. I don't know why the hell he moved to the Dallas area, but he was flourishing. That place was always packed. Even if you went in at 2:30 in the afternoon, it was packed. My favorite pizza, and same for Picasso knows, is cheese, pepperoni, and extra garlic. It's the best. So we went there with our good friend who was staying with us at the time, and we ordered, and then she ordered a pepperoni and pineapple pizza. So the order went back to the kitchen. Tony comes out about 5 minutes later holding a can, like a 12-ounce, 16-ounce can in his hand. And he comes to the table and he says, "Who ordered the pineapple?" And our friend raises her hand. He takes that can and he slams, I'm not kidding, he didn't set it down on the table. He slammed it onto the table and said, "Here's your pineapple," and walked away. I'll never forget that. And our friend was just stunned. She got her pizza. She did. And it was delicious, of course. But she was stunned, and we were all stunned. The whole restaurant was stunned. Everybody heard it. Nobody could have missed it, especially the can slamming down on the table. It's a very distinct sound. It kind of carries throughout a restaurant. It wasn't a huge place. It's kind of in a strip mall. It was a deeper than normal, but it was still in a strip mall, so it couldn't have been very large. And but boy, oh boy, oh boy, was that entertaining. One other thing with Tony, he came up to the table one time. He always came up to the table, always talked to us. Very personal guy, and for a New Yorker anyway. And he was saying how his cousin had just gone to prison. And I said, geez, Tony, that's awful. I said, I had an uncle who went to jail, and Tony looks at me and goes, no, 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 no. I didn't say jail. I said prison. It was the first time I'd ever heard anyone make a distinction between the two. And I did some research, and I found out that if your sentence is a year or shorter, then you usually wind up doing either county or state time. County time. But if your sentence is a year and a day or longer, then you go to the state penitentiary. Unless it's a federal crime, then you wind up in a federal facility. So anything a year and lower, county. Anything a year and above, state. And anything like a couple weeks or so, probably be the local jail. Well, that's perfectly well put, Hollywood. I mean, yeah, if it's on the menu. But Tony hated making pizza with pineapples. And so he had to make that point known. And I have a feeling no one in that restaurant who was there at that point in time ordered pineapple on their pizza for a month. Skullcram not only is Leavenworth full, but my dearest mother-in-law used to live right next to Leavenworth. And there was a women's prison there at one time. And they were very poor. They couldn't afford to go to the movies in town. But there was movie night at the women's prison, and they would let non-inmates and COs come in and watch the movies. So the girls would go to movie night at the women's prison in Leavenworth. They lived in Lansing, which is right next to it. Hey, Ray. Hey. you you made a great entrance there. Otis went to jail. Yeah, that was the drunk cell, the one that they could wash out with a hose. That was the drunk cell. Actually, every cell can be washed out with a hose. Well, and I'm sorry. One more aside. You have heard that I believe the Democrats tried to pass a bill that would allow anyone who identified as a woman to go to women's facilities in the U.S. I mean, they already do that in Great Britain, and it's been a complete disaster. I think they've either reversed it or they're rethinking it very, very seriously. Yeah, Fort Leavenworth. Well, there's Fort Leavenworth, and then I don't remember if this was actually the Fort Leavenworth facility or there was a Leavenworth facility separate from that. Because my father-in-law was at Fort Leavenworth when he met my mother-in-law, because there is the actual base there and the prison. They're both operate, but that's good. It was good. But yeah, so that's enough of that. There goes that light again. Harley, do not mess with that light. Damn it, it's burning out. Harley, no. She's standing up like a meerkat looking at the light. Is it smoking? No. That's my humidifier. Okay. Yeah, we may lose this light, folks, and I don't have a backup. So it's going to get ugly in here. Let's see. See, really lost my place here. Oh, I hit the table and the page jumped. Okay. I realized I saw that out of the corner of my eye when I slammed my fist. Um, let's see. Okay. Let me catch up here. Okay, here we go. Sorry about the delay there. I really screwed up the page when I hit the table. Okay. SSA 3, one of the supervisory agents who replaced Joe Pieka, stated that in January 2017, Pieka briefed him on the case during their changeover and identified Orr only, okay, I read that, but let's just keep going, as a quote-unquote DOJ official, and Nellie Orr is working for Fusion GPS. He recalled SSA 1 informing him that Orr provided a version of Steele's election reports to the FBI. SSA 3 also told us that Orr forwarded other information to the team regarding Russian oligarchs and other issues unrelated to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. SSA 3 stated that he received the information but took no action and did not provide I know I'm reading this again, but still, did not provide feedback to Orr because he did not want Orr to perceive anything as a tasking or discern the focus of the investigation. SSA 3 also stated that he did not task Orr because of the appearance of using Orr to obtain information from a closed source. Okay, here's the new part. According to SSA 3, he had two main concerns. One, Orr's and Nellie Orr's connection to Steele and Fusion GPS, the latter of which appeared to have political connections, and two, the FBI's continual contact with Steele through Orr about such a sensitive matter, particularly because such contact with a closed source was quote-unquote out of the norm. He told us that the members of his team shared these concerns, and he expressed them to his supervisor, DAD Jennifer Boone. SSA 3 stated that at each time Orr asked to meet with him, he consulted Boone and was directed to attend the meeting. He told us he fully informed Boone about the information Orr provided after each interview and provided her with the 302s. That takes us to footnote 439. SSA 3's notes also reflect he briefed Boone and several others regarding Orr or the information Orr provided. My dad, God bless his soul, loves barbecue chicken with pizza. He's also a big fan of taco pizza. Those are good. But still, I have a standby. I have a standard, and it's hard to break it. Although I will say Giordano's deep dish pizza, which I've had twice this year because of relatives being close to town, and they needed to be at O'Hare at a certain time, and Giordano's is basically right off the block from O'Hare. It's great pizza. It really is. But I don't like eating pizza with a knife and fork. It feels wrong. And I can't eat the crust. And the external crust, I hate external crust on just about everything except New York style pizza. That's it. I know I'm a Chicago guy, technically. I'm living in an Italian town, but we've got a lot of great Italian pizza places here. And most of them now have online ordering. You don't have to call anymore. In fact, the one we just ordered from yesterday, you can follow your pizza from the point of order to the point of delivery. So you look at your portal, and it'll tell you how far along your pizza is in the cooking process, and then it tells you when it's out for delivery, and it tells you how far away it is. So last night, Picasso Nose was actually able to go to the door before the guy even rang the bell. That's how accurate it is. I can't eat peaches because I can't eat any stone fruits, really, unless they are broken apart. Because if my teeth hit the stone or any of that husk, if you will, around the stone, that kind of dense, almost crunchy part, I lose it. I've got a thing about textures. I really do. In fact, when I'm sleeping or trying to go to bed, or just relaxing in a bed, or if I've got a blanket over me and a chair, I have to make sure there are no not seams, folds in the material below my fingers, or below my hand, actually, the whole hand. So if there's anything that's got a fold or a ridge in it, I have to smooth it out, or I can't relax. It's got to be smooth. Sorry, skull cram. It's the way it is. I think mouthfeel is important. I really do. That's why bananas for me are hard to eat. I like them, but they're a little difficult to eat. Okay, Hollywood makes a good point. Canned peaches and syrup. I prefer heavy syrup because I'm a sugar fiend. But canned peaches are good. They are good because all that crappy stuff's removed. So they're fine. But a fresh peach or a fresh apricot or a fresh plum, I can't. I just can't. Although plums are my go-to if I have to. The other two I'll put to the side. But if plums are in the house, I'll eat them. Now, I can eat grape. I know there are no more grapes with seeds. Pretty much are all seedless, which I think is a crime because Concord grapes are my favorites. But and that you just can't really get them anymore because they have seeds. But I can eat a grape with seeds really easily. I developed a technique where I can scoop the seeds out and swallow them first. So I never touch them with my teeth, except to hold the grape in place after I bite it in two. So I'm real good at that. That's very good, Hollywood. That's very good. Put that on the label. That crappy stuff removed. That's very good. I love it. I love it. Oh, that's a tickle. That's a tickle. Okay. Out of the norm. Continuing. He, meaning who was that? SSA 3 told us that the members of his team shared these concerns, and he expressed them to his supervisor, DAD General Jennifer Boone. SSA 3 stated that each time Orr asked to meet with him, he can. I think it's going to catch on fire. Excuse me just a second. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the switch. Is it? I mean, we've had that lamp since we lived in Dallas, like 16 years ago. So, it's. Hey, Deborah Ellis. It's a party. It's a party. Thanks for coming. Love to see you. Lovely to see you. Let's see. Continuing. SSA 3 stated that each time Orr asked to meet with him, he consulted Boone and was. I already read that. Okay, let's see. Next sentence. He told us he fully informed Boone about the information Orr provided after each interview and provided her with the 302s. Okay, it's footnote 439. SSA 3's notes also reflect he briefed Boone and several others regarding damn it, I already read that, or the information Orr provided. Let's continue. Let's just keep going. SSA 3 stated that it was his understanding that Boone would then determine what information to share at the executive level meetings. Okay, I think we're caught up now. SSA 4, who became the third SSA to meet with Orr after SSA 3 rotated off the investigation in May 2017, said that SSA 3 told him that Orr would come in and talk about quote-unquote stuff related to Steele, and the agents would listen to Orr's information, but that they did not consider the information important. Then why did you keep meeting with him? Continuing. According to SSA 4, SSA 3 stated that Orr was, quote, just some person you had to talk to when he called, close quote. That's a great allocation of resources, guys. Thank God my tax dollars are going, our tax dollars are going to such great work. Man, this is infuriating. Continuing. SSA-4 was working from the FBI's Washington Field Office, or WFO, and said that he provided updates regarding his communications with Orr through WFO's chain of command to FBI headquarters. SSA-4 also said he updated SSA-2 at FBI headquarters, footnote 440. As mentioned in Chapter 7, SSA-2 was the headquarters program manager assigned to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation in the affiant for the 3 Carter Page FISA renewal applications. Yeah, great job walking into that buzzsaw, SSA-2. All right, that was footnote 440. So we're right here. SSA-2 told us he talked with SSA-4 about it being a quote-unquote bad idea to... Poor Harley's freaking out. She's right underneath that light. Oh, man. This is not looking good. Hang in there, Harley. Hang in there. It'll be a small fire. We do have a fire extinguisher, so yeah, we're good. I just remember to unplug it, because electrical fires, of course, the first thing you got to do is cut off the source of electricity. Otherwise, it's not going to go out. Let's see. Had to talk to when he called. Okay, here we go. SSA-4 also said he updated SSA-2 at FBI headquarters. We just read that. SSA-2 told us... Did we read that? Footnote 440? Yeah, we did. Okay, that's where we were done. Continuing. SSA-2 told us he talked with SSA-4 about it being a quote-unquote bad idea to continue engaging with Orr regarding his contacts with Steele. SSA-2 also said that by May 2017, he was quote-unquote completely tired of dealing with Orr as an intermediary and thought the team should cease doing so. Dude, you've been meeting with him since November of 2016. Of course, SSA-2, I believe, was not on the initial Carter Page FISA team at the headquarters special. I believe he came on in January of 2017. But still, it takes you that long to figure it out. These people are boxes of rocks. These are the people who are protecting us. Okay, continuing. The supervisory intel analyst of room temperature IQ fame, who was assigned to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation from its opening in July 2016, and we all know that's a lie, and participated in an interview with Orr in January 2017, told the OIG that the Crossfire Hurricane team was initially receptive to Orr's information and cited the Simpson thumb drive containing some of Steele's reports to the FBI. Sorry, I read that wrong. Some of Steele's reports the FBI did not already possess as an example of useful information from Orr. That one instance. However, the room temperature IQ supervisory intel analyst also said that when Orr began relaying Steele's concerns about the subsources and talking about topics unrelated to Crossfire Hurricane, he believed that Orr was, quote, acting or trying to act more as a conduit, close quote. What the hell do you think he was before that? Did I... Thank you, Deborah. That's very kind of you. It's very kind of you. I'll be perfectly frank. I've always been kind of proud of my voice. I'm one of the few people who doesn't mind listening to their own voice because I'm, of course, a complete and utter egoist. Why else would I have a camera on me while I read? Oh, Ray, don't think that. Don't think that. Not nice. Not nice. That would be horrible. That would be horrible. She's hanging in there. I can say it's a switch, so that we may have a little arcing in the metal of the lamp itself, but it's not gonna hurt anything. Well, like I say, it'll just be a Lon Chaney movie if it does burn out. But yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I really blew that out of the water. I really pegged the meter on that one. Um, what the hell? More like a conduit? Again, what was he before supervisory intel analyst of room temperature IQ fame? What did you consider him before? A trough? A ditch? A culvert? A stream? A rivulet? What the hell did you consider him before? He was a conduit from the word go. These people are stupid. And um, and this is how I spell FBI stupid. Hmm. Yeah, well, whereabouts in Florida are you, Hollywood? Because a leak, that's good. I like that, a leak. But because if you're in the Panhandle, then you are going to have um, a tip of a Southern accent. You get further south, and it it's a Orlando. Oh, I've never been to Orlando, so yeah, Florida is in the South, but Florida is such a cosmopolitan state. The Panhandle is pretty much the swamp guys. Tallahassee, things, or yeah, like that. Um, uh, shoot, the naval base. No, not Norfolk. That's in Virginia. Um, shoot, you guys know. Anyway, yeah, it is. Florida, or excuse me, Florida is further south than Hawaii. Pensacola, thank you, Hollywood. I knew you'd know that. That area, you're going to have an accent, but as you get further south, there are more and more people from the East Coast, the Upper East Coast, living there, and so the accent is really, really attenuated. So there's just not that much there. There's a bit depending on where you live, who you talk to, but uh, I think yeah, Hollywood beat you by a minute there, JF. So nice try, but she doesn't owe you a Coke. Yeah, boss. Yes, very good skull cram. Yes, that is a Florida thing. Also, I believe Alabama. That's the thing. I like it a lot better than man or dude. Boss is the best. Okay, let's continue with this travesty here. Um, Subsection B: FBI management's knowledge of Orr's activities. Strzok told the OIG that he did not know whether Orr continued to meet with Steele after Steele was closed. Strzok said that, if Orr had continued to meet with Steele, he hoped Orr would not have talked about anything work-related. Strzok also said that he did not recall having any indication or concern that Orr was meeting with Steele and did not recall anyone having such concerns. However, Strzok's handwritten notes indicate that he received updates from his hatchet man and others on December 12, 2016, December 20, 2016, December 22, 2016, and January 23, 2017, regarding Orr's ongoing communications with Steele and Simpson about Steele's election reporting and Steele's concerns about his sub-sources. That's another thing that was kind of blown off before, was that the supervisory intel analyst with the room temperature IQ. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. I don't think it's coming back. Okay, hang on a second. I better unplug this thing just in case. Give me just a second. Okay, it's a sunny day out. I'm not going to have light for more than another hour before it goes down behind the house, but this'll this'll do. At least it's not too bad. Hollywood gets called Little Mama. By the way, I don't know if any of you. I just saw a picture last night. Picasso sent it to me. If any of you know Dana Perino from Fox, she's on the Five and she does other stuff. There's a picture of her. She took off her heels and she's standing next to Tyrus, who is the the big guy, the huge guy on the Greg Gutfeld show, which if you don't watch, you should. It's really funny. It's pretty much our standard Saturday evening viewing. Picasso adores it. But anyway, I think Tyrus is 6'7", and he probably weighs about 280. He's incredibly huge. Dana Perino looks like she's 4 foot nothing standing next to him. It is the most incredible difference in height I've seen since I saw the picture in the Guinness Book of World Records back in 73, I think, that had the world's shortest man standing next to the world's tallest man. It's almost that dramatic. It's hilarious. Oh. Battery's done. Hang on. Ouch. How's this, Skull Creme? Does it work for you? Is that better? Ouch, darn it. Change the back of the chair. I hate when I do that. There we go. So one thing I don't like about this chair, I can't lock the back into place. So if I sit up with it, with my back resting against it too much, it goes all the way up, and the only way to reset it is to put it all the way down to reset the ratchet and then bring it back up. And I need it at the highest point so I don't have any room to jostle it if I go up too high, or if I go up and unlock it and then I have to do it all over again. There's no second stop I can count on. Okay, so anyway, Strzok, let's just go over this one more time because this is huge. I read it kind of fast, and I think we really need to digest this. So one more time. Strzok told the OIG that he did not know whether Orr continued to meet with Steele after Steele was closed. Strzok said that if Orr had continued to meet with Steele, he hoped Orr would not have talked about anything work-related. Strzok also said that he did not recall having any indication or concerns that Orr was meeting with Steele, and did not recall anyone having such concerns. Okay, so he did not know. He hoped. He did not recall. Again, he did not recall. Okay, so it's what, 4 evasions? So what's the next sentence? However, Strzok's handwritten notes, remember the notes he couldn't read previously? We talked about that earlier. Strzok's handwritten notes indicate that he received updates from Joe Pieka, his hatchet man, and others on December 12, 2016, December 20, December 22, and January 23, 2017, regarding Orr's ongoing communications with Steele and Simpson about Steele's election reporting and Steele's concerns about his subsources. If there was ever an illustration about how much a complete and utter liar Strzok is, there you have it. Excuse me. I mean, it can't get any clearer than that. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. That is Adam Schiff level lying right there. Yes. Hollywood, very good. Very good. One dark and stormy night. Yeah. Possibly the worst book ever written. Okay, continuing. Basking in the glow of Peter Strzok's incredible mendacity. I have to keep coming up with different ways to say lying in this report. I've only got 3 right now. I need more. Continuing. In January 2017, Boone and the new team of agents assigned to Crossfire Hurricane assumed responsibility for communicating with Orr. Boone stated that she knew SSA-3 had spoken with Orr regarding his contacts with Steele and was documenting the communications in 302s, but she did not recall receiving or reviewing them, but said it was possible that she did. Again, I do not recall, Senator. She told us that she recalled advising pre-staff about the team's contacts with Orr and the information they received from him, including how to respond to Steele's interest in reestablishing contact with the FBI. Pre-staff told us that Boone may have briefed him on the team's interviews of Orr, but he did not remember her doing so. Footnote 441. We reviewed notes taken by a Counterintelligence Division DAD. Her notes from January 23, 2017 contain a reference to Orr's interview that day and specific information provided by Orr concerning Steele's subsources. Although the notes do not list the attendees of this meeting, they appear to be from a Crossfire Hurricane update meeting. Man, oh man, this is frustrating. Continuing. Priestep told us he knew that the Crossfire Hurricane team met with Orr, but was unaware of how often the meetings occurred and did not know the full extent of Orr's involvement with Steele until mid to late 2017. Priestep stated that the FBI's engagement with Orr to learn what Steele had shared with Orr was potentially useful in understanding Steele and verifying his reporting. Oh, give me a break. Priestep said that he believed Orr was not a quote-unquote major factor in the investigation, but instead saw Orr as a liaison due to his relationship with Steele. Okay, a liaison. French for conduit. That's hilarious. Liaison. You're having basically illegal communications with a closed source through an intermediary, through a conduit, through a liaison, through a rivulet, through a leak, as Hollywood so well put it. And you're just like, oh yeah, it's happening. It's happening. The guy's breaking ethics rules at the DOJ. Everyone above him who found out what Orr was doing basically lost their you-know-what when they realized, when they were told what had been going on, how he was, just basically acting as a pass-through between Steele and the FBI. And the FBI is like, yeah, this information isn't really worth it. Maybe the first time, but since then, we ain't getting nothing out of this guy. And Priestep doesn't know a thing about it, according to him. Continuing. Priestep said he told the team to document what they learned from Orr to compare it to the other information gathered. Priestep said he was surprised to later learn that the FBI treated Orr more like a witness or a source. Priestep also stated that he was not told about Orr's meetings with Simpson, Nellie Orr's employment with Fusion GPS, or that Orr provided Simpson's and Nellie Orr's thumb drives to the FBI, information that was provided to us by Orr. Sorry, I read the next sentence. I was speed reading. Continuing. Information that was provided by Orr to the FBI, between November 21 and December 20, 2016. He told us that he did not inform Comey or McCabe about Orr's involvement in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation because he was unaware of the full extent of it. Priestap stated that knowing the full extent of Orr's activities would have raised quote-unquote red flags for him. Again, supposedly no one knows what's going on, and then when they're shown what's going on, they're like, "Oh, that should have been done differently." Really, that should have been done differently. Is the chat frozen? Take a look up here. Let's see. Nope. It's fine. Is that up there? Thank you, Hollywood. I should have just asked you instead of running off to the to the live streaming app or thing in YouTube. You guys are too important to me for me to miss anything. Uncle Bowdy comes up with a great question. Does anyone think Page and Strzok were running media interference for Moyer and Kleinsmith? I'd say that's a distinct possibility. Yada, yada, yada. That's what you meant, David. Yada, yada, yada. Lenny Bruce said his best. Yeah, that's very intriguing. Send that to Bongino through an email. Make him get on it. Use the sources and ring that thing out. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Red flags for him because the situation we're talking about, Priestap, would have been different than Orr merely having a pre-existing relationship with Steele. He told us that had he been fully aware of the extent of Orr's activities, he would have inquired about Orr's motivations and involvement with Steele, Simpson, and the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. General Counsel Baker stated that he understood from Crossfire Hurricane leadership briefings he attended in fall 2016 that Orr had a pre-existing relationship with Steele and that Steele may have had conversations with Orr about Steele's election reporting. He told us that he did not understand Orr to be acting as a conduit between Steele and the FBI at this time. Then what was he? Continuing, according to Baker, he was concerned that if the FBI took an action with which Steele disagreed, Steele would complain to Orr, whom Baker viewed as being a prominent department official. He is. He explained that if Steele complained, Orr would feel compelled to intervene on Steele's behalf. Remember when the media reports about Bruce Orr first came out, and the quote-unquote right, otherwise known as the truthful media, was describing him as a fourth. How's that? He was a fourth from the top in the Department of Justice, and of course, the media, the drive-by media, totally jumped on that and said, no, he's not number four. That's it. He's not number four at the DOJ. There are a number of number fours at the DOJ with different departments, and he's just one of them. Okay, so it's not a lie that he's number four at the DOJ. It's not a lie at all. He's one of many. It's not inaccurate, but again, the drive-by media, as Rush says, I'm borrowing it from him. They have to immediately counteract anything that they see as a threat to their beloved deep state, and any actions that would have gone against Trump at all. Anybody who criticizes those actions is a conspiracy theorist, a right-wing nut, or far right, whatever. I mean, look what they did to Nunes when the memo came out in 2018. He was excoriated. I mean, they made up that whole thing about the midnight run to the White House, that he supposedly switched cars twice to make sure no one was following him. Why would he care if anyone was following him? He was doing his job. This, he went to the press before he went into the White House and after he came out of the White House. Why would he give a damn if someone knew where his car was going? Yet they made up this whole midnight run thing to make him look like a fool. That's your media for you, right there. That's your media. The FBI and the media deserve each other. Cat tip to 279. Very, very nice, Uncle Bobby. Very nice. Okay, continuing. Baker told us that he obtained more information regarding Orr's interactions with Steele during a Crossfire Hurricane leadership meeting with Comey and McCabe in spring 2017. He stated that I'm sorry, Senator, I do not recall Orr being critical of how the FBI was handling Steele, but that Orr had become involved to a greater degree than he had in the past. Baker told us that he learned that Orr was providing to the FBI information that Orr had received from Steele, and it was Baker's view that, quote, this was not good, close quote. And what did you do about it, Baker? What did you do about it? Continuing. He said that he could not recall, Senator, who was discussing this, but he believed it was McCabe and maybe pre-staff and then Executive Assistant Director Michael Steinbach, footnote 442. Steinbach told us he did not recall ever knowing about Orr's involvement with Steele. Steinbach retired from the FBI on February 24, 2017, probably to get away from criminal charges. That's an editorial on my part. I have no idea. No idea. Continuing. He also stated that he thought it was quote-unquote imprudent to have Orr involved and quote-unquote a bit of a mess, but that he believed that McCabe, Steinbach, and Priestap were, quote, on top of it, unquote. Baker told us, here's another quote, Baker told us he, quote, may have mentioned, unquote, the issue to OGC Principal Deputy General Counsel Tricia Anderson and asked her to look into it. I looked up Tricia when we were doing all the Representative Doug Collins from Georgia closed-door testimony transcripts that he had released earlier this year. And Tricia Anderson was one of the very few of the people that we read about who were FBI employees who still had a job with the FBI after all that. I believe she transferred out of there or went to the private sector sometime later, but she was never investigated that I know of. She was never demoted. I believe she, I couldn't find definitively, but I did see one source that said she had left on her own accord and found a job in the private sector. One of the very few people that this investigation, mid-year exam and Crossfire Hurricane, I should say, touched that was not dirtied by it. Continuing. Anderson told us that she had limited contemporaneous knowledge about Orr's interactions with Steele and the FBI. In particular, she told us that she did not know at the time that Orr had repeatedly provided information from Steele to the investigative team or that Orr's interviews with the FBI were documented in 302s. McCabe told us, here we go, he did not recall, Senator, the discussion Baker described. We asked Baker if he had concerns about Orr's receiving information from Steele. He told us that Orr was, quote, arguably a source, close quote, and the situation needed to be handled carefully to protect Orr and the department. Baker further stated that accepting information from a closed source through Orr was, quote, not the right way to run a railroad, close quote, and either the FBI needed to reopen Steele or tell Orr to stop taking information from him. And why didn't you do anything about it, Baker? Again, why not? According to Baker, the decision about whether to utilize Orr, a senior department official, as an ongoing, frequent conduit with Steele was not a conduit. It was not a conduit, damn it. That's what Priestap said. Was it Priestap? I believe it was Priestap. Frequent conduit with steel was not a decision for the investigative team to make, but for the director. Did you bring it up to the director? He also said the FBI's use of ore in this fashion should have been shared with the department, but he did not recall anyone doing so. Yeah. It's just, I think we should have done it this way. Well, who should have done it that way? Well, the director. Did you tell the director? Well, there's no record of that. I don't recall if I told the director. And someone should have taken care of this. Well, dude, you're someone. If you have a problem with how this is going, take it to the director. Don't just sit there and go, oh, I hope somebody takes care of this. What the hell is that? What kind of a leader are you? No one takes any responsibility for this stuff except the Dread Pirate Evans. And it's not even him taking responsibility. It's him pointing out what these people did that was so screwed up. Remember, without the Dread Pirate Evans, we wouldn't know about Kleinsmith. Evans pointed that out. Oh gosh, Uncle Bobby, I'm so sorry. That's gotta be horrible. Was that cookout or was that restaurant? I would call the health department for something like that. I've called the health department once. Have you guys ever heard of a place called You Are Cooks? It was really popular back in the 90s. I don't know if they're still around. You went in, you ordered appetizers, and then once you felt you were ready, you would go to a meat cooler, and you would select your steak. Didn't matter what you selected. You paid ahead, and you got to pick any steak you wanted. And they also had Texas toast. So you would order your drink or grab a beer out of the cooler next to the meat, and grill on basically Jen Airs. No, actually, there were. I think they used lava rocks actually, but that's very good, Hollywood. Very good. You are kooks. You're on fire today. You really are. But anyway, so you'd grill your steak, sitting there having a drink, and you could just keep making Texas toast and munch on it while you're grilling. And then when it was done the way you wanted to, or if you're an idiot, poorly, then you take it back to your table and chow down. It was a great thing. We really enjoyed it. We went there fairly often, but in fact, when family would come into town, we'd take them there pretty insistently. But one night we went in and everything was bad. The appetizers were bad, and we went to the meat locker to get our steaks, and they were brown. They had never been brown before. They had always been the best cut and not dyed either. They were good marbling. They had good marbling, and they were perfect redness. Good aged steaks, but they were brown. It turned out, we found out later, they had a power outage, and they had no way to store anything. The freezer lost temperature, lost coolness, and the meat lockers all heated up, and they did not replace the inventory. They would have had to have shut down in order to get all that food in, and so they tried to pass it off, and oh my God, it was horrible. It was horrible. We left. We got our money back and we left, and I called the health department, and they were shut down. It was disgusting. Worst kind of food I'd ever seen in my life. That is fun, Hollywood, and especially at the really good restaurants where your plate is heated. And they've got the fresh asparagus on the side for $10. And the $15 bowl of soup. I can't help it. I love great food, even if I have to pay through the nose for it. Every now and then, like once a year, we can afford it. Maybe once every 18 months, but when we can, it's wonderful. Like a Morton's. And there's some places in Dallas that are incredible. Very expensive though. I think there was one we wanted to go to, but we could never afford it. It was close to $100 a plate. It really was for your drinks and your sides and your steak. It was the best steak place in town by everyone's review. I never heard a bad thing about it, but it was just so damn expensive we could not afford it. Yeah, you're right, Hollywood. The story did change tone midway. It got pretty sad, didn't it? And Skullcram makes the excellent point. Why would you try to kill your customers? Pure greed, man. Pure greed. But it cost them. It cost them. They thought they were going to be able to get away with it, but we took care of them. Oh, and Lucy's back. Hey, Lucy. You gonna lay on my lap, or you gonna climb up on my shoulder and ruin my connection between me and my microphone? What you gonna do, huh? What you gonna do? Aw, purr, purr, purr. Lucy's got the softest purr. Sometimes I don't think it breaks 10 decibels. The softest purr on record is 4 decibels, but she comes close. But she's really, really got her motor running right now. Anyway, so let's get back to the locust. God, did I tell my locust story before, Ray? I don't think I had. Maybe later. Maybe next reading. I'll tell my locust story. Try to remind me. I have a great locust story. 2 locust stories actually. One real and one person. People, I should say. Anyway, wow. I think you guys heard that. Sweet kitty. No, I haven't. SRS 4859. I have not seen that. Simon's a Cat YouTube channel. I'll have to look that up. I'll have to look that up. Story time with Hat. Yeah, that's JF. You're getting close to my locust story. Be careful. You don't want to trigger it right now. It's a fairly lengthy story. Anyway, because there's 2 parts. So, continuing, McCabe told us that he knew Orr was meeting with the investigative team concerning his contact with Steele, but did not know how often the team met with Orr until it was reported in the news media. Great job running your company there, McCabe. He said he did not recall Senator knowing that Orr provided the investigative team with a thumb drive from Simpson or from Nellie Orr. McCabe told us that Orr was doing the quote-unquote responsible thing by informing the investigative team about his conversations with Steele, and that he did not tell the department about Orr's involvement because he viewed doing so as Orr's responsibility. Not what Sally Yates said. Continuing. Comey told us he had no information of Orr's communications with members of the Crossfire Hurricane investigative team. Yeah, right. And only discovered Orr's association with Steele and the Crossfire Hurricane investigation when the media reported on it. Yeah. Up yours, Comey. Up yours. Continuing. However, notes taken by Strzok during a November 23, 2016 Crossfire Hurricane Update meeting attended by Comey, McCabe, Baker, Lisa Page, Anderson, the OGC Unit Chief, the FBI Chief of Staff, and pre-staff, notice there's not one DOJ person there, reference a discussion at the meeting concerning quote-unquote strategy for engagement with Handling Agent 1 and Orr, close quote, regarding Steele's reporting. Strzok stated that, based on his notes, he believed he informed FBI leadership that Orr approached the FBI concerning his relationship with Steele and that Orr relayed Steele's information regarding Russia to the team. Man. Lie after lie after lie. Continuing. Although the OGC unit chief could not recall when it occurred, she recalled discussing with executive leadership that the FBI should not use OR to direct Steele's actions. Because Strzok's notes of the meeting were classified at the time we interviewed Comey, and we all know this part, and Comey chose not to have his security clearances reinstated for his OIG interview, we were unable to show him the notes and ask about the reference in them to Steele and Orr. And again, that was a brilliant tactical move on Comey's part, and I believe McCabe did the same thing, declining to have their clearance reinstated so they could review classified documents. I mean, it's obviously a real kind of move. I can't think of a word that wouldn't be scatological. Anyway, that someone like Comey and McCabe would do to get out of having to answer questions that were uncomfortable, or at least directly contradictory to their previous statements. So, again, tactically brilliant. I wonder how Durham's going to handle that. That'll be interesting. I think if they do the grand jury, they can introduce confidential material, or confidential material if the Attorney General declassifies it. And remember, Trump gave Barr complete authority to declassify anything associated with Crossfire Hurricane and any of that. So Comey could do that. Barr could do that and hang Comey by the neck. That'll be interesting. That will be very interesting. There's a lot to look forward to next year, folks. A lot to look forward to. It's going to be a fun year. Okay, Section 4, Roman numeral 4. Orr's activities relating to the Criminal Division's Manafort investigation. What's he got fur all over me? In addition to Orr's interactions with the FBI and Steele in connection with the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, Orr also participated in discussions about a separate money laundering investigation of Paul Manafort that was then being led by prosecutors from the Money Laundering and Asset Recovery Section, or as I like to say it, MALARS, which is located in the Criminal Division at the department's headquarters. That criminal investigation was opened by the FBI's Criminal Investigation Division in January 2016, approximately 2 months before Manafort joined the Trump campaign as an advisor, and concerned allegations that Manafort had engaged in money laundering and tax evasion while acting as a political consultant to members of the Ukrainian government and Ukrainian politicians. This is another example of how people were targeted well before July 31, 2016. Well before. And we know that the much lauded and forgotten by the drive-by media, Alexandra Chalupa, what a last name, Dong, if you will, Yo quiero Taco Bell. She was investigating Manafort well before he came on the radar as the convention manager for Trump, before he became the campaign manager. I had trouble with that. But so she was investigating him well before. But here's the thing. Where was this information about money laundering and tax evasion coming from? It was coming from the Ukraine. And I don't know how valid those charges were, because a lot of that was later included in the Black Ledger, which we know to be false. So what was Chalupa doing with the Ukrainians and Paul Manafort that early? She was just looking for dirt on Manafort because there was no connection to the campaign at that time. But there is a possibility that she was working on basically a very, very strong hunch that Manafort could become involved with the Trump campaign because of his past work with the Republican Party. Yeah, David says started in 2015. I can't begin to to disagree with you, David. Can't begin to disagree. David Von Kettering says, I recall how funny H.A. Goodman's scenario between Sally, Brennan, and Clapper used to be. Oh yeah, That's those were great. Real quickly, now that I'm done with my meandering point, David, have you watched H.A. lately? Is he still doing that kind of free-form um, um, chat format? Does anyone know that? Because Picasso knows and I stopped watching him when he started doing that. We just couldn't handle the format. It didn't work for us at all. I really miss his just straight quote unquote reporting. HA, he had his theories, but they were fun. They were fun. I enjoyed them every time. I remember before he started the new format, every news story or every story that he would comment on always wound up being about Hillary Clinton and the emails, or the Awan brothers and the Democratic House committees and other members, information being stolen by them. Um, oh, okay. David says HA's got another channel he uploads to. He does frequent uploads and fewer live shows. Well, that's awesome. I'm sure he saw the writing on the wall that his viewership was dropping off like a rock when he went to that format. Let me ask one more question about HA. Do you know if he's still got his Second Amendment channel? To be honest, I only watched a couple of them, and I wasn't that impressed. Um, if you like people shooting guns, it's okay. But if you want to know about what's going on, I didn't think he really provided enough detail to make it interesting to me. Well, welcome back, Laura. Nice to see you again. As David said, always wonderful to have you. I mean that with the deepest sincerity. Hat keeps shifting. Thank God for a camera. Okay. Let's see. Did I get into that at all? Yes. Okay. That paragraph's finished. Continuing. Shortly after the 2016 elections, Orr participated in several meetings with three senior attorneys from the Department Criminal Division, during which they discussed ways to move the Manafort investigation forward more quickly. Orr and the three senior criminal division attorneys were not assigned to the Millar's Manafort investigation and did not advise Millar's or anyone in their respective chain of command of their discussions. We read about this earlier, and it was determined that there was no rules against having meetings about someone else's investigation um, and not doing anything about it. David says, Sea and Arsenal, World War One. Oh my, and gunsmithing. Let me throw one out there if you haven't seen it yet, and that's Forgotten Weapons with Ian McCullough. He does a wonderful job with military and mainly military firearms, but also some civilian stuff. I'm glad you like him, Uncle Bobbity. I think it's one of the best channels on YouTube by far. And I'm not talking about gun channels. I'm just talking about channels in general. Definitely one of the best. Ian is incredible. He is a young guy who knows so much about so many things. That's my favorite kind of person. And yeah, I can't miss it. I watch it every time something comes out. I'm trying to go through the back catalog, but it's so huge. It's so huge. I just 2 weeks ago, I finished the entire Winchester rifle story from when they were basically contracting with Henry to make his rifles, to when they got the patent from Henry, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then they started working with Browning. Oh my God, what an incredible story. And Ian tells it so well. Um, I have a book that I gave as a gift to a very dear friend of mine that's all about the Winchester story. It's leather bound, signed by the authors, printed on high quality gloss paper. It's an incredible piece of work, just just by the presentation alone. But he's been texting me as he's reading it, and it's just one thing after another that he's finding out that he never knew before. And this guy knows his guns. He really knows his guns. Well, you're right, David. There, it is very impossible to watch everything that's good on YouTube. If you saw my schedule for the day, you'd fall over dead. All the stuff I consume. Um, I mean, I love doing this. You know me, I'll read for 8 hours, no problem. But when I have a day to myself, oh, I just binge on YouTube and a little Daily Wire, a little Rush, a little Levin, Hannity. I try never to miss Hannity if I can help it. Um, just because he's so much fun. He's so much fun. It's a great show. And if I hang around, I'll watch Laura afterwards. Don't watch Tucker that much. Don't watch him that much. Not that he's bad. I just don't get to it. All right, blah, 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 blah. Sorry about that, guys. That was a hell of a tangent. As Picasso knows would say, moving right along. Continuing. Shortly after the 2016 elections, Orr participated in several meetings with three senior attorneys from the department's criminal division. Oh, I already read that. I apologize. Okay. The last sentence in that paragraph. In this section, we describe these meetings regarding the Millar's money laundering case. Subsection A, November 2016 to December 2016. Between November 16, 2016 and December 15, 2016, Orr attended 4 meetings to discuss the Millar's investigation. These meetings were attended at various times by some or all of the following individuals: Bruce Schwartz, Criminal Division Deputy Assistant Attorney General, or Deputy AAG; Zainab Ahmad, then counsel to the Criminal Division's Assistant Attorney General; Andrew Weissman, then Section Chief of the Criminal Division's Fraud Section. And that is just insane. It's just insane how Andrew Weissman could have stayed in the Department of Justice at all after what happened to him and what he did to Arthur Anderson and that, what was it, 2 or 3 traders from Merrill Lynch, where he made up a statute concerning records retention or destruction of records under subpoena. I mean, with Arthur Anderson, he retroactively accused them of destruction of subpoenaed material. They were doing regular maintenance of their files, Arthur Anderson. And after a certain period of time, you're allowed to destroy financial records. And they were just winnowing their work. And this was before databases, so a lot of this was paper. And they were just shredding it and throwing it out. Weissman put a stop order on that activity because he was investigating Enron, and Arthur Anderson was their accounting firm. And then he said, well, I know that the subpoena started on this date, but you guys should have known that I was going to request those records. So I'm charging you with destruction of records under subpoena, or whatever that phrase, that statute is. I'm kind of making it up, but you know what I'm talking about. He took Arthur Anderson to court, got a conviction. Arthur Anderson, which employed thousands of people, one of the largest accounting firms in the country, if not the largest, totally dissolved the company because of the conviction. And then a few years later, the Supreme Court said, you, Andrew Weissman, are an idiot, and we're overturning that conviction in a 4-page ruling. That's all it took to overturn Weissman's work. 4 pages. And then his Merrill Lynch convictions, the same thing. They were overturned, and the guys went free, but their careers were ruined. This is Andrew Weissman. And he stayed in the Department of Justice. My God. Oh my God, Ray, that's one of my favorite movies of all time. Absolutely one of my favorite movies of all time. Incredible. Just incredible. I really think it was, what's his name? Falcon. Shoot. The guy was married to Madonna for a while. Can't remember his name now, damn it. Anyway, I think that was his best work. I really do. I've never seen him work do anything better than his work in Falcon and the Snowman. Ever. Okay, Strzok and Lisa Page. Molares was not represented at any of these meetings or told about them. Sean Penn. Thank you, Hollywood. Man, you are on fire today. Jeez. I don't know what I'd do without you. Continuing. The meetings involving Orr, Schwartz, Ahmad, and Weissman focused on their shared concern that Molares was not moving quickly enough on the Manafort investigation and whether there were steps they could take to move the investigation forward. The meetings with Strzok and Page focused primarily on whether the FBI was aware of the Manafort investigation so that it could assess the case's relevance, if any, to the FBI's Russian interference investigation. The section chief of Molares, Kendall Day, told us that Orr, Ahmad, and Weissman did not have any role in the Molares Manafort investigation. Day told us that Schwartz provided assistance to the investigation because it involved gathering foreign evidence and working with foreign governments, but that his assistance was limited to consulting on those specific issues. According to Schwartz, he had a long-standing interest in the investigation and prosecution of Manafort dating to at least 2014, and it was therefore appropriate for him to quote-unquote strategize with others about how best to move the Molares Manafort investigation forward. However, Day and Schwartz told us that Schwartz could not direct the manner in which such investigations progressed. Schwartz also told us that as the Deputy AG responsible for, among other things, the Office of International Affairs, he could not make prosecutorial decisions relating to cases, but, quote-unquote, might weigh in on case-related decisions such as the timing or sensitivity of charges. And we get to footnote, everyone, 444. As Deputy Assistant, did I miss 443? I did. Where was that? Oh, that was at the very top of the page. Real quickly, footnote 443. Schwartz, Orr, and Weissman were members of the Senior Executive Service, or SES. Ahmad was on detail to the Criminal Division from the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of New York and was not a member of the SES. Hey, Lucy, welcome back. Okay, now footnote 444. I love the way it looks. 444. 4 is my lucky number, so it's kind of cute. Continuing, as a deputy, and 4 is my lucky number because on the board game Life, the game of life, which I loved, played it all the time. The green was my favorite color back then, still is pretty much, and green on the spinner was the number 4, so it just worked out that way. Green 4. Thank you, Game of Life. I love that game. Hey, pretty kitty. How you doing? Yeah. Okay. Footnote 444. As a Deputy Assistant Attorney General, Schwartz supervised 3 sections in the department's criminal division: the Office of International Affairs, or OIA, that's tough, OIA, the Overseas Prosecutorial Development Office, or OPDAT, and the department's police training organization. Wow, busy guy. He also acted as an advisor to the Attorney General, the DAG, and the Assistant Attorney General for the Criminal Division on international affairs issues. Damn, dude. Okay, that was footnote 444. Continuing, Orr told the OIG that during a meeting with Schwartz and Ahmad on November 16, 2016, he advised them of information, quote, about Paul Manafort and Trump and possible Russian influence that Orr was getting from Steele and Glenn Simpson, close quote, and that he recalled their response was that they should look into the Millars Manafort investigation, footnote 445. Schwartz told us that he became aware of allegations that Manafort may have engaged in criminal conduct through the media when former Ukrainian President Viktor Yanukovych was ousted from office in February 2014. Well, Manafort did work closely with Yanukovych, that's for sure. Continuing, Schwartz said that because he was aware of Manafort's connection to the Russian bank-backed Yanukovych, in fact, Yanukovych fled the Ukraine and wound up living in Russia afterwards because of the anti-Russian sentiment that had welled up in the Ukrainian populace. Anyway, Russian-backed Yanukovych and other alleged misconduct through Mueller's Manafort investigation, he was concerned when the Trump campaign named Manafort as its manager in May 2016. Well, again, initially he was the convention manager, and then he became the campaign manager after that. And there is a well-argued side that Trump may not have become elected if it hadn't been for Manafort's work as a campaign manager. Hey, King James. Wonderful. Nice to see you. Really glad you could show up. This is great. This is great. Let me see, how long have we got to go here? I wrote this down. We're on page 292, and we go to, what's that, 304? 304? Yeah, 304. So we've got, 12 pages to go. If I don't stop talking, we'll be here till 10 o'clock tonight. Okay, so that was footnote 445. Continuing, Orr and Schwartz both told us that they felt an urgency to move the Manafort investigation forward because of Trump's election and a concern that the new administration would shut the investigation down. Yeah, they never did that, did they? Ahmad said that her concerns regarding the Manafort investigation, which were based upon her conversations with Schwartz and Orr, were focused on the line prosecutors not adequately working the investigation. Yeah, the investigation that was shut down by the DOJ in 2014. Continuing, Weissman stated that Ahmad expressed to him that there was a concern, with which he later agreed, that Millars was not moving quickly enough on its Manafort investigation, and that he accepted an invitation from Ahmad to attend a meeting with Orr and Schwartz. The fraud section that Weissman supervised at the time was part of the department team that had indicted a foreign national whom Orr, Schwartz, Ahmad, and Weissman came to believe had information relating to Manafort's alleged criminal conduct. Schwartz said that because Millars had not moved the Manafort investigation forward, he thought it appropriate to meet with Weissman and discuss the possibility of seeking to obtain information from this foreign national regarding Manafort. In December 2016, the four of them discussed a plan for the department to approach this foreign national and seek his cooperation against Manafort. Because the extradition of this foreign national was being handled by OIA, Schwartz had supervisory responsibility for the extradition aspect of that matter. Orr told us that after his November 21, 2016 meeting with FBI officials concerning Steele's information discussed above, Orr was advised that the FBI was, quote-unquote, pushing ahead on its Manafort case. Orr said that he probably shared this information with Schwartz, according to Orr, because, quote, we had information that Manafort was somehow a possible connection between the Russian government and the Trump campaign, close quote. And again, every supposition goes against anyone associated with Trump, always. It's amazing how lopsided everything is in Washington and New York. It's amazing. Wow. Continuing, it was important to get quote-unquote national security people involved in that investigation. Orr said that because Schwartz, Strzok, and Lisa Page were all working on matters involving Manafort, he wanted them to meet and get on the quote-unquote same page. Consequently, at Orr's suggestion, Orr, Schwartz, and Ahmad met with Strzok and Lisa Page on December 15, 2016. Strzok told us that the December 15 meeting consisted mainly of Orr, Schwartz, and Ahmad describing information they had regarding Manafort and inquiring if they could assist the FBI's investigation. He stated that Schwartz discussed the Millars-Manafort investigation and stated that the investigation had stalled. It's because all the information was false. Continuing, Strzok told us that Schwartz wanted him to, quote, kick that investigation in the ass, that's what it says, folks, and get it moving, close quote. We asked Strzok if he understood that Schwartz was speaking on behalf of the department about the Manafort investigation. He responded that his, quote, assumption and belief was that Schwartz and Bruce Orr were speaking about topics for which they had relevant supervision and authority over. Once again, Strzok is either out of the loop, an idiot, or a degenerate liar. Perhaps all three. SRS 4859, is that a song? That sounds very familiar. I just woke up from a long winter's nap. I should know that. If you could help me, that would be great. If it's your own line, it's a really great line. I like it. That's very literary. Okay, continuing from the Strzok idiocy. Schwartz stated that the reason he wanted to talk to Strzok about Manafort was to see if Strzok had any counterintelligence information that would be relevant to what Manafort may have been doing and to push the Millars-Manafort investigation forward. Strzok later sent an email to Boone and others, including the OGC unit chief, stating that Boone and he needed to speak with the FBI's Criminal Investigation Division regarding its Manafort investigation to get a better understanding of there should be an of there, understanding of its investigative efforts. The OGC unit chief responded, quote, we have got to get our arms around what CID investigated and what it means for Manafort, figure what resources, if any, we can bring to bear to get a better understanding of Manafort's foreign power connections and the money that passed hands, if any, close quote. Oh, yeah, night before Christmas. How could I have not remembered that? Here's the thing. I probably haven't heard The Night Before Christmas read in a couple years. I honestly haven't. Yeah, mom in her kerchief and me in my cap. I had just woken up from a long winter's nap. Absolutely. What rhymes with coma? Soma. Ta-da. Continuing. Orr, Schwartz, Ahmad, and Weissman all told us that they did not inform anyone in their chain of command, such as the leadership of the Criminal Division, or ODAG, about these meetings, footnote 446. Ahmad told us that she did not advise her chain of command of work she did, with Schwartz. She said that Schwartz was a higher-level supervisor within the Criminal Division and, to her knowledge, was reporting on those activities. Once again, I'm assuming someone else is doing it, so I don't have to do it. Brilliant. Way to take charge. Continuing. Orr stated that he should have advised ODAG leadership that he was participating in meetings about the Millars-Manafort investigation because it was a sensitive matter. Schwartz told us that the political appointees leading the Criminal Division knew the Manafort investigation existed, and therefore they should only be briefed, if, quote, steps were going to be taken, close quote, to move the case forward. Schwartz added that he did not advise them of his meetings with Orr, Ahmad, and Weissman, as well as those with Strzok and Lisa Page, because he was keeping the Manafort investigation from being, quote-unquote, politicized and protecting the department from allegations that its investigation of Manafort was politically motivated. it was all the information that Chalupa was feeding you guys. And we know she was feeding you guys. It's fairly obvious. I don't have written documentation of that, but it's not much of a stretch to think that Chalupa was feeding the FBI this information on Manafort because he was a prominent Republican, and they thought Hillary was going to win, and they needed to neuter Manafort as best they could. Continuing, Weissman told us that at around the time of these meetings, he and Ahmad had a conversation in which Ahmad told him that she and Schwartz were not going to tell the department's political leadership about their efforts to move the Manafort investigation forward. Weissman said that he remembered thinking at the time that this was because Schwartz and Ahmad wanted to insulate the political leadership from an allegation of politically targeting Manafort. Very smart. He stated further that he thought it was, quote, an incorrect judgment call, close quote, but could not recall if he told that to Ahmad, and said he satisfied himself that it was appropriate because the criminal division's front office was aware of the fact Millars had an open investigation of Manafort. Ahmad told us that she did not recall, Senator, telling Weissman that political appointees would not be advised of the meetings, and that being the quote-unquote junior person in the meetings, she would not have made such a decision, but that Schwartz may have done so. Again, counting on someone else. Continuing, the then section chief of Millars, Kendall Day, a career department official, told us that he was unaware of the meetings discussed above, footnote 447. Day, who had been chief of Millars, became an acting deputy assistant attorney general in the criminal division in January 2017. Let's see, that was footnote 447 right here. He stated that, given that he was supervising Millar's Manafort investigation, he should have been invited to these meetings because none of those involved knew the strength of the evidence amassed by Millars against Manafort or the investigation status. Continuing, Day also stated that because the Manafort investigation was a quote-unquote sensitive matter, it was imperative to keep the criminal division's leadership aware of relevant events to ensure that there were no surprises. He stated further that he was providing briefings regarding Millar's investigation to his political supervisors, including then Criminal Division Assistant Attorney General Leslie Caldwell. Caldwell told us that she was unaware of any meetings involving Orr, Schwartz, Ahmad, and Weissman in which they discussed the Millar's investigation of Manafort. She stated further that she thought that not advising political supervisors about the meetings, quote, suggested a lack of trust or a lack of confidence in the political appointee, and that it seemed a little bit paranoid to her, close quote. It's because they are paranoid, because they're screwing around, and they were going to get told to knock it off. And just like Orr didn't tell his supervisors, his ethics people, about what he was doing, funneling information from Steele to the FBI, because he kind of thought they might tell him to stop. Same here with this little cabal talking about something that's not in their wheelhouse. I'm sorry, not in their purview. Thank you, Mr. Mueller III. Continuing, Caldwell stated further that a rationale that not advising political appointees of the meeting protected them from an allegation of engaging in a political prosecution fits just as well, was, quote, these are all quotes, inappropriate, showed poor judgment, and was in itself political. Continuing, Yates told us that she too was unaware of the meetings involving Orr, Schwartz, Ahmad, and Weissman. She said that not telling political appointees about these activities, quote, troubled, quote unquote, her because the Department of Justice does not, quote unquote, operate that way. Yates then stated that there is not, quote, a career Department of Justice and a political appointee's Department of Justice, It's all one DOJ, close quote. Tell that to these idiots. I'm sorry, plotters. Much better word, plotters. TT, not DD. Subsection B, January 31 and February 1 meetings. There were no meetings about the Manafort case involving Orr, Schwartz, Ahmad, and Weissman from December 16, 2016 to January 30, 2017. On the morning of January 31, 2017, the day after Yates was removed as acting Attorney General, Ahmad, then an acting Deputy AAG, sent an email to Orr copying Schwartz stating that Weissman, quote, had something he wanted to discuss with us, close quote, and asking Orr if he was free to meet with Weissman that morning. Due to scheduling conflicts, Orr could not attend the meeting, which went forward with Weissman, Schwartz, and Ahmad. Neither Schwartz, Weissman, nor Ahmad could remember what occurred at this meeting. No notes? Interesting. No paper trail, huh? Continuing. However, each of them speculated that they may have discussed the case involving the indicted foreign national pending extradition referenced above, who they believed might have evidence detrimental to Manafort. After the meeting, Ahmad sent an email to Lisa Page copying Weissman, Schwartz, and Orr, requesting a meeting the next day, February 1. Ahmad wrote, "Do you by chance have time to meet around 11 tomorrow to follow up on our last discussion? There have been a few criminal division-related developments that we wanted to discuss. Bruce Schwartz is leaving for Mexico tomorrow afternoon, so we were hoping we could squeeze this in before he leaves." On February 1, 2017, Schwartz, Orr, Ahmad, and Weissman met with Strzok, Lisa Page, and Acting Section Chief 1 of the FBI. Footnote 448, Acting Section Chief 1 attended this meeting because his section was handling the Manafort counterintelligence investigation. As discussed in Chapter 4, Acting Section Chief 1 attended the FBI's meetings with Steele in early October 2016. That was footnote 448. Continuing, Strzok told us that the meeting was, quote, largely a discussion about the criminal division's work on Manafort, close quote, and that he did not find the meeting, quote unquote, notable. According to contemporaneous notes taken by Strzok and Lisa Page, they discussed efforts that the department could undertake to investigate attempts by Russia to influence the 2016 elections. Specifically, the FBI was advised that, with regard to Manafort, the department was, quote, looking just at money laundering / kleptocracy, unquote, violations and wanted to bring financial analysts, experts, into the investigation. The notes also show that Schwartz inquired whether there were other types of offenses relating to Manafort that could be investigated, such as Foreign Corrupt Practices Act violations. Yep, find a prominent Republican and bring him down. Again, I'm not saying Manafort is a Boy Scout. I'm sorry, there are no more Boy Scouts. Scout. I keep hearing feminists refer to the Boy Scouts. You know, I'm like, excuse me, you took away the boy in Boy Scouts because of your stupid insistence that girls are equal to boys and that they deserve every opportunity to do things that boys have been doing separately for almost a century. And there are no more Boy Scouts. Now, where I used to work in Dallas, actually in Las Colinas, I drove by the BSA headquarters every day. I'm pretty sure now it's either closed or they had to change the sign. Remember, the Mormon Church was a huge supporter of the then Boy Scouts. And when they started having to let in girls, the Mormon Church pulled its funding, leaving a huge hole in the Scouts' budget. It's horrible. Absolutely horrible. Continuing. Molares was not represented at the meeting and was not notified of it. None of the attendees recalled any discussion of new quote-unquote criminal division-related developments, and neither Ahmad nor Weissman could recall what the reference in Ahmad's email concerned. Gee, go figure. I'm sorry, Senator, I do not recall. We asked Weissman, Ahmad, Orr, and Schwartz whether there was a connection between the removal of Yates and these meeting requests. Weissman and Ahmad denied that this was the case. Orr, on the other hand, told us that it made sense that Yates' firing influenced the decision to have a meeting with Strzok and Lisa Page. Orr stated further that he could not specifically recall the discussion, but Yates' name may have been mentioned in connection with this meeting. Schwartz stated that Yates' departure obviously could have come up, and he was sure they discussed how to proceed with the Manafort investigation in light of her justified, if I may say so, removal. Continuing, Orr stated that Schwartz and Ahmad were worried that the Trump administration would shut down the Manafort investigation after Yates' departure from the department. Schwartz told us that he may have speculated that the Trump administration would shut down the Millar's Manafort investigation. Weissman told us he was not concerned by Yates' removal and did not recall anyone discussing the impact her removal might have on the Manafort investigation. Yeah, I'm sure, Weissman. You are such the paragon of virtue. There's no way you'd mislead the OIG. No way at all. Continuing. Ahmad similarly told us that she did not recall anyone expressing concerns to her about political appointees interfering with the Manafort investigation. Boy, you guys are really good at remembering your meetings. And again, no one's taking notes, it seems. No one in Millar's or the criminal divisions or ODAG's leadership were made aware of this meeting. The then Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General, James Crowell, man, these people's business cards must be as long as a yardstick. Continuing, Crowell told us that career employees do not get to brief the FBI on a very important case without going through the department leadership. He told us that the Manafort case was important with potentially national implications, close quote, and that not briefing the AG or the AG staff was not, quote unquote, okay. Great quote. And again, these people just continuously underplay the importance of following the rules. It's not okay. I wouldn't have done it that way. Now that I look at it in hindsight, I should have said something. It didn't seem important at the time. Over and over and over again. It's just like saying, I don't recall. Everyone seems to think that having an opinion about the worthiness of a case, the worthiness of a source, the worthiness of adding information to a FISA warrant, not that important at the time. And now I can see your point. Or I didn't think it was okay, but I didn't do anything about it. I mean, not okay. Who cares if it's just not okay? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. The complete shielding of themselves of any responsibility is maddening. Again, this is your FBI, folks. I know I keep saying that over and over again, but it's true. This is your FBI. These are the 99%. Continuing, Crowell further stated that it was, quote unquote, unbelievable that Orr was involved in these meetings because as OCD ETF director, it was not his job to involve himself in the Manafort investigation. When we told then acting DAG Bente that political appointees may not have been advised of these meetings for the purpose of insulating them from allegations of engaging in a political persecution of Manafort, yeah. The Mueller investigation took care of that shielding, that insulating. Funny because they're worried about political appointees shutting down their meetings, and that's okay, David. That's okay. Yeah, the political appointees would shut down the meeting, but when Mueller took over, then it was all politics. In the front, leaks like mad. The Mueller investigation didn't leak. My sorry butt. It just maddening, frustrating, confusing, unsettling. All of those, and you all can come up with more. Let me read the sentence over again because I broke right in the middle of it, or that beginning. When we told then acting DAG Bente that political appointees may not have been advised to these meetings for the purpose of insulating them from allegations of engaging in a political prosecution of Manafort, Bente responded that that was, quote, less than a satisfying answer, close quote. Again, minimizing. He stated that, quote, political appointees make tough calls on political cases every day, close quote, and, quote, that is not a reason not to tell political appointees about the case, close quote. He stated further that career officials such as Schwartz or Ahmad and Weissman have to depend on the department's political appointees to do the quote-unquote right thing. Bente also told us that the Manafort investigation was a Millar's case and that Millar's ought to be prosecuting it. He added that if Schwartz, Weissman, or Ahmad were unhappy with Millar's prosecution of the matter, they could have spoken with then acting directing Attorney General, who was a career department employee, to see if one of them could take over the investigation. On February 23, 2017, Schwartz sent an email to Orr, Ahmad, and Weissman proposing a, quote, check-in meeting, unquote, and suggested that they invite Lisa Page to attend. Weissman responded that Lisa Page should not be invited to the meeting, but that the new acting chief of Millar's should be, footnote 449. In early 2017, after Day had been appointed an acting criminal division deputy, AAG, a new acting chief was appointed to lead Millar's. That was at footnote 449. Continuing, Weissman told us that he wanted the acting chief included in the meeting because she had quote-unquote equity in the Manafort investigation. I don't like that word, equity, the way it's being used by the left right now. I understand what they mean in this context, but that's not a happy word for me. David Von Kettering says, I'd like to see their logs to find out how much they charged to other matters they were neglecting. Charged. I see what you're saying. That word doesn't quite, I can't quite wrap my head around it. I know what you're saying, though. How much, basically, how much those matters were attenuated or ignored to their detriment by their looking to charges billed. Oh, I see. Oh, that's interesting. Like lawyers charging hourly rates. That's Yeah. That's a very good point. I like that. I never considered something like that. Okay, let's see. Continuing. Weissman told us that he wanted the acting chief included in the meeting because she had quote-unquote equity in the Manafort investigation. He stated further that he had spoken with the acting chief about the Manafort case, but had no recollection, if he had told her about his prior meetings with Schwartz or Ahmad. The then acting chief of Millar's told us that she only learned about the November 2016 to early February 27 meetings involving Orr, Schwartz, Weissman, and Ahmad as a result of her OIG interview. That's very good, David. Very good. Continuing. Day, the acting deputy AAG overseeing Millar's, told us that he discovered in late March or early April 2017 that Weissman was planning a meeting with reporters to obtain evidence associated with Millar's Manafort investigation, and that Schwartz, Orr, Weissman, and Ahmad were, quote, collectively interested, unquote, in the investigation, footnote 450. Weissman told us that on or about March 31, 2017, an Associated Press or AP reporter contacted him and stated that he had information regarding Manafort having a storage locker in Virginia. Weissman said that he believed the information was worth obtaining and set up a meeting with the AP reporter. Have we gone over that ourselves? I know about that meeting. I've read accounts of it that were printed in the print media. That the reporters were dangling the storage locker combination. They had the combination to the locker, and they were dangling that in front of Weissman, trying to get information from him about the Manafort case. And Weissman gave them nothing. Um, he gave platitudes and non-committal answers, and took that information about the storage locker. I don't remember when they went into it. I believe the FBI did, though. Pretty sure they searched it when the warrants came up for Manafort after the pre-dawn raid where they arrested him. Again, freaking Gestapo. It's just amazing. It's just amazing how being a Republican means that you have no rights. Unbelievable. Continuing. He stated further that he met with Schwartz and Ahmad in his office and inquired about Weissman's meeting and their interest in the Manafort investigation. Day recalled telling Schwartz and Ahmad that, given their high-ranking positions in the department, their, quote, unusual level of interest, unquote, in the Manafort investigation could create a perception that the department was investigating Manafort for inappropriate reasons. According to Day, Schwartz expressed concern that, quote, because of the change in the administration, close quote, the Manafort investigation, quote, might not be allowed to progress, close quote. Day said he told Schwartz and Ahmad that the investigation would be handled, quote, just like any other, unquote, and that Schwartz even asking the question suggested that it was going to be treated differently, which was not going to happen. He also told us that he was, quote, comfortable that no decisions were made for any improper reasons, close quote, because he, quote unquote, owned the Manafort investigation and supervised the attorneys working on it. Schwartz told us that he did not recall this conversation with Day. Of course you didn't. Of course you didn't. Footnote 451. After reviewing a draft copy of this report, Ahmad told us that she did not recall having this conversation with Day. I'm sorry, Senator, I do not recall. Continuing. The Manafort money laundering investigation remained with Millars until it was transferred to the special counsel's office in May 2017. Manafort was subsequently indicted on a series of criminal charges. On April 21, 2018, a jury in the United States District Court for the Eastern District of Virginia found Manafort guilty of 5 counts of filing false tax returns, failing to report foreign bank accounts, and 2 counts of bank fraud. Okay, yeah. Did you see money laundering in that charge anywhere? In that conviction? Any money laundering? No. It was a false predicate. They were going on false information, and they used that to get the indictment, as part of the indictment, and then, racked up the other charges. I said that wrong. Let me retract that. They used the false money laundering claims to go forward further with the investigation. And then they found the other stuff because they were emboldened by that initial charge. That's what I meant to say. I got that completely wrong. But I don't know. Is that fruit of the poisonous tree? I've always wondered about that because the Manafort investigation, again, it was caused by the Black Ledger, and I'm sorry, the removal of Manafort from the campaign was caused by the Black Ledger. The early investigation was pretty much from Alexandra Chalupa and her reporting coming from the Ukrainian embassy. And again, a prominent Republican has a target on his back during the Obama administration. So, can you say that an investigation that was based on a false predicate does not have any validity with information dug up after that. Oh, wait, I remember now. I remember how the law works. I just remembered. If you can prove that the um, facts, that the facts of the case can be determined by an alternate method that they would have been discovered anyway, separate from the false information that was provided before, then you can go ahead. I just remembered that. Yes, yes, that's how it works. That's how it works. So Manafort was railroaded, but they had the ability to prove that they got the information from other means. So there's no fruit of the poisonous tree reaction to that. Okay, just remembered. It's getting dark in here, folks. How far we got to go here? Not very far. Not very far. I think another 7 pages. Okay, continuing. The Manafort money laundering investigation remained with Millars until it was transferred to the special counsel's office in May 2017. Oh, I already read that. I apologize. In 2 counts of bank fraud. Manafort was sentenced to 47 months in federal prison. On September 14, 2018, Manafort pled guilty in the United States District Court for the District of Columbia to 1 count of conspiracy to launder money, tax fraud, failing to file foreign bank account reports, violating the Foreign Agents Registration Act, and making false statements to the Department of Justice. He was sentenced to 43 months in federal prison. Let me say that again. He was given a death sentence in federal prison. Okay, so there is 1 count of conspiracy to launder money. Conspiracy. Not actual money laundering. Now, was that connected to his Ukraine work? Or was that connected to something he was doing in the States? I don't know. I don't have I never really looked into the charges on Manafort that deeply. I should have. But this is really interesting. You've got him for tax fraud here, filing false tax returns, failing to report foreign bank accounts, and they get him again on those same charges. Right here, tax fraud, failing to file foreign bank account reports, and then they got him with the FARA violation, which everyone else, when you make an incomplete FARA statement, they allow you to go back and amend it. Everybody else gets to do that, but Manafort wasn't allowed to. That allows them to rack up another charge on him. And making false statements to the Department of Justice. That is pure Mueller right there. 43 months at his age. And we all know he was taken out of jail. I'm sorry, Tony. He was taken out of federal prison was it last week for a heart condition, or was it the week before? And he just got out from the hospital recently. So yeah, he's a well man. JF says a man of all hats. Very good. I'll have to remember that. That's me, actually. I have all the hats. I really do. I have all the hats. Okay, continuing. All right, Section 5, Roman numeral 5, Orr's removal from ODHE and OCD ETF. That's right, he was demoted. I forgot. Yeah. I should have remembered that. That's silly of me not to have remembered that. I apologize, guys. Continuing. Prior to fall 2017, ODAG management had no knowledge of Orr's ongoing relationship with Steele, Orr's meetings with the FBI, or Fusion GPS's employment of Nellie Orr. In November 2017, shortly after the department received a congressional request to interview Orr, ODAG received from the FBI the 302s detailing Orr's relationship with Steele and Orr's subsequent meetings with the FBI. Shortly after receiving the 302s, Then DAG Rod Rosenstein I'm sorry, Beaker, I know you're not here. If you're listening, then DAG Peckerhead directed Orr's removal from his ADAG position. In January 2018, Orr was removed as Director of OCD ETF. This section discusses ODAG's communications, expectations, lack of knowledge regarding Orr's activities with Steele and Simpson, the limited information Orr provided to Rosenstein in October 2017 about his connection to Steele and Fusion GPS, the eventual full accounting of Orr's activities provided to ODAG, and ODAG's leadership's decisions to remove Orr from ODAG and OCD ETF. Well, take care, Laura. So, and again, happy Hanukkah. God bless, or Jehovah bless, and I hope you have a great holiday season. I really do. Enjoy yourself. I'll see you back here January 2nd. And again, don't forget to vote in the comments about whether or not you'd like to see more weekend readings, because I can do that, and it's up to you guys. I want to work with you because this is your channel as much as it is mine. So let me know. I could have put that better. It's our channel. And I want to work with you. Okay, continuing. Subsection A, ODAG's communication expectations and lack of knowledge of Orr's activities. Several leaders and managers in ODAG during the time period of our review told us that communication within ODAG is imperative. Footnote 452. It's a big one. From summer 2016 through December 2017, ODAG leadership and management changed several times, with three separate DAGs and several iterations of their staff. Yates was DAG until President Trump removed her on January 30, 2017, for just cause, if I might add, at which time Bente was appointed acting DAG. On April 26, 2017, Rosenstein was sworn in as the DAG. Max Axelrod was Yates' PA DAG until he left the department on January 30, 2017. Almost as if it was a protest. Continuing, Kroll joined ODAG in January 2017 and served as acting PADAG until June 28, 2017, when Robert Herr arrived. I wonder if he's got a brother named Ben. That would be cool. It would just be so cool if you had a brother named Ben. Okay, anyway, when Robert Herr arrived, at which point Kroll served as Rosenstein's chief of staff until December 9, 2017. Tashina Gahar was the Associate Deputy Attorney General, ADAG, responsible for ODAG's national security portfolio at this time. Scott Schools, who had served in ODAG during a prior tenure in the department, rejoined ODAG on October 31, 2016, and served as an ADAG until his departure from the department on July 6, 2018. Did y'all get that? Did everybody get that? Because I'm not reading it again. That is done and gone. All right, that was footnote 452. Continuing, as explained below, the DAG relies upon assistance from the Career Associate Deputy Attorneys General, or ADAGs, such as Orr, to ensure the department's effective operation. Among other things, the ADAGs contribute to that effort by keeping ODAG leadership aware of pertinent information and issues affecting the department. Then PADAG Axelrod explained that, as the PADAG, he was the day-to-day manager of ODAG, and Orr reported to Yates through him. Axelrod told us that when he started in ODAG, he told everyone in that office to be, quote, canaries in the coal mine, close quote, and advise ODAG management of any issues affecting the department. Okay, real quickly, that canaries in the coal mine just reminded me of something I read today. Is the oh gosh, I can't remember the name of the battle now. It's the first armor battle that Patton was in charge of in Northern Africa in I believe it was September of 43, and he fought against one of Rommel's head generals. Rommel had left for Britain. Wow, Wow, if only he had. Rommel had left for Germany a few days previously, so he wasn't there to personally supervise the battle. And if you've seen Patton, you know that battle because it's part of the opening, where Patton's standing on a hill, watching through his binoculars, and he yells, "Rommel, you magnificent bastard! I read your book!" One of the great movie lines in history. But Patton said in a subsequent battle when they were trying to mop up the Germans, or was it that battle? I think it was a subsequent battle. But anyway, he said, basically, I expect there to be casualties among my officers, especially support officers or sergeants, if you will, and captains, things and lieutenants, things like that. He expected casualties among them, or else the battle had not been prosecuted fully. That I don't. No, it wasn't Catherine Pass, David. I think the movie says it is, but that's not the description of it that I saw when I was reading about Patton earlier today. It was a let me. Well, what the hell? Let me just look it up. Okay, I found it this way. I typed in Patton versus. There we go. It was in Tunisia. El Guetar, Guettar, Battle of El Guetar. I think Kasserine Pass was after that. Yeah. The German general was Hans Jürgen von Arman, and the also with the Italian First Army under General Giovanni Messe, and then Patton, of course, was the in charge of the Allies. Oops, wrong. Sorry about that. That's nothing special. Ratatouille casserole. Well spelled, Sunset or Hollywood. Well spelled. Very nicely done. Ratatouille, that's a tough word. Casserole is too, for that matter. Nicely done. Okay, continuing. Can't believe I actually marked my place for a change. Axelrod explained that to properly manage ODAG, he needed to be aware of the issues that ODAG personnel were addressing to ensure that work was not being duplicated, nothing, quote, fell through the cracks, unquote, and department components knew who to speak with if questions arose. Yates also stressed that raising significant issues to her enabled her decision-making process and prevented her from being surprised. Yeah, you didn't know about, you never met Bruce Orr before. New ODAG leadership, continuing, reiterated this theme on January 23, 2017, when Kroll sent an email to the department's top leadership, including Orr, directing, quote, timely and complete communication, close quote, including the details, quote, of any sensitive or high-profile matters, close quote, or issues, quote, likely to generate significant press attention, close quote. Additionally, Kroll requested that, quote, unexpected and or urgent matters, close quote, be raised with ODAG to allow for proper collaboration and response. When asked why he did not alert anyone in ODAG about his contacts with Steele and Simpson after Kroll's January 24, 2017 email, Orr stated that his contacts with Simpson and Steele were not part of any of his OCDETF cases, so he provided the information to the FBI and career people instead. Orr told us he felt that he should talk to career people with experience in dealing with Russian information instead of talking to a supervisor within ODAG. I started projecting too much. I just hurt my throat. I think my tea's going to make it. Let's see. According to Orr, he did not view the fact that he, as a member of ODAG, was receiving information from Steele as significant or problematic, but rather he viewed the information itself as significant and thought it needed to be provided to the FBI. Kroll stated that he was quote-unquote flabbergasted, nice word, when he learned about Orr's involvement with Steele and the FBI. I prefer gobsmacked, but flabbergasted's good too. Continuing, he stated that Orr should have informed ODAG officials of his relationships with Steele and Simpson and his provision of information from them to the FBI, especially when Rosenstein appointed the special counsel, complete setup, and began supervising the investigation because, quote, a potential fact witness, close quote, was on Rosenstein's staff. Oh, that's right, David. Kasserine Pass was one of Rommel's biggest victories, if I'm not mistaken. That was when he put the British forces on their heels. Am I correct there? Now that I think about it, I believe that was the case because the American brass was doing a terrible job of coordinating resources. They had split up a lot of units, leaving them unsupported, things like that. And it was Patton who came in and really reorganized everything and got people into battle readiness again. King James, protected from being surprised. Let me add that word, protected from being surprised. This is called a cover up where I come from. Very good. Very good. Oh, I didn't know that about the oh yeah, yeah, the shanty town. Now I remember. Now I remember. You're saying USA won the Battle of Kasserine Pass? I thought I thought Patton had relieved the previous general because of their poor showing. I don't remember Kasserine Pass though. Obviously, I've screwed it up. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Anyway, yeah, Shantytown, the bonus army Shantytown. Yeah, yeah. Herbert Hoover was totally, totally ripped for that. Man, I'd forgotten all about the Shantytown. That was, boy, that was huge. That was a real, real stain. Continuing. Potential fact witness. Okay, next paragraph. Carl told us that if he had known about Nellior's connection to Fusion GPS or Orr's involvement with the Russian investigation, he would have moved Orr away from the DAG to eliminate any appearance that Orr was involved in the DAG's oversight of the investigation. Carl also opined that knowing this information about Nellie Orr or about Orr's relationship with Steele earlier would have given given department leadership the time and opportunity to determine how to handle the situation as, quote, the American public needed to have confidence that the investigation was done the right way, close quote. Sweetie, that didn't happen for 3 years. Oh yeah, Patton was very wealthy. Very wealthy. Let's see. I mean, the dude designed his own uniforms for crying out loud. He designed the uniforms for the tank units. Actually, now that I remember it, he designed his own general uniform, but I'm pretty much for sure he came up with the uniforms for the tank command. I have to look up on that. I haven't read my Patton book in decades. I really need to get back into it. It's a great. I don't remember who wrote it, but it's a great biography. It really is something special. Let's see. Continuing. Rosenstein stated that, like his predecessor, his chief of staff, or PADAG, ran weekly staff meetings with the ADAGs. He told us that if Orr or other members of ODAG had any issues or problems, he expected them to talk to his chief of staff. The PADAG, or Scott Schools, was the ODAG ethics advisor and a career department employee. According to Rosenstein, quote, everybody understood that if you had an ethical issue or just a difficult process issue, that's what schools was there for, close quote, and that he expected anyone with a sensitive issue to bring it to schools. In his position as ADAG, Orr was not briefed on the existence of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation and the naming of U.S. persons as subjects. This information was known by ODAG leadership and those ADAGs with national security portfolios, which did not include Orr. However, as detailed in earlier chapters, by fall 2016, rumors about the investigation were in the press, By January 2017, Steele's election reports were being published online, and by March 2017, Comey publicly acknowledged the investigation to Congress in a public hearing. A public hearing. The FBI is not supposed to comment, yay or nay, on ongoing investigations. Comey broke that rule right before the election with the reopening of mid-year exam, and he broke that rule with his congressional testimony about Crossfire Hurricane. It should have been a Gang of 8 briefing and nothing more, in my opinion. But Comey is a super patriot, an incompetent boob, and a consummate liar. So there you have it. A great FBI leader, according to the Dems, after he was fired. And again, anything Trump does, they automatically take the opposite view. Automatically. Trump cures cancer. Cancer is good, according to the Dems. Thins out the population. Continuing. Yates told us that the Russian interference investigation in general was well known within ODAG by the time Orr met with McCabe in October 2016, and that Orr knew to speak with Tashina Gohar, the ADAG responsible for ODAG's national security portfolio, about his involvement with Steele and the FBI. Orr told us he knew from his November 21, 2016 meeting with members of the Crossfire Hurricane investigative team, Strzok and Lisa Page, that the FBI was doing something regarding the allegations, but he did not know prior to that the FBI had opened a quote-unquote specific investigation. During this period, Orr never disclosed to anyone in ODAG his contact with Steele regarding Steele's election reporting. Orr told us that he could have gone to Gohar as the National Security ADAG, but he decided to speak with Schwartz instead. Bente told us that at least after the release of the ICA on Russian interference with the 2016 presidential elections in January 2017, I can't wait for Durham to rip into that. Bente thought Orr would have appreciated the potential for an investigation into Russia's activities, even if nobody in ODAG mentioned it specifically to Orr. As discussed above, Orr also told us that he did not tell any career attorneys with ODAG about his contact with Steele and Simpson because he thought that if he told another, quote, ODAG person, they might have said, well, we just got to tell the DAG, close quote. He said another factor may have been concern that the DAG may tell him to stop speaking with Steele. You're concerned. You didn't do anything about it, but you're concerned. Again, it's just nobody takes responsibility for their actions. I could have done it differently. It seems in hindsight we should have, maybe pursued that angle. I thought someone else was taking care. I know I said that earlier, but it keeps coming up. It keeps coming up. It's the same thing. There are so many repetitions in this report. So much disingenuousness. So much lackadaisical behavior. So much stupidity. It boggles the mind. Oh, very good, Ray. That's a good one. That's a good one. It's just, my goodness. Wow. Thanks for sticking with me, you guys. This is tough stuff. This really is. I really appreciate you being here. If I was alone right now, I'd probably be hanging from a rope. Suicide jokes aren't funny. I could have said that differently. I apologize. That was not funny. Although I will say there was a point in my life where I considered jumping off a 7th floor balcony. I was I was standing at the rail, so there's that. Thank God for lithium. Continuing. The OIG identified notes taken during the 3 FBI Russia briefings to department personnel that mention Orr, footnote 453. See Chapter 3 for further information regarding these briefings. Continuing. In connection with a department meeting with the FBI representatives, including Strzok, on February 16, 2017, notes by Bente, Gahar, and School, indicate that somebody likely from the FBI mentioned that Nellie Orr was employed by Simpson and that Orr and Steele were in contact. Footnote 454. Schools stated that he also recalled that sometime after the February 16, 2017 meeting, the FBI OGC unit chief made a passing reference to Orr knowing Simpson and Steele. That's footnote 454. Mark this. Thank you, King James. It's really nice of you. That's as much of the story as I can tell, Skullcram. It's pretty difficult for about 10 years after that. It's tough. It's tough. Let me give you this much. I've avoided talking about this particular diagnosis of mine ever since I've known you guys, but why the hell not? You guys are very open with me. I deserve you that much. I was initially diagnosed with chronic depression after my close to decision to jump off that balcony. So I was treated for chronic depression for 10 years, and it wasn't helping. I was out of it. Picasso knows that's the 10 worst years of our lives. Really, it was horrible. Somehow she stuck it out because she's a great person. She's an incredible person, and she helped me get through it. But I didn't find out actually that it was not chronic depression but bipolar until after we left Dallas 10 years later, and I met with a new psychiatrist here in southeastern Wisconsin. And he diagnosed me within about 5 minutes of talking to me. He just nailed it. So they took me off antidepressants, put me on lithium, and my life's been great ever since. If it wasn't for the chronic pain in my neck that I'm taking the morphine for, I'd be perfectly healthy. So, there you have it. Wow, David, that's a hell of a story. That's a hell of a story. Wow, 11 stories. How much better can you do? Seriously. Seriously, 11 stories. Who comes back from that? How? Did he land on a car? Did he land in bushes? I mean, good Lord. How do you survive that? I wouldn't have been depressed. I would have been pissed. I'd demand a recount. Skullcram, yeah, depression is dark. I'll tell you right off the bat. Being suicidal is the worst feeling I've ever had because you're cut off from everything. Everything. You have decided that you don't have any relationship with anything anymore. You just want to end it. And so you cut out your friends, your family, your coworkers, music, books, everything. It's all gone. And I think you guys know me well enough to know that those are all things I enjoy greatly. So, to remove yourself from all of that proper and healthy stimulus, definitely the worst feeling in the world. Hollywood shot himself in the head. You know, actually, that is not as uncommon as you might think. Two reasons for that. One, people tend to think that here, let me take off my hat, that here is the way to go. And all that does really is screw up your frontal cortex. It's got to be really in the ear. That's where you want to go. And the other thing is, people flinch. They they jerk the trigger, and the gun goes off at an angle, and so it just slices off a piece of your skull. Real quickly, when I worked at the trauma center in Illinois, I wasn't there for it, but I saw Polaroids and I actually took one home. I shouldn't have, but I did. Um, a guy tried to kill himself with a shotgun under the chin. Now you'd think that takes care of everything, but when he leaned forward to pull the trigger, the barrel went from here to here, and he blew off the front of his lower jaw, the front of his upper jaw, and a bit of his nose. He still had his tongue, he still had his back teeth, but he was bleeding like mad. Nothing bleeds like a head wound or a face wound. Nothing. They had to use, I think, 8 rolls of Curlex, which is a type of sponge gauze, to pack his mouth to keep it from bleeding all over the place. And then they had to go up and cauterize all the vessels. But, something like that, they're going to fit you with a new front jaw. They're going to fit you with a plate and a new upper lip and upper jaw. They can, recreate the tip of your nose, whatever, if they want to. So what does he do? What does he do? A big dent. That makes sense. That makes sense. Absolutely. Okay. Wow. We took a turn. We took a turn. Okay. We don't have that much farther to go. Let's see if I can make it without dragging you guys into my own personal hell. Okay. 453. Did I read that? Yeah. Okay. We read that. We read 454 too. So that puts us. Damn it! I had it marked. Oh, here we are. Here we are. Okay. Additionally, notes from an FBI briefing for Bente on March 6, 2017, indicate that someone in the meeting stated that Orr and Schwartz had a, quote, discussion of kleptocracy plus Russian organized crime, close quote, in relation to the Manafort criminal case in an effort to, quote, re-energize the CRM case, close quote. Finally, a section of Bente's notes from a March 22, 2017 meeting include the names Weissman, Schwartz, and Orr next to a section of notes regarding Manafort. After reviewing these notes, none of the ODAG personnel at these meetings could remember Orr being mentioned or recall any additional information provided during these briefings beyond what was stated in these notes. Bente, Gahar, and Schools did not remember the references to Orr until they reviewed their notes. Gahar and Schools stated that without more of the salient information now known concerning Orr's involvement, the remarks about Orr did not make an impression on them or indicate to them that Orr was substantially involved in the investigation. Gahar told us that had the FBI provided any additional information regarding Orr's involvement at the February 16, 2017 meeting, she would have included that in her notes. Footnote 455. Gahar took extensive notes during the Crossfire Hurricane meetings. For example, her notes for the February 16, 2017 meeting are 8 pages long. Well, let's hear it for Gahar. Awesome job. You're right, Skullcram. You're right. Thank God for Picasso knows. Oh, she's back. Okay. Picasso knows that's hat to you, not agency. That's hat to you. By the way, H-Sun or Hollywood, congratulations on crawling out of that deep dark hole. Congratulations. You're such an important part of this chat. I couldn't imagine you're not being here. So, again, congratulations. Excuse me. Teared up a little bit. Okay. Gahar further stated that, given the information now available regarding the extent of Orr's contributions to the FBI's investigation, the FBI should have alerted somebody at the department about Orr's activities, or Orr should have alerted the ODAG leadership about what he was doing. Footnote 456. As explained in previous chapters, no one in NSD had knowledge of Orr's substantive contact with Steele. nor were they aware of his delivery to the FBI of Simpson's and Nellie Orr's thumb drives. NSD attorneys only learned of Orr's participation in Crossfire Hurricane in late 2017 or early 2018. NSD witnesses told the OIG that they would have expected the FBI or Orr to have informed them of Orr's involvement in the investigation as it occurred. Okay, Section B. Orr provides Rosenstein with limited information about his connection with Steele and Fusion GPS. Orr told the OIG that in October 2017, Nellie Orr received a call from someone at Fusion GPS who told her that the company was providing documents to Congress that identified her as a Fusion GPS contractor, and that he realized that then DAG Rosenstein may need to know about this. So he asked to speak with him. Damn it, I'm sorry, Beaker. Peckerhead. Peckerhead. I owe you money for missing all those. Man, that's ridiculous. I apologize, folks, for, again, disrespecting Beaker's efforts on our behalf. Peckerhead may need to know about this, so Orr asked to speak with him. He stated that he informed Peckerhead that his wife, Nellie Orr, worked for Fusion GPS, and that it may become public that Orr knew Steele and introduced him to the FBI. Orr told the OIG that he was, quote, prepared to go into more detail with Peckerhead, but there really wasn't time, close quote. Peckerhead recalled having this conversation in Orr's office and told us he remembered Orr stating he knew Steele and that Nellie Orr worked for Fusion GPS. Peckerhead told us that during this conversation, Orr may have also said that he introduced Steele to the FBI and that all this information may become public. Peckerhead described the meeting with Orr as casual and noted that he was in Orr's office for another reason, which indicated to him that Orr did not make a special effort to notify him. Peckerhead stated that he left the conversation under the impression that it was only a, quote, strange coincidence, unquote, that Orr knew Steele. Schools recalled that Orr at some point, quote, stuck his head in the door and said, hey, I just wanted to make sure there's nothing I need to do. My wife works at Fusion GPS. I don't know if there's anything like a recusal or anything I need to deal with, close quote. School stated that he responded to Orr by saying that, quote, you don't have anything to do with that case. We don't typically in the department recuse individuals who aren't responsible for the matter, giving rise to a potential conflict, close quote. School believes this conversation occurred a couple months before Orr's conduct became public and may have coincided with Orr's October 2017 conversation with Peckerhead. School sounds like a stand-up guy. Uncle Bobby, you weren't here for that. Beaker, was yesterday, wasn't it, guys? It was yesterday. Came up with, let me back up a little bit. I was discussing how I'm trying to pronounce Rosenstein as it's spelled. Laura pointed out the other day that Rod doesn't mind, or I'd say doesn't mind. He said in an interview that it can be pronounced either Rosenstein or Rosenstein. I don't know if that's because he's just tired of correcting people and he gives it to you either way or what, but I was saying how I wanted to try to pronounce it as it's spelled, but that it's kind of difficult sometimes and I get confused. I think I might have said, if I came up with another name for him, something like that, but Beaker immediately typed in Peckerhead. And how long did I laugh, guys? About 45 seconds straight. I couldn't stop laughing. I was dying. I was dying. It caught me off guard and it really tickled my funny bone. I mean, Beaker just made my day. And I'm trying to honor him by using that sobriquet when Rosenstein's name pops up. Uncle Bobby Raisinstains. But yeah, we all owe Beaker a great debt of gratitude. Again, School sounds like a really stand-up guy. I think he's another hero in this story. Okay. Excuse me, just a moment, guys. Something just came up. I will be right back. I promise. Just give me a moment. There we go. Sorry for. Oh, darn it. There goes the back again. I did that. I did that. There we go. Thanks for your patience, guys. Okay, so Barefoot Sounds. Barefoot Sounds. Hello, new person. It seems like everybody knows you. So, welcome to the Mad Hatters. I hope we're going to be able to make this a regular occurrence. Hatted reader. That's very good. That's very good. I like that. I like that. Okay, let me get on. We're in the home stretch here. Um, okay, 2017. Okay, we're right here. New paragraph. Orr told us that a few weeks after his first conversation with. Wait a minute. Wait, did I read that? No. His first conversation with Peckerhead on this issue, he spoke with Peckerhead again and told him that he still talked to Steele from time to time and provided information to the FBI when Steele called him. Peckerhead told us that he recalled a second conversation with Orr concerning Steele, which he believed occurred in early December 2017. According to Peckerhead, Orr told him that he delivered a thumb drive containing Steele's election reports to the FBI. Peckerhead said this information changed his perspective of the situation. Peckerhead told us the fact that Orr knew Steele. Whoops. That's weird. The formatting changed. They went into a internal quotation. Okay, I guess it is a quote. Let's see. Did I? Okay, yeah, all right. So this is a quote from Peckerhead. Um, Orr knew Steele was kind of just an unusual coincidence, but the idea that he had actually had some role in this Russia investigation was shocking to me. We had been fending off these congressional inquiries. Why are you fending them off? They're valid. Continuing. and they were asking for all sorts of stuff, 302s and things, and I had no idea that somebody on my staff had actually been involved in an operational way in the investigation. Again, I think that's a fairly, illustrating sentence there. We had been fending off these congressional inquiries. Fending off. In other words, covering things up. Again, all these little bombs sprinkled throughout this document that nobody has read through completely, no one that I know of. I've only heard little bits and pieces here and there. I don't think anyone's gone into the depth that we have. And all this stuff is coming out. I mean, this is damning right here. Fending off? It's not your job to fend off congressional inquiries, Peckerhead. It's your job to comply with them. That's a very important sentence right there. Continuing. According to Peckerhead, he learned that day or the next day that there were several 302s from Orr's interviews with the FBI. He said that Orr appeared to be serving as an quote-unquote intermediary with Steele. There's another way of putting it. I still like conduit more. Or as Hollywood put it, leak. Okay, subsection C. ODIG learns of Orr's activities in connection to the Russian investigation and transfers Orr. On November 28, 2017, the department received a letter from the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, or SSCI, requesting a closed interview of Orr as part of its inquiry into Russian interference with the 2016 presidential election. SSCI's request was forwarded to Orr and Crowell the next day, and the FBI subsequently provided ODIG with the Orr 302s, which Crowell and Schools reviewed. Schools told us he was shocked by the number of 302s concerning Orr because no one from the FBI had mentioned meeting with Orr as part of the FBI's efforts to corroborate Steele's reporting. Following ODIG receiving this information, there were a series of meetings with ODIG involving Peckerhead, Crowell, then PADAG, Robert Hur, again, I want to meet his brother Ben, and Schools. These meetings concerned Orr's involvement in the investigation and what Orr had previously described as his limited connection to Steele in his conversations with Peckerhead and Schools. Peckerhead stated he was uncomfortable with Orr's failure to fully inform anyone in ODIG about his communications with Steele and Simpson. Crowell told us that, after reading the 302s, he thought Orr essentially functioned as a source for the FBI on a sensitive investigation without informing his leadership, and was surprised that Orr provided a version of Steele's election reporting to the FBI. Likewise, Schools told us in his internal quote, "It's just inconceivable to me that somebody in the DAG's office would be having those communications with Steele and not report them to the DAG and the PADAG, just because the DAG and the DAG and the PADAG have a right to know." On December 5, 2017, Crowell and Schools met with Orr to discuss Orr's contacts with Steele. Crowell stated that they informed Orr that they reviewed the 302s of his meetings with the FBI and asked Orr why he did not inform anyone in ODAG about his activities. Schools stated that Orr told them that he thought Steele's information needed to go to the FBI and not to ODAG political leadership because it was a political matter. And there again, you've got, we just talked about the Weissman, Schultz, Page and Strockett sometimes meetings, and Orr about the Manafort Millar's investigation not moving fast enough, and that they wanted to do something about it, and but they didn't want to include any of the political staff because it would taint the Manafort investigation. And you've got the same thing here with Orr. I didn't want to involve the upper leadership, the political leadership, because they would see this as whatever. Their perception of this was not going to be what I wanted it to be. This is deep state stuff. Sorry about that. I almost said a bad word. This is deep state stuff. And if you think that we found all of it in this Horowitz report, I know you don't think that. I know you. No, some people do. Some people on the left think this uncovered everything and we're done, and that Durham has no business doing what he's doing. And to that I say, you're all insane. If Durham doesn't get through and do his job, supported by Barr and the rest of the DOJ, then we will never get our country back. It is gone. The rule of law will never, ever be the same. Durham is our last best chance to right this wrong and get our constitutional republic moving in the right direction again. My opinion. If you disagree, please put it in the comment section and we'll have a dialogue. I look forward to it. Okay, continuing. On December 5, 20, let's see. Okay, political matter, last sentence in the paragraph. According to Crowell Schools, Orr also stated that he should have let someone know and apologized. Easier to ask for forgiveness than for permission. Uncle Bobby says it's Durham or Pugalo. I don't know what a Pugalo is. Oh, Pugalo. I got it now. I got it. We're good. Enough said. I got it. Well put, Uncle Bobby. You do have a way with words, especially made up ones. Yeah, Ray says no one wanted to share the credit. It's very good, Ray. It's very good. Continuing. Yeah, apologized. Thank you, Bruce Orr, for your apology. How wonderful. If you think that's going to get you out of it, you're dead wrong. Continuing. Peckerhead told us Crowell Schools reported back to him with their findings, and at that point, he realized Congress likely knew more about Orr's activities with Steele and the FBI than anyone in ODAG did. Peckerhead told us, quote, "It was really disappointing to me that he had made the decision originally not to brief anybody on our staff, and then even after it was clear it was going to be of national interest, he chose not to disclose, at least to schools, that he had actually had an active role. I felt like if you're in the DAG's office and the DAG is getting criticized by Congress for the handling of the Russia investigation, you ought to tell him that you had some role in it." Dude, I don't think criticized, Peckerhead, is the right word. I would use excoriated. Rightfully so. You deserve every bit of negativity heaped upon you. Hence the name Peckerhead. Peckerhead told us he focused on Orr's role as essentially the equivalent of an FBI agent when dealing with Steele over the substance of the information Orr provided to the FBI. According to Peckerhead, the fact that Orr had extensive conversations with Steele regarding the allegations of Russian interference and transmitted this information from Steele to the FBI, essentially acting as an intermediary, I still prefer conduit, which was not a normal attorney role, formed the basis for Peckerhead's decision to remove Orr from ODAG. According to Peckerhead, he viewed what Orr did as collateral to his primary department responsibilities, and that Orr should have informed his supervisors about his involvement or sought ethics advice before taking these actions. Peckerhead said he expected an ADAG in these situations to err on the side of disclosure. I don't get this part right here. Peckerhead viewed what Orr did as collateral to his primary department responsibilities. Collateral? What the hell? How was what Orr was doing collateral to his job? Everybody makes excuses for everybody else. It's amazing. I mean, Peckerhead's acting attorney general, as far as the Russia investigation goes, because Sessions is a complete wimp and recused himself for no reason. I think he was a pretty good law and order attorney general. Don't get me wrong. They prosecuted some really serious human trafficking cases. He was he was spearheading a lot of those investigations, and they were very important to the country. And I give Sessions all the credit in the world for that. But his just distancing himself from, his recusing himself from the Russia investigation, he put this country through hell. We could have been done with this 2 years ago, at least a year and a half ago. But Sessions' recusal threw a bone to Comey and McCabe, allowed Peckerhead to immediately appoint a special counsel, something that doesn't just happen overnight. This had to have been planned. They set Trump up with a trap to fire Comey, and Trump had, I won't say Trump bid on it, because it should have happened. Comey should have been fired. But the reaction was completely insubordinate to Trump's rights. And it's Sessions' fault. There's no other way to put it. It's Sessions' fault that this happened. That we went through all this. Okay, continuing. Kroll stated his recommendation as chief of staff was to remove Orr as an ADAG and alert the appropriate investigative entities for further determination of the extent of Orr's activities. According to Peckerhead, Kroll, and Schools, Peckerhead decided to use his discretion to move senior executive service-level SES employees. He removed Orr as an ADAG and reassigned him to the criminal division. Again, Orr landed on his feet because he is a career civil servant, and it's easier to get goose crap off the bottom of a vibrant soul than it is to fire a civil service employee. I hope that analogy is decent. Continuing. Kroll and Schools talked to Orr again on December 6, 2017. They informed him that he was no longer an ADAG, but would remain director of OCD ETF. Again, Orr landed on his feet. Kroll stated that he led Orr through his options to dispute the decision or accept his removal as an ADAG, and that Orr agreed to the reassignment. According to Schools, on December 20, 2017, he met with Orr to inform him that he was also being removed from his position as director of OCD ETF. Oh, that's better. That's better. Okay, thank you. Orr stated that Schools told him that then Attorney General Jefferson Sessions and DAG Peckerhead decided to remove him as director of OCD ETF because the position required coordination with the White House, which is something they no longer wanted Orr to do. It's pretty responsible, actually. During his OIG interview, Schools told us he could not recall what he told Orr about the reason for his removal. However, after reviewing a draft of this report, Schools stated that Orr was correct in his recollection of the reason Schools had provided to him for his removal as OCD ETF director. Pecker had told the OIG that he and Sessions were both involved in the decision to move Orr from OCD ETF to the criminal division. Pecker had said that Sessions did not want Orr running the transnational organized crime program and wanted to replace Orr as a member of the Associated Threat Management Working Group at the White House. He said that, independently from Sessions, he wanted to take OCD ETF in a different direction with a more proactive OCD ETF director. Pecker had stated that neither of Orr's moves were disciplinary actions. My God. Oh my God. Okay, there's one of two ways to look at that. Either Either Peckerhead is lying, which is a complete possibility, or once again, nobody is held responsible for their actions. So either they were disciplinary actions, which I feel they are, maybe you guys do too, in which case Sessions and Peckerhead did the right thing, but are lying about the actual cause and effect of them, or got away with it and just suffered a demotion because they didn't want him working with the White House anymore. How do you look at it? How do you look at it? Wow. Another bomb. Another bomb that no one's talking about. All right, last paragraph. In the next chapter, we discuss the FBI's use of spies other than Steele and its use of undercover employees as part of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. We also described several individuals we identified who had either a connection to candidate Trump or a role in the Trump campaign and were also FBI spies, and explain why such individuals were not tasked as part of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Finally, we described the participation of the SSA supervising Crossfire Hurricane at ODNI strategic intelligence briefings given to the presidential candidates and certain campaign advisors. And that brings us to Chapter 10, which we will start on January 2nd at noon real time, 11 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Mountain, and whatever. King James, like I said, I think you're in real time, so it would be noon for you too. I'm pretty sure the Maritimes are in Eastern. Correct me if I'm wrong. And another addition to the Mad Hatters, Verily Nemo. Am I pronouncing that right, Valerie? Nemo. Um, but welcome. I'm sorry you got here at the very end. I wish we could have had you longer, but it's wonderful for you to be here. I'm glad I got it right. I hate mispronouncing names if I can help it. So thank you for that. So we're done with reading today. It took a lot longer than I expected, actually. I don't know if I guess it must have been my asides because we were done an hour earlier yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, and it was not a longer chapter. Oh, 6:37 right now in New Brunswick. Okay, so that's oh, that's right. You're on Atlantic time. You're on Atlantic time. I forgot. Yes. Okay. All right. Yeah, 2 hours. 2 hours ahead of me. Right. Thank you. Where are we? Okay, so yeah, we're gonna come back. We're gonna come back January 2nd, which is let me look again. I'm pretty sure that's a Thursday. Give everybody the holidays off. Let them spend their time with their family and friends. Yes, January 2nd is a Thursday. I have nothing on the agenda except taking my medication. So we're good to go there. Now, as you may remember, I'm going to be starting physical therapy next year for my back. And we should be able to finish the FISA report before I have to report for physical therapy. So that will not be an issue. We do have one more thing. I'm sorry, I forgot. We have no one has to stay for this except David, really. But I think you all would be very interested in this report or this bit of history that we discussed briefly yesterday that I can flesh out now after doing a little research, and I'll get to that in a moment. But let me finish with the housekeeping, so then any of you who do not want to hear this can leave and leave us World War II buffs to suffer through it. Anyway, so on January 3rd, which is a Friday, we will get to Chapter 11. Chapter 11 is, if you weren't here earlier, 65 pages long. That is almost twice as long as everything we've been reading for the last 4 sessions. At least the last 4 sessions. So we're going to have to break it up into 2 days. So if I stop halfway through chapter 11 on Friday, that will be about a 5-hour reading, maybe 5.5, maybe longer, because chapter 11's got a lot of stuff in it that we may comment on. So, King James says you'll buy me a laptop with a headset. I actually have one. I already have one. Kind of you. But I'll be in the pool 2 days out of 3 each week. So that would be a bit problematic. So anyway, so we'll break up chapter 11 into 2 days, Friday the 3rd, and I'm going to go ahead and read it again on Saturday the 4th, because I don't want to keep dragging this out for you guys. But again, if you tell me in the comment section after this posts that you don't want any more weekend readings, I'll schedule part 2 for Monday, what would that be, the 6th, I think, and we'll go from there. But anyway, now here's the thing, though. The second part of chapter 11, since it'll only be, again, about a 5-hour reading, that will allow us, chapter 12 is very short. And then the 2 appendices are not that long. The first appendice, I looked ahead, is basically checking off all the problems with the Woods procedures, the Woods files that were used to support the FISA applications against Carter Page. So we really don't have to go through those one by one. You can look at them at your leisure and determine, if they're worth your time or not. Appendix 2 is important, but it's quick. It's quick. So we'll be able to get through that in one day. So that'll be half of chapter 11, the second half of chapter 11, chapter 12, and the second appendice, and we'll be done. Okay, King James, good. So afternoons for you works then, because we start at that would be 1 o'clock your time. So that's good. That's good. Okay. So, is there anything else? I think that's it. Again, those of you who can, please put in the comment section after this post if you would like weekend readings or not, so I can schedule those more often, and we can spend our time together as efficiently as possible. So, those of you who do not want to listen to World War II history, or do not want to stare at me in almost black and white because the lamp burned out, the switch burned out, I give you your leave. I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy Hanukkah and a Perky Kwanzaa, and of course a Happy New Year. God bless us all. Turn 2020. I hope we get the justice that we deserve and that America deserves. And I will see you on the other side of the first of the year. Again, January 2nd, Thursday, 11 a.m. Central, noon real time, and 1 o'clock Atlantic time, and then 9 o'clock Mountain time. I think I covered everybody. Okay, so I'm going to go on to the Patton. Oh gosh, did I lose it? Shoot. Oh my God. Okay, I can get it back real fast. Let's see. Okay, First Army Patton. Let's see. Normandy. Oh, here we go. I found it. All right. Sorry, guys. I apologize. I should have had that. I was sure I already had that up. Okay. So again, God bless you all. So for those of you who are leaving, I'll give it to you. I'll give you my ending so you can go off well versed. Be well. God bless. Happy trails. And I'll see you January 2nd. Have a great holiday season and a wonderful new year. I'll see you then. Okay, those of you who want a little World War II history, we'll dive in. This is not long, but it's fascinating. I knew some of this previously, but some of it I did not know, and it's quite the story. Okay, this is American World War II website. It's an excellent website. You should check it out. So we're going to get to this. Patton's Ghost Army. The Army General George Patton fielded for the 1944 Normandy D-Day invasion was unlike any other. It was a complete and unabashed fake. This is written by Brian John Murphy. From a distance, an English farmer could see that sometime overnight a column of Sherman tanks had parked on his field. One of his bulls also noticed the American tanks and was eyeing one of them warily. Suddenly the bull lunged. The farmer braced himself for the sight of one of his prized bovines cracking its skull against armor plating. The bull struck the tank at top speed, and with a lazy hiss of air, the Sherman deflated into a pile of olive drab rubber sheeting. The bull and the farmer had stumbled onto one of the most elaborate deceptions in the history of warfare, the creation of a phantom army to divert attention from the real Allied army poised to invade France in the spring of 1944. It was widely understood, even before the disastrous British and Canadian raid on the French port of Dieppe. Oh my God, what a horrible disaster that was. Dieppe on August 19, 1942, that any attempt to crack Adolf Hitler's Fortress Europa would be a chancy venture at best. Any amphibious or airborne invasion is full of risks, but by 1943, both sides knew the Allies had no alternative if they were going to defeat Hitler. And it was the only way the Allies could make good on their promise to the Soviet Union to create a second front on land for the Germans to defend. The Soviets had been screaming for a second front since Operation Barbarossa was launched in 43, or was it 42? 42. And the Allies had nowhere to go. Initially, they were still trying to fight through Africa up into Italy. So and Italy took a lot longer than they had expected. Some mistakes were made in that regard. They should have passed certain certain fortified structures and just sidestepped them. But that was their problem. So anyway, create a second front on land for the Germans to defend. Northern France was the obvious target, but the Allies had other options too. So once they settled on northern France, it became their goal to lead the German high command, especially Hitler, to believe they would do the unexpected and land somewhere else. British intelligence agencies set to work, launching an enormous deception campaign called Bodyguard, designed to make the Germans believe that the invasion might come in Greece, on the Adriatic coast of Yugoslavia, in the south of France, on the Biscay Bay coast of France, through the Low Countries, or via Norway and Denmark. See the movie A Bridge Too Far. The Germans took all these possible scenarios seriously and maintained garrisons in all those regions. This helped the Allies in two ways. The garrison guarding the possible invasion sites were removed from the fighting in the Soviet Union, which helped the Russians, and they were not concentrated in northern France, where the Allies really were going to attack. Unfortunately, as 1943 wore on, it became obvious that the buildup of American, Canadian, and British forces in England and Scotland portended an invasion of northern Europe, most likely into northern France along the coast of the English Channel. What the Germans needed to know was where the landing or landings would strike. Would the Allies cross the Channel at its narrowest point and attack the port of Calais? Would the attacks fall in Cherbourg and Le Havre? Some German generals believed the blow would come not at these ports, but perhaps on the coast of Normandy. Ominously, Hitler shared that view and ordered the defense there to be beefed up. If you've ever seen the fortifications on the Normandy coast, wow, they went to town. Okay, continuing. The Allies did plan to invade Normandy, and they came up with an elaborate plan that included making an artificial harbor, codenamed Mulberry, The harbor would consist of concrete caissons sunk caissons sunk offshore to create breakwaters and piers. All this could be for naught, however, if Germany's massive infantry and panzer reserve garrisoning France's Pas-de-Calais region were brought into the battle in Normandy. The Allies had to find a way to threaten the Pas-de-Calais before, during, and after the proposed invasion. If the threat were credible, Hitler would not realize it was safe to move his reserves into Normandy to combat the Allied thrust. At this point, Allied intelligence services came in, principally the British. The British were masters at deception. Continuing, they developed a plan called Fortitude, by which they would create two phantom army commands, one in Scotland to threaten an invasion of Norway, and the other in East Anglia and southeast England to threaten the Pas-de-Calais. The latter operation, known as Quicksilver, would establish an imaginary army group designated the 1st U.S. Army Group, or FUSAG. The commander of this ghost army had to be a general renowned enough to make the operation seem thoroughly credible to the Germans, a real blood-and-guts general. Lieutenant General George S. Patton was the perfect choice, and he was available. Patton had made himself available for the role by becoming a public relations liability during his brilliant campaign to invade Sicily in 1943. On two separate occasions, Patton had slapped soldiers taken from the front lines to be treated for combat fatigue, which we now know as PT. It was also called shell shock, and now it's pretty much PTSD. Continuing, the resulting firestorm in the press led to Patton's being relieved of command. So instead of commanding troops on campaign in Italy, Patton was ordered to participate in a series of junkets around the Mediterranean, making speeches, inspecting facilities, and having his picture taken. Patton's months of wandering to Corsica, Malta, and Egypt were hardly pointless. His travels bolstered the Allies' deception plan at the time, which was simulating threats against the south of France from Corsica, the Balkans from Malta, and Greece from Egypt. The voyages kept the Germans guessing and prevented them from deploying their reserves to their advantage. On January 26, 1944, Patton was at least brought to England, but not to command American armies in Overlord, the code name for the invasion of northern France. Thanks to the slapping incidents, Patton had lost any chance at that job to his former subordinate, Lieutenant General Omar Bradley. Bradley was known as the Soldiers General. I don't think he was as good as Patton, though. Some people have agreed with me. Some haven't. Continuing. Instead, Patton was given the assignment of commanding the fictional FUSAG. Only after fulfilling that role would he receive command of the U.S. Third Army when it was ready to deploy in France. At first, the force referred to as Army Group Patton was a phantom army composed of real units earmarked for the command of British Lieutenant General Bernard Montgomery, but for the time being appearing in the FUSAG order of battle, and wholly fictional divisions and corps. This created the impression that the British, Canadian, and American armies gathering in England were as much as 70% bigger than the actual number of soldiers preparing to embark for France. Their locations in East Anglia and southeast England made it seem that the Allies were planning to go for broke and push across the narrowest part of the English Channel in a bold and costly attempt to take the port of Calais intact. If the Quicksilver operatives could pull off this imposture convincingly, the Germans would have little choice but to keep heavy forces in the Pas-de-Calais, even if Allied troops landed elsewhere on the French coast. The Quicksilver illusion had to be airtight. The first the Germans learned of the FUSAG forces coming their way was through a spy working in New York under the alias Albert von Loop. Von Loop had become a double agent for the FBI and, unknown to the Bureau, had switched his loyalties back to the Germans, making him a triple agent. In September 1943, using the codes supplied to Van Loop by the German intelligence service, the Abwehr, the FBI sent messages in Van Loop's name informing the Germans that the phony divisions were embarking at New York, bound for the British Isles. As part of the ruse, an 8-inch thick book of scripted radio transmissions was issued to Quicksilver radio operators. Whenever a phantom unit would have been arriving in Britain, making camp and making preparations for the invasion, plenty of radio traffic would be generated to create realistic chatter for the prying ears of the Abwehr. The Abwehr had prying eyes too. reconnaissance planes that flew at 33,000 feet over the English countryside, trying to spot FUSAG units and record their activities and movements. The British and American Air Forces had to be careful to let the Luftwaffe snoops through to see the mock preparations on the ground, yet not let the flight seem so easy as to raise suspicions. On the ground, the real units earmarked for Overlord but temporarily assigned to FUSAG had no trouble appearing as though they meant business, but the imaginary units were supposed to have upwards of 1,000,000 men, and they had to look active too. This need spawned the greatest deceptive enterprise ever seen in a war. Tent cities were created all over eastern England. There were mess halls, hospitals, ammo depots, and even sewage treatment farms. Fuel depots were constructed, and parks for trucks, tanks, jeeps, and ambulances were laid out. For the most part, the vehicles themselves were constructed of fabric and wood, or were rubber inflatables like the Sherman tank that the farmers bull gored. Real vehicles move around, of course, and under cover of darkness. That's just what these fake vehicles did. That was how the line of tanks appeared in the farmer's field unannounced. Besides the bogus tanks, the farmer also noticed a couple of soldiers moving odd devices around his field that day. Rubber tanks and trucks don't leave tank tread marks in the earth, so soldiers supporting Quicksilver were equipped with rolling tools to make tread and tire marks for the Luftwaffe to see. British intelligence concocted plenty of plausible information for neutral diplomats and operatives to see, hear, and pass along to their governments, and possibly to the Germans. Local vicars in East Anglia wrote to the local papers about the terrible behavior of some of the quote-unquote foreign troops. The U.S. Army's heraldry department even made unit shoulder patches up for the Phantom divisions, and there's a link here for their gallery. You've got to check it out. I won't. It's visual, so I'm not gonna go through it with you because it just would lose its impact. But you need, if you have any interest in insignia, you've got to check it out. They're fascinating. They're absolutely fascinating. Anyway, so there's a gallery of these shoulder patches. Continuing, Quicksilver operatives on leave in London and elsewhere wore them conspicuously on their uniforms. The Quicksilver deception plan extended to the ports and waterways of eastern England. There were barely enough landing craft available for the real invasion of France, so with the help of experts from the British movie industry, fleets of dummy landing craft were made, and they began to choke harbors and streams. Close up, they might not have fooled anyone, but the 400 or so concoctions of fabric, plywood, old pipes, and baling wire floating on oil drums looked convincing to Luftwaffe photographers taking pictures from 33,000 feet. At night, port areas were lit with blackout lights to simulate loading activities. Near Dover, workers put together an entire dummy oil dock from camouflage-painted board, sewage pipes, and fiberboard. I'm sorry, this is beautiful. This is absolutely beautiful. And we're not even into the good part yet. Continuing. King George VI visited to inspect the facility, and the Lord Mayor of Dover publicly mentioned it as a potential municipal asset after the war. The British Royal Air Force kept fighter patrols overhead. That's redundant, actually, British Royal Air Force. That is redundant. I didn't notice that before. Anyway, kept fighter patrols overhead to protect the mock dock, and workers on the ground burned smudge pots filled with crude oil to keep the facility in a haze. Because the would-be dock was within range of the German guns at Cap Grisnez, pyrotechnics were used to simulate fires and damage from the occasional hit. So far, so good. The interception of radio signals and photo intelligence reinforced the belief among the German generals that the Allies were saving their punch for the Pas-de-Calais. The third element was human intelligence, and the British were well positioned to provide the Germans with plenty of misleading information. This is my favorite part. Misleading the enemy was the specialty of the Double Cross Committee, also known as the XX Committee or the 20 Committee. This British intelligence group had a stable of double agents sending their specially crafted intelligence about FUSAG to the Abwehr. As far as the Abwehr knew, the upper echelons of the Allied command structure were riddled with Nazi spies. In reality, with tremendous efficiency, the British had rounded up all the Axis spies in the United Kingdom early on and turned a surprising number of them into double agents. Others volunteered for this dangerous game. It's amazing that the British were able. I have to just take a quick aside. It's amazing that the British were able to round up all of these German spies quickly and efficiently at the beginning of the war. But Philby and the other Soviet spies who came out of Oxford, they completely missed them for years and years and years. It was amazing that they were allowed to operate. I shouldn't say allowed, that they were able to operate as brazenly as they were without getting caught. So that's a little dichotomy there. Let's see. Double agents, others volunteered for this dangerous game. Two of the most important British agents were Brutus and Garbo. These two men were arguably among the war's most devastatingly effective spies. Brutus was the code name of Captain Roman Garby-Żeranowski, a former Polish general staff officer now pretending to spy for the Germans. He told the Germans, that's Żeranowski, excuse me. He told the Germans that he had been appointed as a liaison between Free French-Polish forces and Patton's FISA headquarters. He provided convincing detail on behalf of the Double Cross Committee. Garbo, a Catalan named Juan Pujol, had begun his spying career as an amateur, deceiving the Germans with false intelligence he cooked up himself. The British found out about him and brought him from Spain to England, where he went to work for the Double Cross Committee. Garbo gave the Germans the impression that he had gotten a job high up in the British government and was the spy master of a network of 14 agents placed throughout the Allied High Command and British government. He sent frequent and detailed reports on the growth and intentions of FISA. Those reports fooled the highest echelons of command, up to and including Hitler. Another secret agent, codenamed Tricycle, a Yugoslav named Dusko Popov, sent a detailed report in February 1944 on the FISA order of battle. For a few scary days, German intelligence analysts in Lisbon, where Tricycle made his report, did not believe it. But when it was passed on to Berlin, the High Command bought it, making it possible for further reports from other double-cross agents to be believed. Thanks to the British cryptologists working at Bletchley Park, the code-breaking center northwest of London, and the timely acquisition of a German Enigma code machine captured early in the war, Supreme Commander of the Allied Forces General Dwight D. Eisenhower there's a period after Eisenhower. It threw me off. I didn't notice that before. Supreme Commander of the Allied Forces General Dwight D. Eisenhower and the British government received decryptions of German radio traffic. The messages showed that the Nazis were buying the FISA deception. What intelligence people call a quote-unquote closed loop had been successfully established. The British were putting out false information about the FISA and then intercepting enemy communications very soon afterward that showed how well each item of deception had worked. Future deceptions were adjusted accordingly. Valuable intelligence passed to the Germans when the last commander of the Deutsches Afrika Korps, General Hans Kramer, captured in May 1943, was exchanged back to the Germans due to poor health. On the way home, he was wined and dined one evening by Patton himself in his role as commander of FUSAG. Patton must have played the role of a somewhat loose-lipped commander well. He was in fact known to be indiscreet on occasion. Other Allied officers also let slip bits of seemingly sensitive information about FUSAG and the Pas-de-Calais. Kramer was put on a neutral ship for his return to Germany, where he was exhaustively debriefed. After that, the German High Command was more convinced than ever that FUSAG was going to be part of an invasion at the Pas-de-Calais. When the Allies invaded Normandy on D-Day, June 6, 1944, the Wehrmacht's forces in Europe were still spread between active fronts in Italy and Russia and possible fronts in the Balkans, the south of France, Greece, Norway, and northern France. Bodyguard and Fortitude had succeeded in keeping the Germans guessing where the next blows would fall. The real test, however, would come after the landings. If the Germans ceased to believe in the FUSAG threat, then the substantial German forces guarding the Pas-de-Calais would be sent to Normandy. The result might be the failure of Overlord, a catastrophe no one wanted to think about. Quicksilver had to keep working after the invasion. The tempo of activity in the FUSAG area quickened after June 6. As real Allied armies moved off the beaches and into the hedgerow country of Normandy, the ports of eastern England were jammed with dummy landing craft and a fair sprinkling of actual warships to create the impression that Fusag was about to embark for Calais. At night, the blackout lights were lit on docks and quays to simulate the loading of material and supplies for the Pas-de-Calais landings. Radio transmission points, which had been humming with the scripted traffic prescribed for USAG, went silent, just as they would have on the eve of an invasion. Naval activity, including laying smoke screens and sweeping for mines, was stepped up to further reinforce the illusion of a cross-channel attack. Brutus and Garbo put the final touches on the deception. Brutus signaled on June 8 that Army Group Patton was preparing to move to its embarkation points on the East Anglia and southeast English coasts. He told the Germans there would be 5 airborne divisions and at least 10 infantry divisions involved in the assault. Garbo made contact on June 9. His entire message required 120 minutes of continuous transmission. Think about that. A coded message sent over a 2-hour period. Most messages lasted seconds, like a minute and a half. Some of them would go 10 minutes, maybe. 2 hours. That is intense. Can you imagine keeping that up? Wow. This is the part that blew me away right here. This is the part that really, really rocked my socks. Let me read that again. His entire message required 120 minutes of continuous transmission. He cited the troop movements that Brutus had mentioned, as well as concentrations of Fusag troops at major eastern ports. Garbo concluded his 2-hour transmission by saying he suspected Fusag's target would be the Pas-de-Calais. He estimated there might be as many as 50 divisions in England to strike the second blow. Quote, "The whole of the present attack in Normandy is set as a trap for the enemy to make us move all our reserves in a hurried strategical disposition which we would later regret," close quote, Garbo said. The message found its way into the hands of Field Marshal Albert Jodl. He passed it on to Hitler, who personally had great faith in Garbo's intelligence reports. Starting to lose my voice. Excuse me. Just about. And the Death Star plans. Very good, Uncle Bobby. Very good. Okay, I think I can make it. I'm going to have to pull back on the projection here. It's going to get a little softer. This is so fascinating. I know I've been almost screaming into the microphone. Okay, continuing. Mighty reinforcements for the Normandy front waited at Calais, specifically the tanks and infantry of the German 15th Army. At a midnight conference on June 9, Hitler canceled orders to send those forces to Normandy. They were to stay at the Pas-de-Calais. Indeed, even reinforcements currently on the way to Normandy were to be diverted to Calais. The Phantom Army had won its battle. The Allied imposture continued for weeks. The presence of Fusag would keep German forces at the Pas-de-Calais out of the Normandy battle even after Patton arrived at Normandy as the head of the U.S. Third Army. The Germans thought that Fusag formations were being cannibalized by Eisenhower to replace losses in Normandy. In fact, 2 fictitious American airborne divisions in Fusag were disbanded and reconstituted as a single fictitious division, the ostensible explanation being that the 2 original units had been heavily tapped for reinforcements and replacements. By mid-August, it no longer mattered whether the Germans still believed in Fusag or not. The German defenders of the Normandy front, the 7th Army and 5th Panzer Army, had been cut apart. Patton's Third Army was racing across France, and the German defenders of the Pas-de-Calais, now threatened from the landward side by real divisions rather than phantom ones, were heading out of the region and out of the battle. And there you have it, Patton's Ghost Army, the 1st U.S. Army. Now that was fascinating, and I owe it to David von Kettering. He started this ball rolling yesterday and got me to thinking about it. And I just had to include it today. I just had to. So we have finished for the day. And I will be getting a new lamp over the holidays. So we will not have this this dim presentation again. I look at my glasses shining off the screen. It's very disconcerting. Oh, you're right. Yeah, Murphy. I had not read Murphy before. I've just started diving into that website. So if I had, I missed him. But he writes well. In fact, the only typo I saw in that whole thing was that period after Eisenhower that broke up that sentence. Also, I believe he once had headquarters as 2 words. Otherwise, it was perfect. I really appreciate that kind of editing. Thank you, King James. Thank you. And thank you, David, too. Okay, we're done. You guys know when we're coming back. I will try to remember, as I did today for the first time in ages, to post a announcement in the morning of the upcoming live stream. That was hard. On January 2nd. And we'll have fun. It looks like I will be reading that Saturday and Sunday. I think we'll only have to read Saturday, and we'll be able to finish it up. So we'll see. That's right. That's right, King James. January 2nd. Uncle Bobby, thank you. Thank you, King James, David, everyone who stayed, and of course everyone who decided they weren't, they didn't need to stick around for some World War II history and make their Sunday even longer than it already had been. I appreciate everyone's attention for especially for the length of time you were able to provide it today. You guys are real troopers. If you have any questions about what we're going to be doing next year, please put them in the comments section after the video posts. Otherwise, as always, be well. God bless. Happy trails. I'll see you all next year. Bye-bye.
I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny days. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny hope we learned something. I hope we learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest day, from the darkest nights, from the sunny